Chapter 74. All of you, don't even think about leaving. A large group of people suddenly floated in the sky. All of them stared at Yun Nuoshing with murderous gazes. They could not wait to tear him to shreds. Yun Nuoshing and the rest were stunned by the sudden appearance of the group. When they saw the obvious symbol on their clothes, they immediately understood that the Divine Weapon Pavilion had finally come looking for them. "Senior, is there a misunderstanding?" Yun Nuoshing frowned. He did not expect them to come looking for him. Of course, it would be strange if they did not come looking for him after Ling Hongjin had caused such a huge commotion. However, he did not expect them to come so quickly. "There is no misunderstanding. You killed the people of the Divine Weapon Pavilion and destroyed half of the Divine Weapon City. Killing you is not enough to appease the anger of the people." At this moment, Tian Bingzi was sitting in the void to treat his injuries. Therefore, the person who spoke was the yellow-haired old man beside him. His dark eyes constantly scanned Yun Nuoshing, trying to see through him. "Tisk, that's because they are too despicable. So, be it if you have killed them." Yun Nuoshing curled his lips and said disdainfully, since he had been identified, there was no point in hiding it. Whether he wanted to kill or not, it was not up to them. "Junior, how dare you?" Tian Bingzi was instantly enraged when he heard him admit it. His silver eyebrows furrowed, and a strong light burst out from his silver eyes. Killing intent surged in his eyes. "Half-dead people, scram to the side and wait for your death. Don't F***King grumble. You are so F***King annoying." Yun Nuoshing was also filled with anger. From the beginning to the end, it was their people who were looking for trouble. At this moment, they had collectively come to seek justice. This made him rather unhappy. Tian Bingzi was stunned by the scolding. When he came to his senses, he was so angry that his entire body trembled. With his status, when had he ever been insulted like this? Divine Weapon Pavilion, set up the formation. At this moment, Tian Bingzi was a little angry. His hair stood on end. He did not care about his injuries and waved his hand. He roared, and silver light surged on his palm. Thousands of threads bloomed and covered 100,000 feet area. "Yes," the people of Divine Weapon Pavilion replied loudly. In an instant, powerful energy pillars soared into the sky and surged into those silk threads. They raised their hands and took out all kinds of weapons, which wrapped around the silk threads. A moment later, a huge formation that covered thousands of feet appeared in the sky. With Tian Bingzi as the eye of the formation, all the weapons faced Yun Nuoshing and were ready to attack. "Kill!" With bloodshot eyes, Tian Bingzi waved his hand and enlarged the 5 swords beside him to 3,000 meters long. Then he slashed down at Yun Nuoshing. The energy contained in the swords expelled all the air, forming a vacuum in front of them. The majestic energy pressed down on Yun Nuoshing and the other two. It's a good opportunity to test out the power of this big shot that's ranked second. Yun Nuoshing looked at the 5 giant swords that were smashing down like a mountain range. She placed Ming in Yu Yin's hand. With a thought, the slender silver Linghong sword instantly appeared in her hand. 4 types of elements surged out and rushed into the Linghong sword along with all the essence energy in her body. Buzz! After receiving this huge amount of energy, the radiance of the Linghong sword instantly became extremely resplendent. The silver-white radiance illuminated the sky, and a wave of energy that was like nirvanic annihilation surged out in all directions, causing the formation to shake. Feeling the same energy as before, Tian Bingzi's eyelids twitched. Then, an extremely dense killing intent erupted. At the same time, there was a trace of greed. A weapon that could silently injure him to such a state must be at the Divine Weapon Pavilion. Such a weapon would be extremely high-end in the Divine Weapon Pavilion. At least, it wasn't like what outsiders thought, where they were thrown around like cabbages. The moment Tian Bingzi made his move, the elders and disciples also made their move. Numerous weapons were thrown towards Yun Nuoshing, and the others as if they were free. The surging energy shook the sky and the earth, causing the entire Divine Weapon City to tremble. A loud, rumbling sound was heard, like a heaven-shaking, muffled thunder. Buzz! Before the first wave of energy from the 5 huge swords could reach them, Yun Nuoshing raised the Linghong sword high up. An ear-piercing buzzing sound reverberated through the sky. She gently swung it at the incoming weapons. Boom! The world seemed to have stopped at this moment. The monstrous energy transformed into an extremely resplendent energy sword ray that spread out at a speed that was close to the speed of light. It rushed out in a circle on a flat surface. In the stopped world, everything in its path was sliced in half in an instant. Kacha! Uft! The sounds of weapons exploding, blood spitting, and bodies exploding rang out at almost the same time, playing a strange and terrifying symphony. Tian Bingzi and the others were sent flying by the magnificent symphony. The speed that caught him off guard also caught everyone off guard this time. In the face of a speed that was close to the speed of light, unless one had special means or could reach the speed of light themselves, there was really nothing one could do. Wow! Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but exclaim when she saw everyone being sent flying and leaving behind a bloody mist in the sky. It was indeed worthy of being the second weapon on the Divine Weapon ranking. Its power was no less than the incomplete Netherworld Ruin Sword. However, this was the power that he could achieve. If a god used it, he would probably be able to slice the world in half, right? Sky-piercing sword. Tian Bingzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Yun Nuoshing with hatred. He didn't care about the new wounds on his body and dragged his injured body directly into the large formation. Threads wrapped around him like chains. He roared into the sky and formed hand seals with his hands. Dozens of talismans flashing with silver light appeared in the void and connected to the formation. A moment later, groups of weapons appeared in the formation, filling every inch of space and surrounding Yun Nuoshing and the others. All the weapons were pointed at the latter, flashing with a chilling light under the sunlight. Sky-piercing strangle. With a thought, her hands formed hand seals with lightning speed. The entire formation seemed to have come to life in an instant. Countless weapons pointed at Yun Nuoshing and surrounded her from all directions. Linghong Sword's attack range was all targets in the same plane. If the target left that area, it would be useless no matter how powerful the attack was. This time, Yun Nuoshing couldn't just use Linghong's sword to counterattack. Yun Nuoshing took the risk of opening her evil spirit eye and overloaded it again. Although her eyes didn't bleed like before, it still made Yun Nuoshing groan. Yuin and the others instantly became nervous. However, when they saw Yun Nuoshing waving her hand, they stopped what they were doing. The evil spirit eye was operating at full capacity, analyzing and breaking down the formation. A moment later, her eyes glowed as she stared at a corner of the formation. Her lips curled slightly as she raised Linghong's sword in her right hand and slashed it in that direction. Wang! Linghong's sword slashed through the air, and a violent roar sounded. A silver-white sword ray that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth shot out from the sword at a speed close to light. It destroyed all the weapons in its way and tore open a pitch-black crack in space. Then it fiercely collided with the place that Yun Nuoshing was aiming at. Kacha! The sword ray bombarded the formation, and the formation instantly let out a sound of it being unable to withstand the heavy pressure. There was no force at all, and it directly exploded, turning into light spots that filled the sky and scattered in the air. Pucci, Tian Bingzi, who was connected to the formation, suffered a backlash and spat out a large mouthful of blood. As for those weapons that were dancing in the air, they trembled slightly and disappeared in an instant as the formation disappeared. Let's go. The moment the formation shattered, Yun Nuoxing pulled Yuyin and Tian Bingzi with one hand. The 6 wings on her back spread out, fanning out a turbulent flow as she rushed towards the city wall. At this moment, Ling Hong's sword suddenly trembled and automatically retracted back into the light pattern on her arm. Yun Nuoxing's body suddenly trembled, and a drop of bright red liquid fell from the corner of her mouth, causing Yuyin to scream in shock. "Little star!" Yuyin hurriedly reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She pressed her jade hand on Yun Nuoxing's forehead, and her life force was about to surge out. "I'm fine. Ling Hong's sword has suffered a little backlash. I can't use it more than 3 times a day, or else my soul will be seriously injured." Yun Nuoxing waved her hand indifferently and explained softly, "Divine Weapon Pavilion. Chase and stop them. Don't let them leave." Tian Bingzi, who had just stabilized himself, saw the 3 of them walking towards the city gate, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. A mere mortal stage had broken into the city and destroyed the Divine Weapon Pavilion. If he didn't stop them, the Divine Weapon Pavilion wouldn't be able to survive in the Taiyuan region anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Bingzi shook off the elder who was supporting him and dragged his heavily injured body towards the sky. He instantly entered the energy barrier that enveloped the Divine Weapon City. His aura surged out in an earth-shattering manner, and he took control of the energy barrier. A 100-foot wide formation slowly appeared in front of him. "Go to hell." As soon as the formation appeared, Tian Bingzi grabbed it and faced Yun Nuoxing and the other 2 who had already flown a long distance away. His life force gushed out like it was worthless, and it turned into a huge amount of energy that gathered in the 100-foot wide formation. At the same time, his silver hair instantly turned extremely white, and even his face turned transparent. Boom! Receiving this abnormally powerful energy, the formation let out an earth-shattering buzzing sound, and a pitch-black light pillar that was 10 feet in size suddenly burst out from the center. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the fleeing Yun Nuoxing. Divine Light Mirror. Energy Reflection. Feeling the ferocious energy chasing after her, Yun Nuoxing shuddered violently. She suddenly turned around and gritted her teeth. A golden light appeared on her right hand, and a golden mirror the size of a head appeared. With a thought, the Divine Light Mirror enlarged to 100-foot wide, blocking in front of Yun Nuoxing. Streams of light appeared on the surface of the mirror, and it directly faced the incoming pitch-black light pillar. Buzz! The light pillar violently blasted onto the Divine Light Mirror, and the expected energy splattered everywhere. However, an earth-shattering explosion did not occur. After the Divine Light Mirror completely absorbed the pitch-black light pillar, it paused for a moment. With the same amount of energy, it shot out a brilliant golden energy light pillar, which was reflected at the astonished Tian Bingzi. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the golden light pillar violently collided with the 100-foot wide formation, and an earth-shattering explosion resounded across the sky. At this moment, it was as if a sun had descended upon the world. A majestic energy storm swept across, and the formation was instantly destroyed. Uft! You can't leave. The formation is connected to the entire Divine Weapon City. You can't leave. You can't leave. After being forcefully pulled out from the formation, Tian Bingzi sneered and spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell from the sky, and was caught by an elder of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. He laughed mournfully at Yun Nuoshing. "Then I'll destroy the Divine Weapon City." Yun Nuoshing shouted angrily. She took a deep breath and wiped away the cold sweat on her forehead. She opened her evil spirit eye and scanned the entire city. Her hand that was holding onto the divine sun, Bao could not stop trembling. Using the divine artifact consecutively was too much of a burden on her, and even her soul was trembling. "Little star, tell me where to shoot." Yu Yin sighed and hugged Ming, who was hanging in her arms, a little tighter. Her jade-like hands formed a seal with lightning speed, and then she slammed her palm on the void. A formation that covered a radius of 100,000 feet suddenly appeared beneath her feet. The fiery red light illuminated Tian Bingzi's face and made him look a little sluggish. "Divine Weapon Pavilion, take them down." Tian Bingzi trembled a little. He had always thought that if he had not been beaten half to death by Ling Hongjian, he would not have been in such a sorry state. However, when he recognized this formation, he was so shocked that his face turned pale. However, he still roared. The surrounding elders of the Divine Weapon Pavilion were stunned. They looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and charged towards Yun Nuoshing and the rest. "Humph!" Yu Yin coldly snorted. With a wave of her lily-white hand, a huge sea of flames suddenly rose from the array. The flames covered the sky and surrounded those people who had rushed over. They were instantly burned to ashes. Buzz. At the same time, Yun Nuoshing drew her divine sun bow and shot it in several directions within the divine weapon city. Dazzling arrows flashed and pierced the ground. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion came from underground. Soil and rocks flew everywhere, and the ground cracked open. Cracks as thick as thighs spread across the entire city. Monstrous golden flames spewed out from underground. The entire divine weapon city was illuminated by the golden light and turned into darkness. It was as if a sun was rising and rolling underground. "Stop!" Tian Bingzi was so shocked that his face turned pale. He roared angrily and charged towards Yun Nuoshing like a red bolt of lightning, ignoring the formation that was unfolding in front of him. Clang! With a thought from Yu Yin, hundreds of fiery red chains shot out from the formation below Tian Bingzi and surrounded him from all directions. Roar! Tian Bingzi roared. The energy in his body suddenly became chaotic. A huge sword appeared in his hand, and he shattered the hundreds of chains. He flew towards Yun Nuoshing without any regard for his life. He waved his hand and shot out a huge energy torrent that was thousands of feet long. It whistled through the air and covered the ladder. Bang! Yu Yin raised her hand and condensed a flame barrier, refining the silvery white energy torrent completely. She then smashed it towards Tian Bingzi, who was charging over. The scorching air flow made the mouths of the elders behind dry up. Ah! Resisting the impact of the flames, Tian Bingzi covered himself with the metal elements and passed through the wall of fire with great difficulty. His body trembled, and he instantly appeared above Yun Nuoshing. He swung the huge sword in his hand down viciously. Yuan power surged out in all directions and poured into the huge sword, causing the space to tremble. Chi! The sound of the halberd piercing through Tian Bingzi's body was like a mocking laugh. An intense pain came from his chest, causing his vision to darken. He could no longer hold on to the huge sword, and it fell into the sea of fire, being burned into nothingness. Cough! Tian Bingzi spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fear. Yun Nuoshing was no longer in front of him. He couldn't even see when she appeared behind him, nor did he feel anything. The halberd pierced through his chest. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped, and Yun Nuoshing was drifting away from time. Everything happened so suddenly, light element. When he lowered his head and saw the brilliant golden energy flowing on the halberd that pierced through his chest, a chill instantly spread throughout his body. It seemed like the Taiyuan goddess was the only one in the entire Taiyuan region who had the light element. However, at this moment, he wanted to curse out loud. Motherf ***, how many divine weapons do you have? Yun Nuoshing glanced at the ground, then clicked her tongue and said to Tian Bingzi, TSK. I didn't expect there to be such a thing under Divine Weapon City. Old man, don't worry, I'll help you put it away. Little bastard, hair. Tian Bingzi couldn't stop trembling. His limbs swayed, but he couldn't do anything to Yun Nuoshing. The bodies of gods were far stronger than ordinary people. Even if their hearts were destroyed, they would only appear a little weak. They wouldn't die, but they would be in an extremely weak state. Moreover, even gods wouldn't be able to recover from injuries inflicted by divine weapons in a short period of time. Buzz. Yun Nuoshing placed the halberd on the sun god bow and slowly drew the bow like a full moon. Moments later, she grinned at Tian Bingzi and gently released the bowstring, allowing the halberd to shoot out with Tian Bingzi. Bang! The halberd turned into a golden ray of light. With a mournful roar, it directly penetrated the ground. Gravel and soil were sent flying in all directions. Moments later, a golden pillar of light soared into the sky. The resplendent golden light burst into the sky from the newly created hole, illuminating the entire Divine Weapon City, as if it was daytime. Boom! The energy storm, which was at least 10,000 feet in size, connected the heavens and the earth, destroying the Divine Weapon City. The violent wind pressure spread out rapidly, turning everything within 10,000 miles into a barren land. The overflowing energy tore apart the energy barrier in the sky. At this moment, Divine Weapon City was wailing in grief. Places that weren't affected by the flames of war were wailing in pain. Countless experts rushed into the sky and looked at the brilliant fireworks in the distance. Their hands and feet instantly turned cold. However, there were some who weren't afraid. They flew over while cursing, demanding an explanation. She controlled the halberd to fly out from the ground. At this moment, it was inserted into a golden mountain. The dazzling golden light made everyone close their eyes tightly, unable to open them. Pure gold, or an 8th-tier forging material. Yun Nuoshing looked at the mountain and couldn't help but exclaim. Her snow-white hair was swaying with the wind. Her pale face was covered with fine sweat, indicating that she had reached her limit. Sister, let's go. Without even looking at it, he directly stored the mountain range into the pendant. Golden chains shot out from his sleeves, binding Yu Yin's tiny waist and pulling her over. Little bastard, go to hell. An earth-shaking angry roar came from the ground. Tian Bingzi rushed into the sky while swaying. He was holding an extremely long battle spear that was flowing with golden light. He threw it at Yun Nuoshing ruthlessly. It turned into a golden shadow that pierced through space. The dazzling golden energy flickered in the sky and caught up to Yun Nuoshing in an instant. An intense sense of crisis with the smell of death suddenly spread throughout her body. Yun Nuoshing didn't even have time to look. Her essence force, 4 types of elements, and soul spirit force broke out of her body uncontrollably. They rapidly condensed into a layer of solid energy barrier that enveloped her. Chi. The spear pierced through the energy barrier and brushed past the halberd. It ruthlessly pierced through Yun Nuoshing's stomach, leaving a trail of blood in the sky. The majestic force pushed Yun Nuoshing far away. Little star, brother. When Yu Yin and Mingyu saw Yun Nuoshing being pierced through, their faces instantly turned pale. Ming even burst into tears. His miserable cries made one's heart ache. The two of them were dragged far away by the golden chains, chasing after Yun Nuoxing. "Old bastard, thank you for your gift. I will repay your kindness in the future." Enduring the intense pain and dizziness, Yun Nuoxing pulled out the golden spear. A large patch of scarlet appeared on her pitch-black clothes. Fresh blood gushed out from the large hole like a fountain. Yun Nuoxing spat out a large mouthful of blood. Her handsome face looked extremely pale and ferocious. One could faintly see her internal organs pulsating in the hole. She controlled the 4 types of elements with her essence force to cover the wound with her mind. Yun Nuoxing looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. The killing intent in her voice shocked Tian Bingzi. "Let's go." She pulled Yu Yin over with a sinister smile. Light elements gushed out from her body and enveloped the 3 of them. She turned into a resplendent golden light and rushed into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. Bastard! In Divine Weapon City, Tian Bingzi was so angry that his entire body was trembling. He looked at Yun Nuoxing, who had disappeared into the distance. Although he wanted to give chase, he didn't have the strength to move. His entire body was throbbing with pain. Without the suppression, blood gushed out from the wound again, dyeing the surrounding ground red. His eyelids couldn't help but close. Chapter 75. In the boundless sea of trees, a wide river flowed quietly. Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking could be heard from afar. A golden ray of light suddenly crashed into the river, splashing water dozens of meters high. Splash! A white-haired figure suddenly rose from the water surface. She was holding a white-haired boy in her arms as she stumbled and fell to the shore. "Big brother! Big brother!" Ming didn't care about her drenched clothes as she threw herself onto Yun Nuoxing's body. Bean-sized crystalline teardrops fell from her big, lively eyes and mixed with the clear river water as they landed on Yun Nuoxing's body. Cough! Little star! Little star! Yu Yin also threw herself to the side. It was too difficult for her to activate a sealing spell formation. After only a few minutes, her primary energy and life force showed signs of drying up. At this moment, she couldn't care less. She reached out with difficulty to touch Yun Nuoxing's face. Her life force was about to surge out. That was something related to the foundation of life. Using it would deplete her lifespan. Cough! Yun Nuoxing coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with the river water. He weakly threw the golden spear aside. As a result, the golden spear darted into his left arm, and a thin golden pattern appeared on his forearm. I won't die yet. Cough! Yun Nuoxing grabbed Yu Yin's jade-like hand and gently moved it away. He forced a smile, but in the end, he spat out another mouthful of blood. His chest heaved up and down, and his eyes were somewhat unfocused. On the grass, dark red blood gradually spread out. Smelling the thick stench of blood, the former's expression became even more panicked. How can I smile at a time like this? Yu Yin knew that Yun Nuoxing was teasing her. However, at this moment, she didn't even know how to write the word smile. Her pretty face was covered in sweat, and she couldn't break free from Yun Nuoxing's grip. Big brother, don't die. You said you would take me out to play. Ming cried even harder when he saw this. His little face was filled with fear and uneasiness. His head was pressed against Yun Nuoxing's chest, and his little hand helplessly touched Yun Nuoxing's pale face. He. Yun Nuoxing chuckled and touched Ming's head with difficulty. He smiled and said, I will take Ming to play, but now, Big Brother will take a nap. Big Brother is so tired. A soft murmur came out of his mouth. A wave of exhaustion suddenly surged into his mind, and his eyelids slowly closed uncontrollably. "Big brother!" Ming Ming wailed loudly, his mournful voice echoing throughout the forest. "Little star!" Yuen was so anxious that her beautiful eyes turned red. Her lily-white hands were tightly grasped by Yun Nuoshing, and she couldn't transfer her life energy. Buzz! Just when Yuen was feeling a little hopeless, Yun Nuoshing's body suddenly glowed with 4 colors of light. 4 types of elements gushed out from his body, and many colorful threads also extended out from the surface, connecting to the surrounding trees. The Sky Piercer, Divine Mirror of Light, Golden Chain, Sun God Bow, as well as the Linghong sword and long spear that he had just obtained also emerged from his body. They flew to the edge of the forest and spread out in 6 directions, spreading out a wide enchantment, guarding this part of the world and hiding it. The colorful threads connected everything in the surroundings and slowly formed a cocoon around Yun Nuoshing. However, they didn't close and formed a real cocoon. The 2 threads swayed around Yuen and Ming as if they were waiting for something. Yuen was stunned for a moment. She recalled what Yun Nuoshing once said. After hesitating for a moment, she picked up Ming and grabbed the 2 drifting threads in her hands. The moment the silk thread came into contact with Yuen, it lit up with a dazzling light. Then more silk threads extended from Yun Nuoshing's body, wrapping around the 3 of them. The silk threads slowly closed together, forming a huge cocoon that was 10 feet wide. It was 10 feet above the ground, and countless amounts of energy uncontrollably surged towards the cocoon. As the 3 of them formed the cocoon, the forest became lifeless. Only the sound of the flowing river could be heard. It was the only melody in this place. When Yun Nuoshing and the other 2 formed the cocoon, the outside world was already in chaos. The news that Divine Weapon City was almost destroyed spread like wildfire. At the same time, the news that Divine Weapon Pavilion's pavilion Master Tian Bingzi was seriously injured and on the verge of death also spread. That's a god of the underworld level. Who can hurt him? It's said that Tian Bingzi was seriously injured by a sneak attack and was then crippled. That sneak attack was directed at Divine Weapon Pavilion. Who would have thought that it would affect Divine Weapon City? Everyone had different opinions and discussions until someone said that the main character of the battle that day was just a boy who looked quite young. This time, the world was shaken. If that boy was not some old senior in disguise, then he must have some great treasure on him. That boy escaped with serious injuries in the end. Divine Weapon Pavilion was almost eradicated. Now, they are frantically looking for him, but there are no clues. There were still survivors in the circle of war in Divine Weapon City. They also brought out news, but it was only news about Yun Nuoshing. It seemed that no one had noticed Yuen and Ming, just as everyone was discussing and guessing the boy's identity. Another earth-shattering piece of news came out. Ling Hongjian was born. The Divine Sword ranked 2nd on the Divine Weapon ranking. This ranking was enough to explain everything. It was known as the sword that could split time and space. It had been missing for a long time, but now news of its birth had spread. It shocked everyone. Even the entire divine realm was shaken by this news. The news that came next left everyone dumbfounded. Ling Hongjian was taken away by that boy. This was spread by the people of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. They had participated in that great battle and knew more about it. They had personally witnessed its power, and even Tian Bingzi, who was at the Divine Underworld level, had been seriously injured by it. Divine Weapon City had been destroyed into a complete mess. This information couldn't be wrong. Damn! The Divine Sword ranked 2nd on the Divine Weapon ranking. It fell into the hands of a young boy, just like that. How many lifetimes of good karma did he accumulate to have such an opportunity? Once this news comes out, the world will be in chaos. Even those reclusive old forces will have to move. The birth of Ling Hongjian is enough to make them go to war. Maybe people from the Divine Prefecture will come too. Tisk with Ling Hongjian in hand, they can go anywhere. Would they dare to openly look for that boy? Aren't they afraid of being stabbed? It's just a child. They won't be afraid. Maybe they will use any means to take Ling Hongjian away. Ling Hongjian left with that boy, which means that it has recognized him as its master. If they want to take it out by force, they have to kill that boy. While everyone was talking, the Qi family, who had been waiting anxiously in the Divine Weapon Pavilion, finally came. As expected, they were here to denounce them. But how could they denounce them when the boy was already dead? Hence, the Divine Weapon Pavilion paid almost all of their wealth to send that group of people back, leaving behind a group of people who looked at each other. This was really the season of autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. At the same time, the Qi family announced to the world that they had issued a kill order for Yun Nuoshing. Is the Qi family going to make a big fuss? They can't hold back so soon. 2 people were killed by that boy in Divine Weapon City. They are going to seek revenge. Hey, it's not too early or too late. Why would they issue a kill order at this time? I think they are targeting Ling Hongjian. To issue a kill order in the name of one of the 8 great ancient families, the Qi family is too thick-skinned. Are they trying to use this kill order to make others give up on Ling Hongjian? Ling Hongjian is not something that can be obtained just by talking. The situation was turbulent. Almost all the forces had sent people everywhere to find Yun Nuoshing at all costs. They had almost searched the thousands of miles around Divine Weapon City, but there was no news from any of the forces. Hence, they could only expand the search area, thinking that Yun Nuoshing had run far away. While the situation was turbulent, the 8 great ancient families also joined the search. At the same time, of course, the 9 Elemental Palace also joined the search. After all, a divine object like Ling Hongjian was something that everyone would be interested in. Regardless of whether it was a large or small force, they were all searching for Yun Nuoshing's whereabouts. The Qi family's search was like a locust swarm passing through, leaving behind a mess wherever they went. Time flew by, and 1.5 years had passed in a hurry. People who blotted out the sky and covered the earth had the idea of returning to their hometown. In this 1.5 years, almost all the areas to the west of the Taiyuan region had been excavated. However, Yun Nuo star seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. No one had seen him at all, causing many people to be disheartened. There were also some people who were planning to go to other origin regions to look for him and see if they could try their luck to find him. In this 1.5 years, the Divine Weapon Pavilion was in chaos. Tian Bingzi did not make it through and made a mistake in the process of healing his injuries. He went berserk and died. As the pillar of the Divine Weapon Pavilion, his position was in danger. Those forces who were eyeing the Divine Weapon Pavilion covetously all had thoughts of taking over the Divine Weapon City. This place was rich in all kinds of ores. If they were to use it as their energy reserve, it would definitely increase their overall strength by a large margin. Therefore, those famous forces immediately announced that they would take over Divine Weapon City on the day Tian Bingzi fell. They threw out all the remnants of the Divine Weapon Pavilion. As for who the city ended up in, no one knew. There was no great battle, and no news was spread. Therefore, it was tacitly agreed that these few great forces would take over the city together. The name of the city was still the Divine Weapon City, and the flow of people was still the same. It was still chaotic, but the controller had changed. This made everyone sigh. The dignified divine weapon pavilion had been sitting here for tens of millions of years, but it changed just like that. A lot could change in 1.5 years. Those forces who were searching for Yun Nuoshing at the beginning had gradually restrained themselves. They were always going out to look for Yun Nuoshing. The entire Holy Land was empty. There were not many people. If a great enemy attacked them one day, it would be fun if they were caught unprepared. Although they had restrained themselves, there were still some people who tirelessly set out to look for Yun Nuoshing. After all, it was impossible to give up the divine weapon ranked second on the divine weapon ranking just like that. The river flowed slowly, producing a crisp, tinkling sound. The trees around the river were slightly dim. A huge cocoon of light floated 1 zhang above the ground. It flickered with a rhythm that resembled a heartbeat. The energy in the forest also fluctuated with every flicker of the light. Kacha! This tranquility lasted for a long time. Suddenly, the light cocoon shone brightly. The drifting energy crazily condensed around the light cocoon, forming layers of faintly discernible energy mist that covered the light cocoon. After that, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. A fine crack appeared on the light cocoon. Resplendent 6-colored rays of light shone through the crack, illuminating this world. Kacha! And from the moment the first crack appeared, there seemed to be a chain reaction. Cracks spread out on the surface of the light cocoon. After that, a majestic energy suddenly soared into the sky. Boom! The energy soared into the sky, suddenly triggering a series of rumbling sounds. Heaven and earth suddenly became dark and gloomy, and dark clouds gathered in this area. It was as if the dark clouds were pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Buzz. Buzzing sounds came from the dark clouds. After that, the dark clouds suddenly had some color added to them. Slowly, the entire dark clouds were dyed into a 6-colored cloud layer that was 100 zhang in size. Colorful lightning constantly churned in the clouds. The vast energy transmitted to the ground, attracting the attention of the light cocoon. Heavenly Tribulation. Chapter 76. After 1.5 years, this was the first time a light laughter came from the cocoon. It was crisp and pleasant to the ear. The cocoon rippled and flashed. Colorful runes appeared on its surface. At the bottom, there was a layer of scarlet runes. Wang, with a slight tremble, the threads that connected the surrounding trees were all broken. Then, the cocoon floated into the sky. A majestic energy fluctuation spread out, attracting the attention of the thick clouds in the sky. Boom! A gorgeous bolt of colorful lightning suddenly crossed the sky, penetrating through the clouds and fiercely striking the cocoon below. The majestic energy caused the space to ripple. Boom! The colorful lightning bolt, which was at least 1,000 feet wide, fell on the light cocoon. The lightning bolt flickered and was completely absorbed by the layer of runes. It was refined with all its might, then compressed and condensed by the layer of runes. It turned into a pure energy and directly seeped into the light cocoon. Boom! Sensing the cocoon's movements, the clouds churned and thunder shook the sky. After a while, a golden lightning bolt that was 1,000 feet long slammed into the cocoon. The dazzling golden light was like a sun suspended in the sky. It was so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Wang, the cocoon, trembled, and the runes on its surface rapidly revolved. The golden lightning that was filled with violent energy was completely refined, turning into the purest energy that was poured into the cocoon. Boom! Not long after the golden lightning descended, light blue, red, green, silver-white, and purple-black lightning also descended. It was as if 6 huge dragons had descended from the clouds and violently smashed against the light cocoon. The flickering runes on the surface of the light cocoon received these attacks that contained a huge amount of energy and unceremoniously transformed them into non-destructive energy that was channeled into the light cocoon. Boom, boom, boom. 6 bolts of lightning rapidly descended and continuously struck the light cocoon. However, no matter how much energy was used, no matter how destructive the lightning was, it couldn't do anything to the light runes on the surface of the light cocoon. All of the attacking power was filtered by the light runes. Rumble! Suddenly, the entire thundercloud was filled with lightning. It curled around the thundercloud and turned into a large pool of lightning. The energy of heaven and earth crazily condensed into this colorful thundercloud. Boom! A huge crack appeared in the center of the thundercloud, and a colorful lightning bolt the size of a mountain range directly connected with the light cocoon. It was not striking. Instead, it was the most violent and continuous energy output. Kacha! The runes on the surface of the light cocoon were actually unable to completely purify the endless destructive power. The light cocoon was penetrated, but it was blocked by the scarlet runes. The 2 runes quickly revolved together, desperately refining the large string of lightning. They were determined to devour it. Boom! Kacha! Suddenly, a cracking sound came from the sky. It was as if an invisible barrier had quietly shattered. Then, the rumbling thundercloud suddenly began to rapidly churn. A vast amount of energy was emitted from it. The entire thundercloud rapidly shrank from its original size of 300 meters to 30 meters. Although it was smaller in size, the energy it contained had increased by several times. Lightning flickered, and even space began to tremble. Boom! All of a sudden, the thundercloud, which was about 30 meters in size, smashed down on the cocoon of light. Lines of formations emerged from the thundercloud and wrapped around the cocoon of light. Lightning flooded out and destroyed the surrounding forest. The thundercloud directly enveloped the cocoon of light. Endless lightning surged and continuously rushed towards the cocoon of light. Kacha! Under such a crazy attack, the 2 layers of runes on the cocoon of light could not hold on for long. The endless lightning directly penetrated the rapidly revolving runic array. Then, a small array the size of a palm suddenly appeared on the surface of the cocoon of light, mercilessly devouring the lightning that was rushing over. It quickly refined the lightning into primitive energy and channeled it into the cocoon of light. Pung! The sea of lightning rapidly churned, and the energy contained within suddenly became violent. The entire thundercloud constantly expanded, shaking like a balloon that couldn't withstand the pressure. Several bolts of lightning shot out from the thundercloud, and a moment later, an earth-shattering explosion resounded through the skies. Boom! A violent storm of energy swept through the heavens and earth, spreading into the distance with unparalleled lightning. The barrier of the 6 divine artifacts automatically dispersed, and the energy shockwave spread out 1,000 miles, turning 1,000 miles into a barren land. The forest was instantly destroyed, and as far as the eye could see, there was only sand and dust. The lightning ruthlessly wreaked havoc on the earth for a while before dissipating. The storm lasted for 10 minutes before slowly dissipating, leaving behind a bottomless pit. Above the pit, the light cocoon had been blasted until only a thin membrane was left. It was covered in cracks, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch. Pung! The light membrane lasted for a moment before suddenly bursting apart with a crisp sound. It turned into light spots that filled the sky, and a dense energy mist spread out, covering the surroundings. I've finally come out. I'm so tired. The person in the light cocoon stood up and stretched. His long black hair that reached his legs swayed in the wind, and his black clothes fluttered. The wide black windbreaker tightly wrapped around his body, and his crystalline skin shimmered with a faint fluorescent light on his handsome face. His slightly squinted eyes and the curve of his lips made him seem a little lazy. "Since you've already woken up, can you stop being such a fool?" Hearing Yun Nuoxing's words, a crisp sound like a spring flowing over a rock rang out from the mist. A graceful figure walked out of the mist and gave him a knock on the head. The woman's delicate body was tall and graceful, and her red clothes fluttered in the wind. Her tranquil and beautiful face had an ethereal aura, and her ink-black hair was casually draped behind her back, past her slim waist and down to her delicate buttocks. The gentle sunlight poured down, and a faint golden light covered the woman's body, giving her a sacred and inviolable feeling. "Big Brother is so silly." In the woman's arms, a petite purple-black figure opened her bright purple eyes in a daze and curled up in the woman's arms like a little bird. Her fair and transparent little hands tugged at the red robe, and her tender voice carried a hint of a smile as she spoke. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at the two of them with a gloomy expression. "Big Brother, give me a hug." Ming chuckled, and two little dimples appeared on her cheeks. She gently ground her two little canine teeth, and her petite figure directly jumped into Yun Nuoxing's arms. Her little hands hung around his neck, and her head rubbed against his chest a few times. Yun Nuoxing smiled and reached out to hug this petite figure in his arms. After cuddling for a while, he raised his head and smiled at Yuyin. "Are you all right now?" Back then, the two of them had almost exhausted all of their life force. This time, after going through the immortalization together, they should have completely recovered. Yuyin tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled as she shook her head. Then she softly asked, "You're the one who should be fine now, right?" Yun Nuoxing subconsciously rubbed her stomach and also smiled as she shook her head. She looked at Yuyin, and for some reason, she felt a little restrained, as if she sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right. Yuyin turned to Mei Mao and suddenly smiled charmingly. She tapped her red lips with her jade-like finger and teased, "Little star, remember to take responsibility for your big sister." "Huh!" Yun Nuoxing's jaw almost smashed through space, and her face was filled with shock. After a while, she asked in a trembling voice, "That big sister, I don't think, I didn't do anything, right?" Yuyin tilted her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing meaningfully. She stuck out her little tongue and said, "Who knows what, huh?" Yun Nuoxing sucked in a breath of cold air. Her mind churned for a long time, but she couldn't find any strange scenes. She swallowed and forced a smile. "I'm sure, I think, maybe I didn't do anything. Anyway, you have to take responsibility." Yuyin rubbed his face and giggled. "Ah, ah, 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 ah." A mournful cry sounded from the barren land. "I wonder how long I slept." The divine sun bow flew across the vast sky. Yun Nuoxing looked at the land that had regained its green color. She touched Ming's little face and sighed. "Let's ask someone. However, we can't go to Divine Weapon City. This incident has probably caused a huge commotion in Taiyuan territory." Yuyin leaned her head on Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. Mei Mao looked at the endless sea of trees and sighed. She had a deep impression of what had happened that day. It was as if it had just happened yesterday. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Suddenly, she thought of something. She was stunned for a moment. She turned her head and looked at Yuyin. Only when the latter noticed and raised her head to look at him did she take a deep breath. Her pitch-black eyes stared into the pair of limpid eyes. She said word by word in a very serious manner, "That elder sister, I will take responsibility for you." Yuyin stared at Mei Mao. She was stunned for a long time. She felt a little embarrassed. Her pretty face blushed a little, but she quickly covered it up. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing in astonishment. After a moment, she suddenly laughed out loud. Her jade-like hands rubbed Yun Nuoxing's head vigorously. He was a little confused. Seeing him like this, Yun gradually stopped laughing. She paused for a moment and said, "Little star, you didn't really believe me, did you?" Yun Nuoxing raised his eyebrows. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Because I don't know if but since you want me to take responsibility, I can only take responsibility. In the end," she added in her heart, "after all, I slept in that cocoon for so long. Who knows what happened?" Hearing this, Yun suddenly felt a little funny. However, she sighed in her heart. After a moment, she patted Yun Nuoxing's face and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I know my own situation best. I was just teasing you." "Ah." Yun Nuoxing's eyes widened. His mouth was so wide that his cheeks were squeezed together. He couldn't say anything for a long time. "Little star, you will be sold off sooner or later like this. At least learn to doubt others." Yun sighed and said helplessly, how could he be so naive? He might not even know that he was being sold off. As soon as Yun finished speaking, Yun Nuoxing immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "If I have to doubt everything you say, who else can I trust?" Yun suddenly lifted Mei Mao and looked at him deeply. After a while, she flicked his forehead and leaned her head on Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. Mei Mao closed her eyes and said softly, "Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. Quickly find a place to rest. Big sister is hungry." Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and tilted his head in confusion. However, he still drove the sun god bow and hurried on. In his arms, Ming opened his eyes and looked at the two of them curiously. He patted Yun Nuoxing's chest gently with his little hand. Then he grabbed his clothes and slowly fell asleep. In the boundless sky, a golden light streaked across the sky, leaving behind a golden trail as it flew towards the sun in the east. Chapter 77. Perhaps it was due to the direction they were heading in, but although Yun Nuoxing and the others didn't go to Divine Weapon City, they unexpectedly came to the small town where they had rested before. They were a little surprised, but in the interest of convenience, they directly landed to rest and reorganize. At the same time, they also asked around to find out what time it was. It was still the same location and the same restaurant. Yun Nuoxing and Mingyu took a look and were about to walk in when they were stopped by someone. "Little brother, I didn't expect to see you again." Yun Nuoxing heard a familiar voice, but she couldn't recall who it was. She and Yun looked at each other and then turned around together. "It's you!" Yun Nuoxing's eyebrows twitched as she looked at the 3-meter-tall man in surprise. She couldn't help but exclaim. This was the man who scared Ming to tears, the King Kong Barbie doll. He. The big man scratched his head in embarrassment. He was about to say something, but when he saw Ming, his fierce face suddenly froze. "Big brother, I'm scared." Ming carefully glanced at the big man. He seemed to remember what happened that day, and a trace of panic appeared on his little face. He immediately buried his head in Yun Nuoxing's chest, pulled the windbreaker with his little hand, and wrapped his small body up. I cried. This Luan family is really wronged. This little sister. The burly man looked at Ming Ming, who had shrunk back with a sullen face, looking extremely aggrieved, causing Yun Nuoxing to almost burst out laughing. This guy's style was not right. Shaking her head with a smile, Yun Nuoxing patted Ming's little head through the windbreaker and said softly, "Ming, don't be afraid. I'm here." This little brother, that little girl, that day, it really had nothing to do with me. The big man was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Yun couldn't help but laugh when she saw his helpless look. His personality and appearance were poles apart. Humph, humph, humph. Yu Yin looked at the burly man with a sly expression. She rubbed her chin with her jade-like hand and said with a sinister smile, "You scared our family's Ming out of his wits. Shouldn't you do something?" This big sister. The burly man was stunned for a moment, and his face was already sweating profusely. He hurriedly bowed, and his fawning look almost made Yun Nuoxing spit out. He opened his mouth and was at a loss for words. On the second floor of the hotel, in a luxurious private room, the table was filled with dishes that looked, smelled, and tasted delicious. Yu Yin was currently leisurely raising a silver fork, placing a piece of deep-fried golden meat into her small mouth, slowly chewing it. Her beautiful eyes would occasionally glance to the side at the burly man who was trying his best to smile apologetically to Ming Ming, and her small mouth could not help but curve up. Big Sister Yu Yin is really good at tricking people. Yun Nuoxing looked at the banquet table and commented in her heart, "The burly man ended up tricking Yu Yin into eating a meal." Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh when she saw him walk in with a sad face. Ming still refused to come out from Yun Nuoxing's arms. His big eyes glanced at the burly man with a passionate expression from time to time. His little body couldn't help but tremble, and then he quickly shrank back. The burly man really wanted to cry when he saw this. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand, indicating that the burly man didn't need to pay attention to her. She also asked him a few questions. The burly man also pondered for a while and told her what happened in the past 1.5 years. It's already been 1.5 years. Yun Nuoxing and Yu Yin sighed at the same time. They didn't expect that the immortalization process would take so long. This time, it was because the injuries were too severe. Even a god-level expert would find it difficult to heal the injuries caused by a god-level weapon. They could barely recover with the help of the immortalization process, but they didn't expect to sleep for so long. Is the entire world looking for Ling Hongjian? Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but touch his right forearm. He didn't expect that this divine sword would become an extremely hot potato. He was looking for it all over the world. Was this the rhythm of unwilling to let his journey become lonely? The Qi family. Back then, he had killed 2 people from the Qi family. However, one of them was at the immortal realm, while the other was a demigod realm expert. Presumably, they weren't the mainstays of the Qi family. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be doing this. Releasing a kill order in front of the entire world, they were probably targeting Ling Hongjian and wanted to find a legitimate reason to kill him. The entire world is filled with enemies. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh heavily. He could only be glad that his appearance wasn't seen clearly. Everyone was looking for someone who didn't know what he looked like, which reduced the probability of him being found by a lot. It was slightly less troublesome, and at least he wouldn't be hated by everyone. The trouble this time isn't small. Even the 9 elemental shrine and the 8 ancient families are involved. Yu Yin's face turned solemn after hearing that. She expected that there would be a storm in the Divine Weapon City, but she didn't expect it to be so big that it almost blew the entire Taiyuan region down. Tearing down the Divine Weapon City is a small matter. Ling Hongjian is a problem. Most people are coming for him. I don't know what the 9 elemental shrine and the 7 ancient families are thinking, but the Qi family is coming for us no matter what. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh. He was very annoyed by this kind of trouble. He only liked to be quiet all the time. If he had the ability, he would choose to kill his way to the Qi family now and put on a Goddess Destroys Qi show. Unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to do so now. If they want to find trouble, they will come for us sooner or later. Ling Hongjian is just an opportunity. No matter what, we will deal with whatever comes our way. If they offend us, we will punish them. Yu Yin patted his hand and softly transmitted her voice. Rui Ming, the burly man couldn't help but ask when he saw Yun Nuashing and the others in deep thought, "Little brother, what's the matter?" When Yun Nuashing first heard this name, he spat out a mouthful of tea on the cone-shaped table in front of him. Yun laughed until she cried on the spot. She laughed until she hugged Yun Nuashing and didn't know what to say. This name didn't match this person's nature at all. "It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something." Yun Nuashing took a sip of tea and shook his head with a smile. He rolled his eyes twice and asked, "Brother Rue, what about you? You don't look like someone who lives in a small town. Could it be that something happened?" Hearing Yun Nuashing ask him, Rue Ming seemed to have his thoughts pierced and was stunned. After a moment, he let out a heavy sigh and smiled bitterly. "I was thrown out to gain experience. In the end, I was accidentally sent to this place and can't go back." "Thrown out? Can't go back?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. Rue Ming smiled bitterly and nodded, then explained in detail. The Red Star Academy had been passed down since the ancient times. It was the highest level academy in the entire Taiyuan region and was known as a sacred academy. It gathered the most talented young elites in the entire Taiyuan region. It was unknown how many cultivators came out of this academy. Many people fought to get in, but couldn't get in. It was said that the acceptance rate was less than 1% and the graduation rate was less than 1%. It was 100%, hell, no, a Demon World Academy. Rue Ming, on the other hand, came from this devilish academy. His strength was quite high as he was only 25 years old, but was already at the 8 extremities mortal realm. Even though he was only at the 5th transformation to cultivators, 25 years old was still considered a young age. "I'm crying. I'm only 23 years old, and I'm already in this unfamiliar, remote, and strange place." Wei Ming's was so worried about his family that he nearly burst into tears. Even little Ming couldn't help but comfort him. "Sister, I'm only 21. Pointing at herself, Yun stuck out her tongue and transmitted to Yun Nuashing, "My age is unknown." Yun Nuashing shook her head. Although she looked like she was only 14 or 15 years old, her real age was unknown. Red Star Academy, that Red Star. When she first heard this name, Yun was stunned for a long time. After she reacted, her beautiful eyes surged with desire as she stared at Rue Ming with envy. "I don't think anyone else in the Taiyuan region would dare to use this name. It's the only one." Rue Ming sighed and nodded. Yun Nuashing turned her head. It was the first time she saw Yun so excited. She couldn't help but be startled. Then she asked softly, "You want to go?" Yun nodded and said, "The Red Star Academy has the strongest fire element profound technique, the flame demon burning the heavens secret art. Even those big forces want to get their hands on it. But because of the deterrence of the Red Star Academy, no one dares to mess around. They can only send their disciples to learn it, hoping that one day they can get their hands on it." "Then let's go." Yun Nuashing tilted her head, took a sip of tea, and said, Yun was startled. She shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "Even if we go, we might not be able to get it. If it's really such a precious, profound technique, how could it be passed down to others so casually? It's said that even the people from the Fire God's shrine didn't get it. But if we don't go, we'll never get it." Yun Nuashing stuck her tongue out and said with a smile, since it was something she wanted, he naturally wouldn't refuse to pursue it with her. But Yun, who had never hesitated at this moment. Just as she wanted to say something, she was interrupted by Yun Nuashing. "Sister, if you want it, then go get it. I'll go with you." Yun Nuashing laughed. Sighing, Yun didn't say anything else. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuashing with a trace of gratitude. She was also a fire element cultivator. Like many others, she was very interested in the flame demon burning the heavens secret art. If she could get it, her future path would be much smoother. You want to go to the academy too? Hearing the two of them talking, Rui Ming was a little startled and couldn't help but ask, "Let's go for a walk. We don't have anything else to do anyway." And Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Anyway, the Red Star Academy was very close to the center of the Source Peak region, which meant that it wasn't far from Xingming City. It was equivalent to going there on the way. Since that was the case, there was nothing wrong with going there. Moreover, seeing Yu Yin's excited look, Yun Nuoxing wanted to help her. "Little brother, it's not that I want to say this, but let's not talk about whether or not we can go in. Just based on our current position, we don't know how many years it will take for us to reach the Red Star Academy." Rui Ming retracted his chin from the table and swallowed his saliva with difficulty as he laughed. "The roads are connected. Then there will be a day when we will be able to reach it." Sipping a mouthful of tea, Yun Nuoxing said with a faint smile. He didn't put the astronomical distance in his eyes at all. "Little brother, this one has lost." Rui Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he cupped his hands. He had stayed in this godforsaken place for a few years and was vexed as he didn't know how to go back. However, Yun Nuoxing directly said, "I will walk there." This made him prostrate himself in admiration. That distance was something that ordinary people would never be able to cover. Even cultivators would have to fly for countless years. "Brother, you must be joking." Yun Nuoxing gave a small laugh. It had been more than 3 years since they left Xingling City. If he could endure for 3 years, then he should be able to endure for a few hundred years. "Big brother, I want to sleep." Ming, who was sitting at the side, suddenly yawned. She looked at the dishes left on the table with reluctance. Then she climbed onto Yun Nuoxing's lap and sat down. Her small hands tightly grabbed onto his clothes. "Little lazy pig, you only know how to sleep." Yun Nuoxing reached out and scratched Ming's nose. He dotingly hugged her in his arms and adjusted her position so that she could sleep more comfortably. Chapter 78. Didn't the Red Star Academy give you any emergency items? After coaxing Ming to sleep peacefully, Yun Nuoxing raised his head and looked at Rui Ming, who was blinking his eyes. He did not believe that the Red Star Academy would not leave any emergency items for the students. Source Peak region was incomparably huge. There would always be some small or big accidents, right? Hearing Yun Nuoxing's words, Rui Ming suddenly trembled, as if he suddenly thought of something. He slapped his forehead with a look of regret. "Don't tell me you forgot." Seeing him like this, Yun Nuoxing knew that his guess was not far from the truth. If there really was, then they could hitch a ride. After all, although it was said that one day they would arrive, but who knew when this one day would arrive? Rui Ming nodded his head awkwardly and took out a golden red token from his emerald green thumb ring. On it was written a large red word, and there was a faint wave of energy coming out, which shocked Yun Nuoxing. "This is..." Receiving the token, Yun Nuoxing examined it for a while. His evil spirit eye automatically operated, and he took a look at the inside of the token. Then he was stunned. A token that was only the size of a palm, and inside it was an extremely complicated array. The complexity of the array was astonishing. Even if Yun Nuoxing saw it, he could not help but feel a little dizzy. This was a huge array condensed into the size of a palm. "I'm going to faint." After looking at it for a while, Yun Nuoxing quickly kept his evil spirit eye, rubbed his sore eyes, and threw the token back to Rui Ming. Although he only took a glance at it, he still recognized what it was used for. Therefore, the way he looked at Rui Ming changed instantly. "Little brother, what's wrong?" Seeing Yun Nuoxing looking at him with a pitiful look, Rui Ming asked nervously. "I said you deserved it." Yun Nuoxing face-bombed. Rui Ming did not know what was going on and was confused. This is a F asterisk king teleportation token. Why were you trapped here for so many years? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes in exasperation. The array formation contained an extremely rich spatial energy, and there were even a few small array formations that were used for positioning purposes. Therefore, it could only be used for teleportation. Perhaps it could directly send them back to the Red Star Academy. Rui Ming's mouth opened into an oval shape, and he pulled at the old elder with an expression of extreme shock, causing Yun Nuoxing to sigh even more. From the looks of it, he had definitely forgotten. Heavens! Oh, the earth! Heavenly King Jade Maiden! Lord Lingbao! Why was it like this? You pulled me. Rui Ming couldn't help but howl in grief. Stop, stop! Yun Nuoxing covered Ming's ears with her hands in horror. She rolled her eyes at him and quickly interrupted his shocking singing. Woo, 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 woo. I haven't seen my parents for so many years. My sister, my brother, woo, 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 woo. Rui Ming immediately stopped, but he couldn't help but lie on the table and sob softly. He had an iron-blooded and tender look. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but want to scold him. This burly man was crying like a dog. Was there a mistake? She knew there was something wrong with this scene. Cry your sister. I can't even find someone to cry with. If you still have someone to miss, you should be content. After saying that, she slapped him on the head. How could a grown man cry? However, Yun Nuoxing wasn't a person who knew how to comfort others, but she still subconsciously wanted to comfort him. Little brother, what are you doing? Rui Ming was a little dazed from the slap, and he seemed to hear something from Yun Nuoxing's words. He immediately raised his head and casually wiped away the tears on his face. He was a little stunned. There was no one to miss. It's nothing. Yun Nuoxing realized that she had lost her composure, and her face turned red. She ignored the confused Rui Ming and turned her head away. Just as she was about to raise her chopsticks to eat something, her outstretched hand suddenly froze. Yun Nuoxing was a little dazed when she saw that the table was clean. She swallowed her saliva and looked at Yuyin. She saw that she was gently stroking her stomach with a satisfied expression and couldn't help but burp. Oh, I saw that you guys were having fun chatting, so I could only eat to kill time. Yuyin said cutely as she covered her rosy lips in embarrassment. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as her lips trembled, and she said with difficulty, Sis, you'll get fat if you eat like this. Hey, stinky brat, are you cursing me? If I really get fat, you'll have to take responsibility for me. Yuyin raised her hand and gave him a knock on the head as she laughed and scolded him. She was dumbfounded and didn't know what was wrong with her. This time, it was Rui Ming's turn to be speechless. He then looked at Yun Nuoxing with a little envy, his eyes full of desire. What's wrong? Seeing his creepy smile, Yun Nuoxing shivered and asked with a smile. Hee. Rui Ming scratched his head, his eyes sweeping over Yuyin and Ming Ming. Then he looked at Yun Nuoxing and said with a smile, Little brother, you're really lucky. At the end, there was still a sentence that he did not say out loud. In his heart, he said, one on the right, one in his arms. They're really the role models of our generation. Yun Nuoxing was at a loss and didn't know what was going on. However, she didn't pursue the matter and asked directly, When do you plan to return to the Red Star Academy? The order badge belonged to someone else after all. If Yun Nuoxing and the others wanted to go to the Red Star Academy, they would have to rely on Rui Ming. Now, immediately, he slapped the table with his big hand and stood up excitedly. His bell-sized eyes were filled with impatience. All right. Yun Nuoxing spread out her hands and didn't object. She was also clear about Rue Ming's impatience and naturally wouldn't say anything. After leaving the restaurant, the three of them came to a forest outside the town. Rue Ming took out the golden red order badge and was stunned. He embarrassedly handed it over to Yun Nuoshing and said with a smile, "I don't know how to use this." Damn. Her handsome face twitched, and Yun Nuoshing stared at him, speechlessly. After a long time, she took the order badge and slowly inserted a trace of golden energy into it. Wang. As the energy was inserted to a certain extent, the order badge emitted a slight buzzing sound. A faint silver spatial energy circulated on the surface of the order badge, causing the surrounding space to ripple like water. Holding the order badge in her hand, she drew a line in the air in front of her. Suddenly, a silver passage appeared in the air. The silver light flickered and enveloped the four of them. Then, the passage flashed slightly and brought the four of them straight to the sky. It's actually not a teleportation gate. Yun Nuoshing looked at the silver passage with a little surprise. The scenery below had become very blurry and had almost become a slender curve. Yun Nuoshing then realized that this wasn't a teleportation gate, but a teleportation passage. Although there was a difference of 2 words, the effect was very different. A teleportation gate, as the name suggested, was a spatial door. After passing through it, one would directly reach the destination without the slightest delay. Basically, there wouldn't be any accidents. It was like connecting 2 places and folding them together like a piece of paper, reducing the distance between them to 0. As for a teleportation passage, it was a spatial tunnel. It twisted the space and shortened the distance. However, this kind of passage wasn't as stable as a teleportation gate. Moreover, it was much slower than a teleportation gate. One would arrive at the destination in an instant, while the other would take some time. However, the array of a teleportation gate was very complicated. It could make a beginner god dizzy. Their breathing become erratic, their limbs go numb, their blood pressure skyrocket, their nerves go haywire, their central nervous system short-circuit, and directly collapse. Therefore, there were basically no forces that could mass-produce the array of a teleportation gate, especially the small ones. Most of them built a large teleportation platform to open the gate. Portable teleportation gates are only available to elders. Special students can choose to learn it. At the same time, they have to be proficient in the arrangement of spatial coordinates. Otherwise, you won't know how to use it. Who knows where it will send you? Rue Ming scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. "I'm just an advanced student. I don't have the ability to get it." "You actually have it." Yun Nuoshing was shocked. Although she didn't know much about it, she vaguely knew how complicated the array of a teleportation gate was. Otherwise, in the entire Taiyuan region, it wouldn't only be found in Xingming City. However, the Red Star Academy actually had a portable small teleportation gate that was a must-have for traveling. Yes, after all, the Red Star Academy has been passed down since the ancient times. During that time, there have been many amazing people. It's actually not strange to have these. Rue Ming said, until here. Suddenly, he was in awe. His serious look made Yun Nuoshing's face twitch. The Red Star Academy is divided into 8 major faculties: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, metal, and lightning. There are also optional faculties: alchemy, forging, charms, and arrays. The 8 major faculties are compulsory for every student. They follow the rules of their own element. As for the optional faculties, as long as you have the ability, there is no problem. There is also no restriction. You can only participate in one of them. If you want to become an alchemist, you can become an alchemist. The Red Star Academy is very big. It's almost the size of a city. I'm not too sure how many students there are. Although it's in the Taiyuan region, there are basically people from the four main regions and the Divine Continent. There are no restrictions on this. Other than people from all over the world, there are also people from various races. It's just that humans are the majority. The Academy doesn't have any specific restrictions, other than not being able to bring your background in and not being able to kill anyone. You can do whatever you want. The Academy will also let some students go out to gain experience on a regular basis. You can choose your own region. There are no restrictions on whether it's a single person or a group. Every student will receive this token before they leave. Because there are many places to go, many people choose to go to some very remote places. The token is given to the students to gain experience and return. Along the way, Rui Ming kept explaining the various things about the Red Star Academy. He knew that Yun Nuoxing and the others might also enter the Red Star Academy. With their talents, they would be able to enter without any accidents. It was better to know them early. Located at the center of the Source Peak region, at the intersection of several large cities, the ancient academy, whose name shook the entire god realm, quietly stood there, emitting an aura of vicissitudes of life. The exterior of the academy was quite gorgeous. Aside from a few ancient buildings, everything else seemed to have been newly renovated and built. The Academy's reputation and extraordinary strength caused some large forces to be afraid of it. Students from all over the world gathered here. Thousands of races stood in great numbers. Here, geniuses were beaten to the level of mortals. There were tens of thousands of them. Their families' power and reputation had become a thing of the past. The only thing they could rely on was themselves. All the students who had struggled to cross the 1% demonic line entered the Red Star Academy. Looking at the cute little girl who was hugging a doll, she said a few simple sentences in a clear voice. If you are a dragon, you can soar. If you are a tiger, you can leap. If you are a dragon, you can do so. If you are a dragon, you can do so. If you are a tiger, you can do so. If you want to jump, you can do so. Under the circumstances that no one dies, we will only watch from the sidelines. However, you can only rely on yourself. If you dare to use your family's power to take revenge, the Red Star Academy will take you in. It doesn't matter if you were a dragon or a phoenix. Here, you are just a worm. Worm, you are only fit to lie quietly at the side. The little girl suddenly exploded with an imposing aura. These 3 short sentences were engraved in the hearts of all the students, and they firmly remembered them. Chapter 79. This was a world dominated by the color white. Heavy snow swirled in the air, and all the mountains were covered in ice and snow. At the top of a small mountain, a slight fluctuation suddenly appeared. The surrounding space rippled like water, and even the snow was distorted by this fluctuation, flying chaotically. The fluctuations continued for a while, and then a silver crack slowly expanded. In a few breaths of time, it became the size of a door. Then, a 3-meter-tall figure suddenly stepped out of the spatial passage. Staring at this white world, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Achoo! Behind the strong man, a boy wrapped in a black windbreaker walked out. He immediately sneezed loudly, and his body trembled violently. Looking at the place, his face instantly squeezed together. This is the Red Star Academy. Is there a mistake in the location? Behind him, Yuyin, who was dressed in a fiery red robe, also walked out. Blinking her beautiful eyes, she looked around and couldn't help but say, how could that transcendent academy, whose name shook the entire god realm, be located in such a desolate place? It's definitely not here. There must have been a problem with the teleportation. There must have been a slight deviation. Rui Ming looked around and said, This was not the first time such a deviation had occurred. Looking at it now, it was not a big deal. Deviation? What kind of deviation? Is there a distance missing? Yun Nuoxing instinctively felt that something was wrong. I think maybe the angle of the orbit is a little off. Rui Ming rubbed his palms together, his forehead sweating profusely. He looked at Yun Nuoxing with a little apprehension. Angle deviation. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was so shocked that she almost flipped the mountain over. Angle deviation? Motherf asterisk her. That's 100 million. If it was a little off, who knew where it would end up? This is a common thing. After all, it is not stable, Rui Ming said as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. At the end, he added, actually, not being locked in the passage this time is already the best misfortune. Tell me in the Red Star Academy, who is researching these things. I'll go talk to him about life. Yun Nuoxing face-bombed. She looked like she didn't believe in miracles anymore. Why was it still locked in the passageway? What was the developer's motive? It would be fun if they flew across an entire origin region. We are already used to it. Rui Ming patted him on the shoulder. The sinister smile on his face made Yun Nuoxing's hair stand on end. It took the three of them 2 hours to fly out of this snowy region. Looking at the lush forest below, Yun Nuoxing sighed. Looking at the snowy mountain, she recalled what had happened when she was looking for snow crystals. When he thought of this, he remembered that the stone egg had been dormant for more than a year. It did not emit any fluctuations, and only the flickering array on its surface was slowly absorbing energy, seemingly without end. Yun Nuoxing and the others did not have to spend too much effort to see a city standing tall in the distant horizon. Looking at the scale of the city, it seemed to be very large, but they did not know if it was one of the 4 cities that surrounded the Red Star Academy. Phew! Fortunately, our luck is not bad this time. We found the city so quickly. It is said that there was a senior who was sent to a place called Shankara. It was a barren place, and it took him 10 years to walk out. Rui Ming patted his chest and said with lingering fear, the god realm was very big. Although after so many years of development, most of the regions had been developed, but there were still many undeveloped barren areas. The area was not small, and most of them were inhabited by magical beasts and monsters. There were very few people. Yun Nuoxing. It is said that there were people who were mistakenly sent to the forbidden area. They narrowly escaped death and returned to the academy. Yuin, it seems that there was an elder who was thrown out of the god realm. He wandered in the universe for a few hundred years before returning. Ming, it seems. Rui Ming touched his chin and was about to say something. Enough, don't say any more. We will never use this thing again, even if we are beaten to death. Yun Nuoxing, Yuin, and Ming hurriedly interrupted Rui Ming. After hearing so much, they were determined that they would never use this thing to travel through space again. Compared to this unreliable method, they would rather fly there. If they were not careful, they would be thrown into outer space. Star Moon City was located to the north of the Red Star Academy. It was one of the 4 major cities that surrounded it. It was said that this was the best place to admire the moon in the Taiyuan region. Many people came here because of its reputation, and it seemed like a place for leisure. Although it was a city in the north, it was still a distance away from the Red Star Academy. At least with Yun Nuoxing and the others' abilities, they would still need to fly for a month. After entering the city, Rui Ming kept patting his chest with his palms that were the size of a praying mat. He kept muttering, Buddha bless, Amit Ba, immeasurable deity, Lingbao deity. Yun Nuoxing looked at Rui Ming, who was extremely nervous ever since he entered the city. She could not help but roll her eyes. Was there a need to be so nervous and excited? It seemed like he was really frightened by the inferior products of the Red Star Academy. When people mentioned Star Moon City, they would think of the full moon. With such a famous city in the Taiyuan region, Yun Nuoxing and the others wanted to stay and take a look, especially for a starry sky lover like Yun Nuoxing. How could they not see the so-called most beautiful starry sky? However, when Yin heard this reason, she could not help but roll her eyes at him. She laughed at him for being a little brat. This time, they made an exception and did not stay in an inn. Instead, they booked a courtyard in the suburbs. It was at the edge of Star Moon City and would not be too noisy. This was the best choice for Yun Nuoxing and the others who liked peace and quiet. Quiet like a virgin, moving like a fleeing rabbit. Yin nodded her head. She was very satisfied with using this sentence to describe Yun Nuoxing. She had basically grasped his personality, and it was a good choice for her to describe him. Yun Nuoxing looked at her with hidden bitterness. Like the stars in the sky, you can look at them from afar, but cannot pick them up. Ming thought about it and described it this way. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. When they all looked at Rui Ming, he pretended to be profound and muttered that something was wrong as he walked out. The realm of the gods was a very strange place. It was a flat world, but the unknown creator had used a divine ability to distort it into the appearance of a normal planet. Looking at it from high up in the sky, one could clearly see the curve of the planet. If that's the case, why didn't the myriad god world become a planet in the beginning, but a flat? Yun Nuoxing looked up at the starry sky and asked, puzzled, wouldn't that save a lot of effort? Why did it have to be like this? How would I know why it was like this? Yin rolled her eyes and threw a sentence at his face. On the side, Rui Ming also spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know. The horizon was gradually dyed purple by the moonlight. That night, as expected, it was a full moon night. 2 round discs slowly climbed up from the horizon, occupying almost the entire sky. They appeared to be countless times larger than other places. Countless stars surrounded the 2 moons, as if they were silently guarding them. At this moment, countless stars shone with the most dazzling light, crossing the endless distance and descending upon the myriad god world. This trip was not in vain. Yun Nuoxing stared at the sea of stars. His pitch-black eyes stared at the crisscrossing ribbons of light that emitted a mysterious light under the purple night sky, reflecting the scene of the universe. In the end, Yun Nuoxing brought the 3 of them straight into the sky. They soared into the clouds until they couldn't go any higher. The 2 millstone-sized moons were right in front of them, almost within reach. Their size was no more than a speck of dust to them. So beautiful! Yun Nuoxing hugged Ming. The 6 wings on his back were lifted up by the wind. His robes fluttered in the wind as he stared at the starry sky, without blinking. There was a trace of intoxication on his handsome face. At the same time, in a mountain range in the distance, a giant palace tens of thousands of feet tall stood at the peak of a mountain like a giant pillar supporting the sky. It seemed to be directly connected to the sky, holding up the sky. The entire palace was snow white. The purple moonlight shone on the bright white walls, but it didn't dye them any color. The walls didn't have any marks on them, but they exuded an ancient aura. 5 young figures stood at the edge of the cliff in front of the palace. They were all dressed in white. As the wind blew, their auras were ethereal and otherworldly. They were like immortals who had descended to the mortal world. Their eyes reflected the stars, and there was a sense of vicissitudes that didn't match their appearances. It was as if they had seen through everything in the world. In front of these people, a little girl who looked no more than 10 years old stood quietly at the edge of the cliff. She was holding a brown cloth doll in her hands. It was fair and translucent, and there wasn't any expression on her quiet little face. Her silk-like, waist-length light blue hair was tied into a ponytail on the right side of her head, fluttering in the wind. Her eyes, which should have been filled with liveliness, were as deep as the universe, making it impossible for people to see through them. Her ink-black pupils reflected the light of the stars, and she was very beautiful. Although she seemed to be in the prime of her life, she didn't have a trace of the vitality that a child should have. She only had a mysterious and peaceful temperament. Her limpid eyes suddenly trembled. The stars in the sky seemed to have dimmed for a moment, but they quickly returned to normal. A trace of doubt appeared on the girl's face for the first time in a long time. "Shanine, what's wrong?" Behind the girl, a beautiful and refined woman heard the girl's soft voice and was also a little surprised. It seemed that it had been many years, and there was almost nothing in the world that could affect their emotions. It was rare to hear the girl's soft voice with a trace of doubt. This was a very strange thing. "It seems like a special star has appeared in the night sky." The girl called Xian In furrowed her brows. She didn't know why, but there was a trace of restlessness in her heart. "Special star?" When the 5 people in white heard this, they were all a little surprised. They looked at each other for a moment, not knowing what she was talking about. "Maybe I saw wrongly." The girl shook her head gently. She stared at the 2 bright moons, and her limpid eyes became calm again. After a moment, she said softly, "How is the quality of this batch of new students?" "It's much better than the previous batch. It's still according to the standards of the past, but the number has increased by a lot. Some of the big shots from the other origin regions have sent people. I reckon that this batch of students will be very competitive." The beautiful woman thought for a while before slowly saying, "Is it another batch of golden years? The years are long, and it's like waking up from a dream. Thousands of years have passed, and yet another era has passed. I'm also tired of this kind of life." The girl whispered to herself and sighed softly. The 5 people were silent. They had lived for a long time, and they seemed to be a little tired of it. There was no destination, no meaning in the journey, and no meaning in existence. There was only endless waiting, like walking corpses. What was the meaning of such a life? "Inin, you should go out for a walk sometimes. Go to the lower realm, go to different worlds, and relax. You'll get moldy if you're always cooped up here." A handsome man scratched his head, and his high ponytail went from the back of his head to his chest. He looked at the girl and said with a gentle voice, "If there's no one to accompany me, I might as well go to sleep." The girl shook her head, and her thin chin rested on the head of the rag doll. There was no expression on her face. Her eyes flickered a few times as if she wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. "Let's go. There are still 2 more days. When the matters of the new students are settled, I'll also go." The girl turned around and slowly lifted her small feet to walk toward the palace. Before she finished speaking, her small, delicate body suddenly trembled. The tremor was so great that the other 5 people could see it clearly. The girl suddenly turned around, and her limpid eyes looked at the starry sky with some panic. Her heart throbbed inexplicably, and that feeling of restlessness became more and more clear. It made sense if it happened once, but it didn't make sense if it happened twice. She knew that to them, this was definitely not an illusion. "There's a star that's disturbing my heart." The girl looked up uneasily and looked at the sea of stars. She was a little restless, and it was unknown what she felt. "Me too. I feel the same. Could it be that something happened in the starry sky?" The 5 people looked at each other and said in a strange tone, "This feeling couldn't have come out of nowhere. With their level of cultivation, how could there be an illusion? Since there wasn't, then it could only be that something big had happened. There's no abnormal energy fluctuation in the starry sky, and I don't feel anything too special. The girl closed her eyes and said, "Where's old man Tianji?" "He's still in seclusion, and he can't come out for the time being." The girl looked at the starry sky again and sighed. She turned around and walked toward the palace, and her crisp voice stayed where it was. "Forget it. What's going to happen will happen. Don't bother about it." Chapter 80. Let's go. Early in the morning, in the outskirts of Star Moon City, a golden longbow that was 100 feet long soared into the sky, carrying 3 youthful youths and a little girl. Following the sound of laughter, the golden longbow transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, rushing towards the distant south. Using a divine weapon as a tool, how extravagant! This is definitely the most extravagant thing I've ever seen. On the golden longbow, a tall and muscular man laughed heartily. A gust of wind blew past, causing his black hair to flutter behind him. His bell-like eyes were wide open, and his appearance was extremely ferocious. Please don't say this kind of ridicule. With a smiling expression, Yun Nuoshing was so excited that he let out a long howl towards the sky. His howl traveled a few thousand meters, and his handsome face that was filled with arrogance slightly raised towards the sun. "Aren't I just excited? You two are crazy." Yuin sat cross-legged at the side, looking at the two people who were so excited that it was as if they were injected with dragon's blood. She could not help but laugh and scold Yun Nuoshing with her jade-like hand. "Big brother is broken." Ming was still hanging on Yun Nuoshing's chest. At this time, his small eyes were tightly closed, and he pulled Yun Nuoshing's windbreaker to block the incoming cold wind. His small mouth pouted as he muttered, "Ming, big brother's brain must have gone haywire." Yun Nuoshing laughed heartily, not knowing what he was so excited about. "Ming, so what are you two so excited about? Did you take an aphrodisiac?" Yuin frowned and pulled Yun Nuoshing to sit down. She gave him a knock on the head and lightly reprimanded him. Yun Nuoshing smirked as he scratched his head. Only then did he calm down. His handsome face had an unconcealable excitement as he said, "No, it's just that we've arrived at the Scarlet Star Academy. We're close to the center of the Source Peak region, and Star Underworld City is just to the right of the academy. Just thinking about it makes me extremely excited." Originally, he was still calculating what level of cultivation he needed to reach Xingming City. In the end, he was already close to it. Xingming City, the teleportation gate, and the Divine Land were already at his fingertips. He didn't need to calculate anything. How could he not be excited? "You're making a fuss over nothing." Yuin covered her mouth and laughed. She pulled his head over and rubbed it hard. Rui Ming took a few deep breaths before sitting down and smiling at Yun Nuoshing. "It's said to be on the right, but Xingming City is still a bit far from the academy. However, it's not that far. We'll reach it in about a month." Yun Nuoshing smiled and nodded. A month's distance was nothing to him. After all, he had walked for 3 years since he left Xingling City. Why would he be afraid of a short month? With such a leisurely journey, their speed would naturally be slower. However, they weren't in a hurry. After all, they were still traveling. However, I forgot. There are only 2 days left until the assessment for this batch of new students. Rui Ming suddenly slapped his face. The sound of the slap was very loud, and he said in a panic, "Huh." Yun Nuoshing and Yuin were both stunned. The latter was even a little stunned. 2 days? But there was still a month's journey from here to the academy. Yun Nuoshing's long eyebrows furrowed. He glanced at Yuin, nodded fiercely, and shouted, "Sit tight. Let's go." Rui Ming was stunned. On the other hand, Yu consciously hugged Yun Nuoshing. Ming also pressed her little face tightly into his chest. The two of them realized what was going to happen in the next second. Just as Yun Nuoshing finished speaking, the dazzling golden elements surged wildly from his body and poured into the golden bow. Then the golden bow paused slightly. The speed suddenly seemed to cut through space. It turned into a golden ray of light and flashed across the horizon. Its speed had reached an unprecedented peak. The light elements were close to the maximum speed. It could be said that it was chasing the stars and the moon. The scenery below was pulled into a blurry shadow, and nothing could be seen clearly. Furthermore, they could also hear a burst of broken screams. However, although the journey was crazy, Yun Nuoshing, in order to maintain the use of the light elements, constantly ate the stored pills. The energy absorption array was always in an active state, and the mysterious crystal was also placed out. Everywhere it passed, the energy of heaven and earth became chaotic, attracting the attention of some people. However, they did not allow them to take a closer look. It disappeared from everyone's line of sight, causing everyone to be stunned. Today was the last day of registration for the Red Star Academy. Although not everyone would be able to enter the Red Star Academy, it was still possible to register. The first test would screen out a batch, and the second test would eliminate another batch. Only those who remained would have the qualifications to enter the Red Star Academy. Moreover, it seemed that the difficulty was not low. Otherwise, there would not be a 1% acceptance rate. Outside Red Star City, in the temporary camp, the number of people who came to register was huge. Red Star City was already crowded with people, and it was not good to casually let so many people in. Moreover, at this time, the crooks were mixed in with the honest folk. If they were thrown into the city, who knew what would happen? Therefore, the registration place was not in the academy, nor was it in Red Star City. It was arranged in a place outside the city. In the camp, rows of tents were neatly arranged. A faint energy light shrouded the place. It was unknown if there were tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people moving together. It was as if this temporary camp had turned into a small town. Between the scattered tents, many young figures were chatting and laughing as they wandered around. There were also some old peddlers who were drinking and selling here. It was very lively. Everyone's eyes would faintly look at the front of the camp. There were only a few wooden tables, a few wooden chairs, and a few youths holding pen and paper sitting on the chairs. In front of the chairs, the crowd had already formed a long line. Looking at the youths sitting on the chairs, their eyes were filled with undisguised excitement and envy. Although it was called registration, it could also be regarded as a simple test. Only those who were qualified to write their names on the white rice paper would be qualified to write their names with hope. Those who are over 21 years old or have not reached the first level of the mortal stage do not need to line up. Be aware that there are many people and do not hinder others. Sitting on the chair, a red robe was fluttering in the breeze. In front of his chest, there were 2 golden stripes with a large golden chi character. Obviously, this was a student of the Red Star Academy. However, this student's face was filled with impatience. It seemed that he was impatient with this task. The tone of his voice was also not pleasant to listen to, and was even a little aggressive. However, on his face, he was trying his best to maintain a smile. On his forehead and cheeks, the veins were bulging. His gaze slowly swept across the long line, and a deep sense of disgust flashed past the depths of his eyes. Among the 100,000 people, almost half of them were people who were not qualified. If they were not old enough, then they were not strong enough. I have already explained the rules completely. Why are you still wasting time? Waving his hand to dismiss a dejected person, this youth with a decent appearance fiercely cursed in his heart. This was simply a waste of his time. All right, let's finish this quickly and leave. These few days, my bones are about to break. I don't know if I can use them to make soup." A youth beside him sighed. His hand was numb as he raised a pen and wrote a name on the paper. When the person in front of him left with a face full of excitement, he secretly sent a message to that person. "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have agreed to participate in this registration meeting that day. Now it seems that I only have myself to blame." The rather beautiful woman in the middle supported her cheek with her jade-like hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with fatigue as she looked at the registrant who was walking over confidently. She couldn't help but send a voice transmission. "I must have gone crazy to come here." The man beside her also sighed and sent a message. Just like this, the few of them sent a message to each other, slowly wearing down the long curved line. Stacks of rice paper were also stacked on the table, filled with rows of names. The sun slowly descended near the horizon. The fiery red light projected to the world, dyeing the earth and the white clouds into a fiery red. The warm light shone into the camp and gently fell on the faces of the exhausted youths. The faint warmth seemed to quietly dissolve their fatigue. "Is there anyone else who wants to sign up?" The few of them let out a long sigh. The youth who first showed impatience was now lowering his head and burying it in the table. His tired voice was transmitted into the camp. Although it was not loud, it rang clearly in everyone's ears. His voice reverberated for a while before the man shouted again. However, he didn't see anyone coming out of the tents. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. After resting for a moment, his loud voice resounded again. "Those who have signed up today will take the first test here before noon tomorrow. Only those who pass will." Just as the man was narrating these words mechanically, an anxious shout suddenly came from afar, interrupting his words. "Wait a moment." When everyone heard this shout that spread throughout the camp, they were all stunned. Their gazes uniformly turned towards the direction of the voice, curious as to who this person was. At this moment, the youth who was suddenly interrupted instantly frowned. His gaze was ice cold as he looked towards the horizon. The others also struggled to raise their heads, curious as to who the person who shouted was. Just as everyone's eyes were flickering, a clear roar suddenly surged over from afar. At the beginning, the roar was faintly discernible and intermittent, as though it did not exist. However, in an instant, it arrived with a bang. Finally, it appeared as though the air had exploded as thunder furiously rumbled over the entire campsite. The clear whistle was like thunder rolling over. Just as everyone was astonished, 1,000 feet large golden light pillar appeared from the horizon, accompanied by a sonic boom. An ear-piercing whistle reverberated in the sky above the camp. Boom! The light pillar collided with the empty space at the front of the camp. Immediately, dust exploded in front of the few youths. Numerous arm-thick cracks spread out on the ground, spreading to the edge of the camp. The flying sand and dust caused everyone to hurriedly cover their mouths and noses, after which they curiously gathered around, wanting to see who the last person to arrive was. The impatient youth furrowed his brows tightly. He gently waved his sleeves, and a stream of air covered up all the sand and dust, gradually revealing the situation inside. A woman in red fluttering clothes appeared in the dust, and the surrounding dust could not get close to her. She was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world, untainted by a trace of smoke and fire, causing those who saw her to involuntarily take a few more glances as they clicked their tongues in admiration. At this moment, a youth was being supported by the woman. Half of his pitch-black hair had shed its lustrous black color, turning into snow-white strands that draped over his back. His handsome and transparent face was filled with unconcealable weakness and fatigue. His golden eyes were somewhat lax, and his slightly knitted brows gave off a feeling of tender affection. The newcomers were naturally Yun Nuoxing's group, who had been rushing over with all their might. However, at this moment, the group was in a somewhat bad state. Rui Ming was currently lying on the ground, retching. This was the first time he had experienced the speed of the light element, causing him to suffer greatly. Furthermore, he had to suffer for 2 whole days, which was simply torture to him. Yu'in was still fine. She had suffered quite a bit from the light element, and already had a bit of resistance. On the other hand, Yun Nuoxing, who had been rushing over with all her might, was already exhausted to the point of death. Chapter 81. Yun Nuoxing wiped his sweat and patted his dizzy head. He smiled at Yuin and said, "Hurry up and go. Don't worry about me for now. I'm fine." "Little star, you're not going?" Yuin saw that he was urging her to go and immediately pulled him back, frowning. "There's no need." Yun Nuoxing tilted his head. Half of his black hair had already turned white. He grinned and said, "I never thought of entering the Red Star Academy." "Little brother, you're not going?" At this time, Rui Ming, who was vomiting at the side, was also stunned. So many people were trying their best to get in, but Yun Nuoxing actually said that he was not going. "I'm not in a hurry to raise my strength. Moreover, the academy is a place full of rules and regulations. Maybe it's not suitable for my wanton nature." Yun Nuoxing smiled tiredly and patted Yun's head. "Then you're not going to accompany me?" With a gloomy expression, Yuin sighed. Mei Mao looked deeply at Yun Nuoxing, her tone somewhat pleading. She did not know if she would be able to obtain the Flame Demon Burning the Heavens manual. Even if she could, she did not know how long it would take. What if it took a long time? Yun Nuoxing had always been heading towards the Divine Continent, searching for his own origins. She had no reason to ask him to give up and stay behind to accompany her. Feeling Yu Yin's pleading and gloomy tone, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He knew what she was worried about, although she usually referred to herself as Big Sister in front of him, but in reality, she was still a little girl who was afraid of loneliness. In the end, he smiled and said, "Big Sister, don't worry. I will wait for you to successfully obtain the Flame Demon Burning the Heavens manual. Before that, I will not go far. Maybe it will take a long time. Don't worry about me." Yuin shook her head. She had no reason to bind him here. He had his journey, and she had her goal. Perhaps, in the end, they would have to part ways. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and patted her head. She smiled and said, "I said that I would wait for you, so I will wait. Perhaps the past is not as important as the present." Although he wanted to find his identity, he couldn't give up everything he had now. After saying that, Yun Nuoxing did not wait for Yuin to respond. He forcefully turned her body around, and with a gentle wave of his palm, pushed her over, and then smiled. At the side, Rui Ming sighed, and didn't say anything. He had his own path, and nothing could be forced. Yuin sighed, and allowed this gentle force to push her back until she was in front of the few people. She gently lowered her body and glanced at the few people. Her voice was indifferent as she said, "I'm here to sign up." A few veins popped out on the forehead of that impatient young man. Not only did these 2 people arrive in the end, but they also interrupted his speech. In the end, they didn't even have the slightest bit of respect for him. This caused an unknown flame to suddenly rise up in his heart. He fiercely clenched his fists in his sleeves. He tried to make his voice as calm as possible as he said, "The time has already passed. Exceeding the time limit will not be dealt with." As soon as he finished speaking, not only was everyone stunned, even the other young men who had been sitting there for the entire day were stunned. They didn't know what he was up to. "How can that be? The time limit is today. Isn't it not over yet?" Yuin couldn't help but feel anxious when she heard that. Yun Nuoshing had risked her life to get here. It clearly wasn't over yet. So how could it be over just like that? I'm sorry. This is the rule. The young man shook his head. His voice was cold. Yun Nuoshing raised her eyebrows. She could clearly hear the malice in that voice. Thus, she went forward and said softly, "The time limit hasn't passed. Logically speaking, you can still sign up again. Student, please hurry up so that you don't delay everyone's time." After she finished speaking, she looked directly at the others as if she was asking for their opinion. "That's right, Hanlin. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave. If we go back now, we still have time to cultivate properly. Don't delay it. We're all exhausted." A young man at the side also walked forward and patted the impatient young man's shoulder. He yawned and said, "I said the time limit has passed. We'll talk about it next year." However, the young man called Han Lin didn't seem to be willing to compromise. He stared at Yun Nuoshing with cold eyes and didn't hide the impatience in his words. "You." The young man was stunned. Just as he was about to say something, Yun Nuoshing directly roared, "You're F asterisk king annoying. How dare A be asterisk TCH like you make things difficult for a weak girl." Yun Nuoshing also frowned. The tearing feeling in her head made her very irritable. However, this B asterisk TCH didn't know what was wrong with her. Her obstruction directly angered Yun Nuoshing, who was on the verge of exploding. Thump thump. Han Lin hurriedly took a few steps back because of the pressure contained in the roar. By the time he stabilized his body, he was already burning with anger. His face was flushed red, and he glared at Yun Nuoshing with shame and anger in his eyes. Ignoring his glare, Yun Nuoshing turned her gaze to the others and said with a smile, "There's still time. Can I sign up?" "Yes, yes." The young man who just came forward to persuade her quickly nodded, looking at the situation. If they didn't handle it well, a fight might break out in an instant. Moreover, it wasn't considered over the time limit, so there was nothing wrong with signing up again. "Stop!" Han Lin shouted loudly, stopping him from turning around. However, before he could say anything, the heavenly halberd, which was glowing with a cold light, was placed against his neck. The energy contained in the halberd seemed to be ready to burst out. "Little brother, wait. Let's talk nicely. Don't be angry." The woman was also anxious and hurriedly went forward to persuade him. She thought that Han Lin was just angry and would be fine after being persuaded. So she didn't go forward, who knew that in just a few breaths' time, it would escalate to the point of fighting. Yun Nuoshing held the heavenly halberd and spun it around twice. She sighed and narrowed her eyes as she stared at Han Lin, who was drenched in cold sweat. She smiled and said word by word, "I'm not in a good mood. Who knows what might happen if my mind goes haywire and my hand trembles? I'm not sure either." Her calm words scared Han Lin so much that his face turned pale. Yun Nuoshing's aura seeped out of her body and turned into a pressure that enveloped him, causing his legs to go weak. "Little brother, don't be rash. There's still time. You can still register. Han Lin is only behaving like this because he slept too much. I hope you won't take it to heart." The woman walked forward and hurriedly said. She could feel that the aura that was seeping out of Yun Nuoshing's body was very strong. At least her cultivation was stronger than theirs. She knew that she was definitely not someone to be trifled with. The others also went forward to persuade her, afraid that Yun Nuoshing would accidentally kill Han Lin. Han Lin was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Being able to enter the Red Star Academy was enough to prove some things. When had he, who was arrogant by nature, ever been in such a difficult situation? However, he was suppressed in an instant. How could he endure this? If news of this spread out, he would probably be laughed at to death. However, at this moment, he did not dare to do anything. If Yun Nuoshing really directly attacked him, then he would be finished. Moreover, even his little life was in the hands of others. What else could he do? Seeing that Han Lin was no longer moving, Yun Nuoshing also put away her halberd and ignored Han Lin. Her arms hung down, leaving one hand holding on to Ming, who was still sleeping, as she quietly narrowed her eyes. Seeing her actions, everyone was stunned. Only now did they notice that there was a little girl in Yun Nuoshing's arms. They immediately looked at her. However, Ming's little face was buried in Yun Nuoshing's chest, so they couldn't see clearly. However, their instincts told them that this small and graceful body should be a very cute little girl. The woman raised her pen and paper and smiled at Yun Nuoshing, then looked at Yu-in and said, "Student, report your name, age, and cultivation. If you pass, you can enter the next stage." Yu-in looked at Yun Nuoshing and waited for him to nod. Then she sighed and obediently said, "Yu-in, 21, mortal stage for extremes." The moment her voice fell, the entire field quietened down. After a while, it returned to normal. One by one, they looked at Yu-in in horror. Suddenly, they felt that their mouths were dry. Even Han Lin had a dumbfounded look on his face, as if he had eaten feces. 21 mortal stage, 4 extremes. This kind of talent was simply terrifying. Although the Red Star Academy didn't lack geniuses, there weren't many who could be like her. Where did this girl come from? The woman was also stunned for a long time. Only then did she regain her senses. She solemnly wrote down Yu-yin's name on the paper, then looked at Yun Nuoshing and smiled. "What about this little brother?" "Me?" Hearing that name, Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes and looked at her strangely for a while. Then he tilted his head and smiled. "I'm not going to enter the Red Star Academy. I'm not interested in that place. I'm only here to accompany her." Silence. The field was dead silent. Even the sound of their heartbeats was subconsciously suppressed. After a while, everyone woke up. Discussions could not help but spread out. Where did this evildoer come from? He actually said that he was only here to accompany someone in the Red Star Academy, and from his tone, it seemed that he didn't care too much about it. That was the Red Star Academy, the holy land of cultivation that all the youths in the Tai-Yuan region dreamed of. Why did it become less attractive? Even this young man looked down on it. Waving his hand, Yun Nuoshing smiled and said, "Don't worry about me. You guys settle her matter first. It's nothing. Come here tomorrow at noon for the first test. Just remember this." The woman said with a smile, "Little brother, you really don't want to go in? With your talent, you should be able to have an outstanding opportunity in the Red Star Academy." At this time, Rui Ming patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder and advised, There's more than one way to cultivate. I'm not suitable to stay in a place and cultivate quietly. Besides, I still have some things to do." Yun Nuoshing smiled and shook his head. He still insisted on not going. Hearing him say that, Rui Ming just sighed and didn't continue to say anything. "Can we enter the city now?" Looking at the campsite, Yun Nuoshing instantly understood. However, he didn't want to stay here and be surrounded by people. He planned to go into the city for a stroll. "You can enter the city. It's just that there are too many people in the city, and we can't arrange everything. However, there are no restrictions that say that you have to stay here. Moreover, the day of the test is also here. Staying here is just for convenience. After all, there's a small distance between here and Red Star City." The woman carefully put away Yu Yin's information. Hearing Yun Nuoshing's words, the woman immediately smiled and said, letting out a big yawn. Yun Nuoshing frowned when he saw that the onlookers had not yet retreated. Looking at the red horizon in the distance, he transmitted a message to the two of them. His figure trembled, and he turned into a golden light and rushed straight to Red Star City. Behind him, Yuan and Rue Ming also used their figures to follow, leaving behind a group of strange gazes. After leaving the campsite hidden in the woods, Yun Nuoxing directly grabbed the two of them. The light element rushed out, carrying the two of them, breaking through the sound barrier. They quickly rushed towards Red Star City, which was slowly climbing up. It's so big, it's not smaller than Divine Soldier City. Standing in front of the city gate, Yun Nuoxing sized up the towering crimson-red city wall. Under the sunlight, it emitted a faint crimson shimmer. Yun Nuoxing recognized that this was a type of crimson earth, or that contained pure fire elemental energy. Although its grade was not too high, about the 5th rank, the entire city wall was cast with crimson earth, or this kind of work was comparable to the divine Weapon City. The number of people really doesn't decrease. Looking at the flow of people coming and going, they had to walk sideways, left and right. It seemed that arranging the registration points so far away and not in the city was a wise choice. After all, the number of people who came every year would not be less than 1 million. Such a huge number of people, if thrown into the crowded Red Star City, it would cause a riot. These few days, it's the time of the Academy's enrollment. Naturally, there will be more people coming and going. Although there are usually many people, it's not to this extent. Rue Ming led the two of them through a small passage on the side. They waved the badge of the Red Star Academy in front of the soldiers. Only then did they pass through smoothly. If they had gone through the main gate, they would have had to squeeze for a long time. At the moment when Yun Nuoxing and the others stepped out of the dark and dim passage, Red Star Academy, in a snow-white palace, on the table in the hall, 6 people who were flipping through some information widened their eyes at the same time. Their faces were filled with a touch of horror. The piles of rice paper in their hands were all scattered on the table. How is this possible? Chapter 82. This fluctuation, this soul, this... The 5 people in white jumped up at the same time. Their chairs instantly exploded, and their minds were in turmoil. The space around them seemed to be on the verge of collapse due to the turbulent aura. They all looked at the little girl in the black dress who was sitting at the head of the table. At this moment, her limpid eyes were also wide open. Her deep eyes were filled with panic and excitement. The rag doll that never left her side fell to the ground. Her rosy little mouth was slightly open, but no sound came out. Although there was no movement in the space around her, everyone could sense that the flowing air around her seemed to have frozen. It's him? It's really him? The beautiful girl was currently covering her cherry mouth with her jade-like hands. Her face was filled with disbelief. But didn't he already... The ponytailed man was also shocked. He stared at the girl without blinking. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Let's go. Let's go take a look. The girl took a deep breath. She couldn't suppress the turbulent emotions in her heart. With a wave of her little hand, the space immediately collapsed, and she disappeared with the 6 of them. Walking on the streets, Yun Nuoxing and the other 2 strolled aimlessly. They walked and stopped and looked for a hotel. They were used to sleeping on soft beds and suddenly had to sleep on the floor. No matter how they thought about it, it was uncomfortable. Therefore, they decided to stay in the city. In any case, this distance was nothing to them. Even if they overslept, Yun Nuoxing's light element was still there. They could reach their destination in an instant. Ming also woke up. His little hand was holding a stick of candied hawthorn, and he was licking it happily. Yun Nuoxing also had the time to circulate the soul-burning mantra and began to recover the huge amount of energy he had consumed. His snow-white hair was also slowly dyed a pitch-black color. Just as they came out of a small store, Yun Nuoshing suddenly shivered violently. His entire body froze. It was as if a few gazes were piercing through his soul. "Little star, hurry up. Big sister wants to go over there." Yu-in did not notice his abnormality. She hurriedly tugged at his windbreaker and ran in a certain direction. Rue Ming also jogged after her. "Brother?" Seeing that Yun Nuoshing didn't move, Ming looked up and blinked at him. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. Suddenly, he turned around and looked at a certain roof. He tilted his head and saw 6 figures standing there quietly. They were all looking at him expressionlessly. However, from what he sensed, that place didn't seem to exist. Yun Nuoshing was aghast. He dared to guarantee that apart from the special glories will tree, this was definitely the strangest situation he had ever seen. "It's him. It's really him." Seeing this handsome face, the beautiful woman sighed. She looked at the little girl and fell silent for a moment. "Brother, after so many years, you're finally back, but why don't you recognize me?" The little girl saw Yun Nuoshing's puzzled expression and wanted to hold back her tears. However, 2 clear lines of tears involuntarily slid down her fair and tender cheeks. At this moment, she had the urge to jump down and plunge into his embrace. However, she firmly suppressed it. That little girl, the ponytailed man, was silent for a long time. When he saw Ming, he was stunned for a moment and then fell into deep thought. "There's no need to look. It's her." The little girl wiped away her sparkling tears and looked at Ming, who was nestled in Yun Nuoshing's arms. She sighed and muttered to herself, "Is this your choice in this life? Are you blaming yourself?" The 6 people were silent for a long time. They just kept staring at Yun Nuoshing. They had a lot of things they wanted to say, but they couldn't open their mouths. Yun Nuoshing shivered. He didn't know who they were and didn't know why they were looking at him. He only felt an inexplicable sadness rippling in his heart. "Brother, Sister Yu-in is calling you." Ming pulled Yun Nuoshing's lapel and pulled him back from his daze. She smiled sweetly and innocently. "Oh." Yun Nuoshing came back to his senses. He blinked and looked at the 6 people again. He hurriedly turned around and ran toward Yu-in, who was waving her lily-white hands impatiently. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing was about to leave, the little girl subconsciously wanted to chase after him. However, just as she took a step forward, her bowed body shrank back and she sighed. "Aren't you going to go over?" The ponytailed man saw her actions. He scratched his head and sighed helplessly. The little girl shook her head, but then nodded. There was a hint of struggle on her pretty face. After a while, she sighed again. For a long time, she didn't know what to do. You used to hesitate like this and miss the opportunity. This time, you should be more decisive. The man saw through the little girl's changing expression. How could he not know the struggle in her heart? He immediately sighed. Why did this incomparably decisive person become indecisive every time she saw him? "I know." The little girl nodded and said, "You guys go back first. Let me be alone for a while." The 5 people looked at each other, but they also nodded. Their figures trembled and disappeared on the spot, leaving the little girl alone. The little girl sighed again. She flipped her palm, and a purplish-red pendant appeared in front of her. Her small hand gently rubbed the pendant with longing. If Yun Nuoshing saw this, he would definitely scream and stick out his tongue, because this pendant was exactly the same as the one he was wearing. The little girl bit her red lips and sighed. She put away the pendant and walked toward Yun Nuoshing and the others. However, her figure disappeared in an instant. Yun Nuoshing didn't tell Yu-in and the others. He only said that he was in a daze for a while. They didn't suspect anything and continued to eat and drink along the street. Their cheerful appearance made Yun Nuoshing forget about what had just happened and eat and drink along the way. They strolled until nighttime. Then they wandered around and found a hotel to sleep for the night. "Hey, little brother, Master has asked me to go back. I won't accompany you to today's test. Good luck." In the morning, the three of them got up early and washed up. Rui Ming scratched his head and smiled. He said goodbye to Yun Nuoshing and the others and hurried away. It seemed that he was very anxious to be called. Yun Nuoshing spread his hands and flew toward the camp outside Red Star City with Yu In. There was still plenty of time, so the two of them were not in a hurry. When they arrived at the camp, it was already noon. At this time, a huge tent was set up in the camp. Several old men in white stood outside the tent. A majestic aura quietly spread out, making the legs and stomachs of the people around them tremble. The rules of this year's test have changed. There is only one test. Now, please come in and take the test. Others are not allowed to come within 100 feet of the tent. A white-robed old man with white hair and beard raised his head. He was so old that he looked as if he had one foot in a coffin. His old and deep eyes swept across the surroundings. His voice was not loud, but it resounded like thunder in the area. The faint pressure made everyone tremble. As soon as the old man's voice fell, the people who had signed up suddenly became restless. After a moment, they all filed in and squeezed into the tent. "Hey, you've just arrived, and you're already putting on a show of strength. Are you trying to wear down our spirit?" Yun Nuoshing spread his hands. He had a divine artifact, so there were very few people who could shake him. Yu In was the same. However, what made him a little surprised was that among the group of young people, there were people who did not change their expressions. They were not affected at all. As expected of the Red Star Academy, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Retracting his gaze from those people, Yun Nuoshing looked at the tent again. There were a few auras inside that made him tremble with fear. Ling Hongjin almost could not control himself and wanted to jump out and resist. Suddenly, Yun Nuoshing felt something and turned his gaze to the entrance of the tent. Behind those old men, there were a few people who he saw at the registration yesterday. Among them, Han Lin was staring at Yun Nuoshing with a gloomy face. He looked as if he was harboring evil intentions. "Looks like he has a lot of grievances." Yu In covered her mouth and laughed. Shrugging her shoulders, she ignored him. Yun Nuoshing patted her head and said, "Go on, we'll wait for your good news outside." Yu In nodded her head obediently and followed the people inside. Yun Nuoshing sighed and looked around the forest. Then he flew in a random direction. This year's test could be said to be different. It was simple, crude, quick, and effective. That was direct combat. The content of the combat was that everyone had to withstand 5 moves from the teachers of the Red Star Academy to pass. Everyone had 2 chances to choose a teacher to challenge. When they heard the rules, almost everyone's face turned pale. The teachers of the Red Star Academy were all demonic level rankers. Most of them were only at the 1st or 2nd level of the mortal level. There were only a few who were at the 3rd level, and there were only 5 who were at the 4th level. And with their means, it was simply a fantasy for them to last 5 moves against a demon step powerhouse. It was basically impossible without some special means. After all, there was a huge gap in strength. How could they fight against a demon step powerhouse with a gap of 2 whole ranks? Although everyone complained a lot, there was nothing much to say. This was the rules set by the teachers. If you don't like to take the test, the teachers would be too lazy to test you. Therefore, everyone hesitated for a while. Finally, someone took a step forward and chose a teacher to challenge. With the first person, there was a chain reaction. Naturally, there would be a second person. Therefore, in less than 5 minutes, dozens of teachers stretched their waists and attacked one after another. In the beginning, they all rushed up one by one. In the end, they all rushed up in a line. If one person went up, he would be easily slapped away. It was simply not enough. Of course, once they met someone who did not fly away, the people behind them would obediently stop. After 2 or 3 moves, they still could not change their fate of being slapped away. Then, they would rush up one after another. However, these teachers did not seem to know what fatigue was. From the beginning until now, they did not know how many people they had slapped away. Their palms were not idle. They basically slapped left, waved right, and occasionally kicked. Among them, there were people who were lucky enough to survive 5 moves. However, there were less than 20 people, and they were all seriously injured. Now, there were already tens of thousands of people in the tent barrier who had left with their tails between their legs. One could imagine how difficult it was. The acceptance rate was only 1%. As one of the people who received the most attention, Yu'in was currently quietly standing to the side. Her beautiful eyes did not have the slightest bit of fluctuation as she watched all of this. She was like a fairy of the moon, untainted by any worldly aura. After an unknown amount of time, there were only a few types of people left in the tent. Some were waiting to be tested, some had already passed, and were curled up in a corner to recuperate. There was also a group of people who had failed and wanted to stay behind to look at others and find some comfort. At this moment, only Yu'in was left in the queue. Only then did she take a deep breath and take a step forward. As the focus of attention, her every move was being watched at all times. Therefore, the moment she moved, almost everyone's eyes were attracted to her, including those who had passed the test. At this moment, they all opened their eyes wide and watched carefully. However, there was actually a loophole in this kind of test. After all, they were talking about the power they had grasped. In other words, as long as it was any power they had grasped, it would be fine. This was also the standard of the realm of the gods, to evaluate the strong. There was no need for other people's power. As long as it was in their own hands, it would be fine. Therefore, almost instantly, with a fiery red light, a golden red spear shot out from Yu Yin's ring. The tip of the spear directly pierced through the youth's strongest defense and pressed against the youth's chest. A large hole appeared in the youth's defense, and dozens of cracks spread out. After a moment, it collapsed. That instructor swallowed hard, then took 2 steps back and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He laughed dryly and said, Test passed. This F***king explosion. This was the thought in everyone's mind. Their eyes were all fixed on the golden red spear that was 2 meters long. Their foreheads were all covered in cold sweat. Then they looked at the instructor, who was constantly panting and patting his chest. They all felt a little dizzy. The other instructors also looked at the spear seriously. They believed that if they were to face it, they would probably be defeated in an instant. No one could doubt the power of a god-ranked weapon. Yu'in yawned. She was not surprised at all. She put away the spear and walked out, leaving behind a long and mysterious back view as she disappeared through the entrance of the tent. Chapter 83. Beside the tranquil lake, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a rustling sound. Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake, spreading into the distance. The sun hid behind the clouds, and the lazy rays of light shone through the thick barrier into the sky. Because he had waited for a long time, Yun Nuoshing casually strolled around the area and walked to this place. The gentle breeze with the scent of life blew his long hair, and his windbreaker fluttered. He narrowed his eyes slightly, enjoying this moment where there was only a sliver of light and was not too dazzling. The surroundings were quiet and tranquil. The The lakeside was tranquil, and the spring breeze was gentle. Little Ming Ming, who was in his arms, was still sleeping all day long, although it was said that children basically slept after eating and ate after sleeping. This was the first time he didn't have anyone to talk to. Rui Ming had returned to the academy, and Yuyin had gone to take the test. They had only been separated for 2 hours, but he actually felt a sense of loneliness spreading in his heart. Fortunately, there was still Ming Ming, who could give him some comfort. Loneliness? Yun Nuoxing mocked himself. Since when was he afraid of loneliness? There was a faint throbbing in his heart. It was very faint, but very deep, so deep that it seemed to be engraved into his bones. Sigh. Yun Nuoxing sighed and patted his chest. He lowered his head and looked at Ming. After a while, he called out softly. Ming Ming wrinkled her delicate nose. Her little hand kept grabbing onto Yun Nuoxing's clothes, as if she was afraid that he would suddenly disappear. Her little mouth kept muttering something. No one knew what kind of sweet dream she was having, but she actually smiled gently. After rubbing his head and confirming that Ming would not wake up, Yun Nuoxing nodded. A silver light flashed on his right hand, and a 2-meter-long silver needle, the Linghong sword, appeared in his hand, pointing diagonally to the ground. Holding the Linghong sword, the throbbing in his heart did not show any signs of calming down. Yun Nuoxing sighed and looked around. After a while, he said softly, "Come out. I know you're nearby." His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear enough to reach every inch of the forest. Ever since he left Red Star City, he had been in such an inexplicable situation. He was sure that he was not old enough to have a myocardial infarction, and it did not seem like an illusion that it had lasted for such a long time. Therefore, he guessed that there might be someone who wanted to make a move on him. That was why he had slipped into a more spacious area, where he could use the light element to escape at any time. Of course, if that person was an enemy who could restrain the light element, then he could only wait to be captured. His voice echoed in the empty forest and drifted far away with the wind. However, there was no movement, only the faint sound of the wind whistling past. "I know you're following me. Although I can't sense where you are, there's something telling me that you're nearby. Come out." Seeing that there wasn't the slightest movement, Yun Nuoxing frowned. Holding the Linghong sword in his hand, he called out again after a while. The throbbing in his heart suddenly became more intense. This movement made Yun Nuoxing's breath hitch. His soul force wrapped around this part of the world so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. The wind and the grass in the surroundings could be seen clearly. His elemental energy continuously poured into the Linghong sword. Under his feet, a faint dark green light quietly spread out. Ding! The sound of shoes lightly stepping on the grass could be faintly heard. It was very gentle, as if it was stepping on a specific rhythm. The surrounding wind became very gentle at this moment. The subtle sound of flowing water seemed to be magnified by a lot, just like the sound of wind chimes. Together with the soft sound of leaves rustling gently, the rhythm in the surroundings seemed to become cheerful, gentle, and gentle at times. It was as if it could be transmitted directly to the depths of one's soul, intoxicating one and making one want to fall asleep in this peaceful rhythm. However, even so, Yun Nuoxing wasn't affected by this rhythm. His slender eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He could hear that this peaceful rhythm had the effect of calming one's soul and relaxing one's mind. However, he wasn't affected in the slightest. Instead, he became even more vigilant. The energy output from his hands became more vigorous. Even if his ears were blocked by the elemental energy membrane, it couldn't stop this rhythm from being transmitted. It directly penetrated into his soul. Requiem for heavenly spirits, There's only one person in this world who can completely ignore the effects of this melody and enjoy it as a piece of peaceful music. As if sensing that the rhythm didn't have any effect, a somewhat tender voice suddenly faintly sounded from the side of the forest. It wasn't hard to tell that it was the voice of a little girl. And only he is the only person in this world who can listen to me play with all his heart. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly turned his body and held his Linghong sword horizontally in front of him. He looked at the place where the voice came from as if he was facing a great enemy. Ordinary people would have already given up all their defenses, but Yun Nuashing was still vigilant of the changes in his surroundings. Cha! The rhythm continued to play. In the forest, a petite figure slowly walked out. When Yun Nuashing saw it, he was instantly dumbfounded. Although he guessed some things from the voice, he didn't expect it to be so. The girl looked to be no more than 10 years old. She was wearing a long black dress that was layered like a lotus flower. The lace was golden, and a bow outlined the hair-raising curve of her slender waist. Her silky light blue hair was tied into a long ponytail by a red hairband. It hung on the right side of her head and hung down to her delicate bottom. When he looked up, there was a slight blush on her fair and delicate face. Her ethereal and moving blue eyes had a light that was as deep as the universe. Her slender eyebrows were slightly bent. She had a sharp nose, and her white teeth were gently biting her red lips. She looked like a pure and innocent young girl, coupled with her somewhat aggrieved face. It made people feel very tender and tender towards her. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a long time. He thought that the person who could perform this kind of celestial melody must have a high cultivation level. He naturally thought of an eccentric old woman. He didn't expect that a beautiful little girl would appear. However, although he was a little surprised, he still took 2 steps back and opened up a safe distance. Sigh. When the girl saw Yun Nuashing's vigilant look, her sorrowful face suddenly dimmed a little. Looking at the familiar face that was almost ingrained in her soul, she couldn't help but murmur, "Do you really not remember me, brother?" When Yun Nuashing heard the girl call him so intimately, he was stunned. Even the energy contained in his great radiance sword dissipated a little. His mind was shaken, and he almost dropped his defense. After he calmed down, he carefully looked at the girl. His brows were knitted so tightly that they were almost knotted. Then he shook his head and said uncertainly, "I don't know you." However, there was one thing he didn't say. "But I definitely know you." Because there was a familiar feeling in his heart, his soul detection automatically determined that this girl wasn't a threat. This feeling told him that he definitely knew this little girl. When the girl heard this, her delicate body trembled. Her deep eyes were covered with panic, and there was even a mist that gradually floated up. Seeing the girl's sad look as if she had been abandoned, it was Yun Nuashing's turn to panic. He couldn't bear to see people cry, especially girls. Heavy tears rolled down Mei Mao's cheeks, but they didn't fall. The girl took a deep breath. With a thought, her body suddenly emitted an azure light. Her big watery eyes were as dazzling as flowing light. As the azure light surged, that petite figure gradually became slender under Yun Nuashing's astonished gaze. Her light blue long hair spread out and grew longer like wild grass. Finally, it stretched past her perky, and reached her round and slender thighs. At this moment, the light blue color also turned into a resplendent silver-white color. When she appeared in front of Yun Nuashing again, she no longer looked like a little girl. She had a tall and graceful figure, a slender waist, long silver hair that reached her thighs, bright eyes that flickered with silver light, fair and translucent skin, a black dress that fluttered in the wind, and a quiet and beautiful face. She was a mature girl with astonishing charm that made people's hearts palpitate. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. He looked at this girl with a ridiculously good figure in astonishment. He didn't know what to say. Was this considered a huge transformation? Mei Mao, who was flowing with silver light, glanced at the stunned Yun Nuoshing. The girl smiled slightly. She lifted her slender and smooth jade legs and walked gracefully toward Yun Nuoshing. A tranquil and auspicious melody reverberated in this small world. Even the rustling of the leaves turned into a melody. As if he sensed that the girl didn't have any malicious intent, Yun Nuoshing put away his Ling Hong sword. He also slowly removed the protective measures that could kill a god of the underworld level in one breath. He quietly watched the girl walk over and retreated a little, ignoring his vigilance. The girl slowly walked over. Then Yun Nuoshing retreated, one step at a time, and the distance between them was always balanced. It wasn't until Yun Nuoshing retreated to the side of the lake that he started to panic a little. However, he could only watch the girl take one step at a time. She was neither fast nor slow. Her steps were filled with the rhythm of the melody. She gently and slowly walked in front of him. The two of them were less than 3 inches away from each other. Then they stopped and were so close to each other. Yun Nuoshing panicked as he watched the girl raise her head. She stared at him with those calm and dazzling silver eyes of Mei Mao. The girl's faint fragrance slowly wafted toward him, causing his heart to beat a little faster. Then he tried his best to suppress it. He looked down and tried not to think about anything. Seeing his panicked look, the girl smiled sweetly. Suddenly, she opened her arms, turned her body slightly, and plunged into Yun Nuoshing's embrace. Her jade arms gently wrapped around his neck and back, her head pressed against his shoulder, and she closed her eyes as if she was reminiscing about Mei Mao. The girl's sudden action caused his head to explode. Yun Nuoshing's face was flushed red, and he was in a daze. He opened his mouth for a long time, but he couldn't say anything. His other hand was suspended in midair, and he didn't know where to put it. He couldn't push her away, and it was even more impossible for him to hit her. The warm body temperature passed through his clothes and directly reached Yun Nuoshing's skin. The girl's fragrance wrapped around him like maggots, causing his entire body to heat up. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. At birth, man's nature is good. Similar natures, different habits. Namo Amitba. Buddha above. Bodhisattva below. Buddha bless. Jesus Christ, with the moon as my name, with the sun as my witness. 3. 141592653589979. At this moment, a bunch of messy things floated through Yun Nuoshing's mind. However, no matter how much he muttered, he couldn't calm down. In fact, he became even more flustered. Her jade hands gently caressed Yun Nuoshing's back. The girl tiptoed and pressed her rosy lips against his ear. Her breath was like orchids as she gently bit his earlobe. After a long time, she said softly, "Brother, in this life I will protect you and cut off all the thorns on your path, okay?" At this moment, Yun Nuoshing seemed to be caught between heaven and hell. His face was so red that it seemed like his blood vessels were about to burst. Even his neck and earlobe were burning red, and his head was dizzy. At this moment, when he suddenly heard the girl's heavenly voice, he didn't hear what she said at all. He just nodded his head in a daze. Seeing him nod his head, the girl smiled sweetly and hugged his neck tightly with both hands. She gently opened her red lips, and a voice that was as soft as gossamer accurately sounded in Yun Nuoshing's ears. "I pray for the blessings of the gods. In the name of the god of music, Ouyang Xianin, I hereby request with my life as the key, my blood as the contract, my soul as the symbol, the myriad of music as the witness, and the boundless heaven and earth as the spirit. Please bind my life to the one I love, till death do us part, forever and ever. A mark appeared on the girl's smooth forehead. It was made up of two intersecting notes with a scepter in the center. Two pairs of wings stretched out from the scepter, and rays of blue light surged from her body to Yun Nuoshing's body. As soon as the words came out, the surroundings suddenly resounded with the roar of music. The myriad of things in the world seemed to resonate with the heartbeats of the two people at this moment. Countless azure blue runes and symbols appeared from the void, and a long and mellow rhythm resounded throughout the world. At this moment, it was as if there were tens of thousands of instruments playing, like the cry of a phoenix, like the sound of nature, like the flow of a river lingering in the air. The surroundings were filled with azure and golden runes, and countless threads intertwined with the two people at the center. The melodious sound that sounded like a zither or a pipa sounded, as if it was driving the rhythm of the world. The entire area was submerged in the notes and flashed in the golden and blue light. Although there was a barrier covering everything, such a huge energy fluctuation still spread out, and some people with high cultivation could feel the power of this energy. In the depths of the Red Star Academy, in the Snow-White Palace, the 5 people felt the familiar fluctuation and slowly stood up. Facing the direction of the fluctuation, they all sighed softly. "Xianyin, is this your choice? Fine. Just follow your heart. It's fine as long as you have no regrets. No matter the outcome, no matter what." The ponytailed man sighed and murmured. He silently felt the moment of the birth of this miracle. His emotions also relaxed along with the rhythm of the music. The fluctuation of the music spread out for thousands of miles, and although only a small number of people could feel the intoxicating sound, everyone who heard it stood up and bowed in the direction of the fluctuation. They all knew that this was a god offering her life, and it was the greatest miracle in the world. A god was willing to let go of everything and made a life contract. This was the greatest sacrifice, and no matter what it was worth it for them to bow. In the center of the area, the two people were wrapped in light. Their lives were intertwined, and they were branded in each other's hearts. This contract would never be changed. The girl hugged Yun Nuoshing tightly, and suddenly remembered that night. That night, he picked her up in the alley when she was still a young girl, and said in the world's most gentle voice, "I want you to accompany me through this vast and boundless world." Since then, she had branded those words in the depths of her soul, and had always accompanied him, until one day he disappeared without a trace, and could not be found anywhere. Only a fragment of memory came to her, and seemed to be telling her about him. However, she knew that he wouldn't die, floating in the mortal world, going through endless cycles of reincarnation. He would definitely return. Now, her prayers had come true. Although he had forgotten everything, she had always been searching for him, waiting for him. Today, she had waited for him to return. All of her efforts had finally paid off. That figure became her only support, and for this, she wanted to give her everything to him. Perhaps it was familial love, kindness, or love, but it had nothing to do with the overall situation. But she wanted Yun Nuoshing naturally did not know what she was thinking at this time. The intoxicating melody was constantly imprinted on his soul, making him have the urge to fall asleep. His heart was in intense pain, and his soul was crying out and screaming. He seemed to have forgotten something very important, but he could not remember it, not at all. It was as if there was a fog blocking him, burying him, and making the world forget about him until the end of time. Finally, Yun Nuoshing could not hold back that feeling, and his eyes slowly closed, and he could not sense anything after a long time. The golden light that filled the world finally faded, and the world began to return to tranquility. It was still the lakeside and the forest, as if nothing had happened. At the place where Yun Nuoshing and the girl's neck were facing, a musical note and the mark of a scepter slowly appeared, indicating that the life-link contract was successfully established. From this moment on, the two of them lived and died together, and no one in the world could separate them from the yin and yang. Sensing Yun Nuoshing's drowsiness, the girl was a little excited. She slowly sat down, put his head on her knees, and said with a smile, "Brother finally got drunk for my melody for once." Looking at this handsome face that did not change at all, Xian felt satisfied, no matter what happened in the future. At this moment, she still had him by her side, just like how it was in the beginning. This was enough. What Yun Nuoshing did not know was that although Shui Yan's facial skin changed his appearance according to his thoughts, it subconsciously reflected his past appearance. In reality, it did not change at all. After all, the facial skin now looked like he was 18 years old, and the face without the facial skin that looked very much like a girl's face was his beautiful face when he was 15 years old. Therefore, Xian Yin recognized him at a glance. She placed her jade hand on Yun Nuoshing's forehead, and her divine power surged, entering his soul. She wanted to use her divine power to unblock his memories, but it was blocked by something just like what Yun Nuoshing felt just now. It could not be pierced, and it could not be penetrated. His memories and past life have all been sealed. Good for you. I will definitely settle this with you in the future. She frowned slightly, knowing that it was not very possible to unblock Yun Nuoshing's memories directly. So Xian Yin did not do anything unnecessary. "Elder sister, who are you?" At this moment, Ming suddenly woke up. She rubbed her big purple eyes with her little hand, looked at Xian Yin, blinked, and asked curiously. The sudden voice caused Xian Yin to be stunned for a moment. When she saw Ming staring straight at her, she smiled embarrassedly with a strange expression. Her jade-like hands parted the hair in front of her forehead and rubbed Ming's head, saying, "I'm your elder sister." "I have another elder sister." When Ming heard this, her little head immediately drooped, and she lay on Yun Nuoshing's chest gloomily. She already had an elder sister, Yu Yin, so why did this elder sister come out of nowhere? Xian Yin was a little embarrassed. She tilted her head, not knowing what to say. A gentle breeze blew past, and the lake was still quiet and peaceful. It was not until the sun set in the west that Yun Nuoshing on Xian Yin's knee trembled. Phew! After letting out a long breath, Yun Nuoshing slowly opened her eyes. When she saw a beautiful face filled with infinite tenderness, cold sweat immediately poured down her face. A high-pitched scream sounded, and Yun Nuoshing violently bounced up. However, before his body could leave the ground at a 30-degree angle, he was gently pressed back down by Xian Yin, and he lay down on her soft, long legs again. You, what are you doing?" Her face turned red again, and Yun Nuoshing looked at Xian Yin, not knowing what to do. Her gaze instantly drifted away, and she couldn't move her body. "Brother! Ming, why do you have another elder sister?" Sensing Yun Nuoshing's movements, Ming pouted her little mouth and frowned, looking at Yun Nuoshing in confusion. Me? What? Yun Nuoshing was so flustered that she couldn't speak coherently. She stuttered and couldn't say anything. Her face was really as red as an apple, so red that it was about to turn purple. Ming blinked her lively eyes and looked curiously at Yun Nuoshing, then at Xian Yin. She shook her head like a rattledrum and finally climbed down from Yun Nuoshing's body. She placed her hands on her waist and pointed at Xian Yin with her dainty fingers. With a domineering tone, she announced, "The position of brother's younger sister will always be mine. You're not allowed to snatch it from me." After saying that, she directly lay on Yun Nuoshing's chest and acted coquettishly. Yun Nuoshing and Xian Yin were stunned for a moment. Then they smiled. This girl was actually worried that her position would be snatched away by someone else. Okay, this position has always been Ming's. No one will snatch it from you. Yun Nuoxing reached out and rubbed Ming's head, smiling dotingly. However, when he said that, he suddenly felt that it was very strange. What did he mean by this position has always been Ming's? Could it be that it would change? I didn't understand at that moment. However, he didn't say it out loud. After all, it would only make things worse. He smiled, but when he raised his head and saw that Xianyin was still looking at him affectionately, he instantly felt a little awkward. He couldn't get up, so he could only harden his heart and say with a suicidal attitude, "Then, sister, what do you want? Tell me and give me a quick death." Hearing that, Xianyin was stunned for a moment, but after a moment, she burst out laughing. She was like a blooming peony flower, bright and beautiful. After laughing for a while, she tidied up her silver hair and said with a smile, "Really? I'll cook it." Hearing her words, Yun Nuoxing immediately felt guilty. He looked away and stuttered for a long time before squeezing out 2 words from his mouth. Uffed. Hearing this shocking answer, Xianyin laughed again. After a moment, she hesitated and gently lowered her head. Her cherry lips slowly approached Yun Nuoxing. "Don't. Sister, wait. Me. Seeing Xianyin's actions, Yun Nuoxing instantly panicked. He widened his eyes, and his pupils kept trembling. He wanted to reach out his hand to stop her, but he was restrained and couldn't move. He could only watch as those pink lips gently approached. Is my first kiss going to be gone just like that? Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly in his heart. Chapter 85. Just as Yun Nuoxing closed his eyes and waited for his death, the pair of red lips stopped a centimeter above his lips. However, her breath was already on his face, causing Yun Nuoxing to panic a little. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the face was just a little bit away from him. That pair of watery silver eyes were looking at him affectionately. His heart suddenly contracted rapidly, and 2 crimson blushes appeared on his cheeks. At this moment, the world seemed to have become very quiet. Only the 2 synchronized heartbeats were beating continuously in Yun Nuoxing's ears. When Ming saw this scene, he immediately covered his 2 big eyes with his hands and turned his head to the side, pretending that he didn't see anything. It was very amusing. However, Xianyin still didn't kiss him. Her soft red lips moved to Yun Nuoxing's cheeks and gave him a light peck before retracting her lips. She looked very cute with a smile on her face. When Yun Nuoxing saw that Xianyin only gave him a light peck on his cheeks and blushed for a long time, he heaved a sigh of relief. His heart thumped a little, and he sighed a little worriedly. Then he smiled bitterly in his heart. This kind of fluctuating mood was going to spoil him. Sister, you... After a while, Xianyin still let Yun Nuoxing stand up. The latter scratched his head embarrassedly and was about to say something. His eyes were fixed on the ground, and he didn't dare to raise his head to look at her. "Ouyang Xianyin, just call me Xianyin. Brother, just like in the past." Xianyin used a jade finger to seal his lips and smiled gently. Yun Nuoxing nodded blankly. After a while, he said slowly, Xianyin, you know me? Xianyin smiled and nodded. Mei Mao turned around and smiled. "Brother, you once owed me a lot of things. Why don't you pay me back now?" What do I owe?" Yun Nuoxing shuddered and took a step back. She laughed dryly and said, "Don't tell me that you owe me something that you can't pay back. Don't tell me that you want to sell me?" Xianyin winked at Mei Mao and looked slyly at Yun Nuoxing. She licked her lips and smiled. "Let's put everything else aside for now. You owe me the most important kiss. I. Hearing her say this, Although he breathed a sigh of relief, he swallowed hard. Although it wasn't something that he couldn't pay back, it was something very meaningful. It was so meaningful that he wanted to beat his old self up and scold. "You F***king owe me so much. Why do you owe me this thing?" Although that was what he thought, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Xian Yin's tender and rosy lips. They were small and cute, so bright that it seemed like water could be squeezed out of them. He couldn't help but want to have a taste. Yun Nuoxing gave himself a slap in his heart. He guiltily turned his gaze away and laughed awkwardly. Yun Nuoxing laughed dryly and said, let me think about it. Can you postpone it? You have to pay back the interest." Xian Yin nodded straightforwardly. It seemed like she didn't expect to succeed in one go. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. In the end, he just sighed and didn't say anything. Seeing that he wanted to say something but stopped, Xian Yin smiled and didn't let him continue. She said softly, "I can't say too much to brother. Although there are some things that I want to let you know now. I can't. We have to let brother have his full strength before he can uncover everything that has been sealed. Right now, brother can only continue to lose his memory." "Why?" Yun Nuoxing frowned. If he couldn't recover his memory, then wouldn't he have been out for 3 years to play? And what did she mean by "can't say"? "I know that brother has a lot of things that he wants to know, but for brother's sake and for everyone's sake, you have to lose your memory until you uncover everything yourself." Xian Yin hugged Yun Nuoxing and leaned her head on his chest. Her soft and delicate body pressed against him as she spoke softly. "This world is very chaotic right now. It's rare that it's at an extremely fragile balance point. Some people have sealed an important chess piece that can break the balance and maintain this fragile balance point. However, this is only a fragile balance after all. It can be broken very easily. We've been waiting for the return of that chess piece to break this balance that shouldn't exist and let the world enter a new situation. I'm that chess piece." Yun Nuoxing didn't know where to place his hand, so he could only put it down and ask with a frown. He didn't want to be a chess piece that was manipulated by others. "I don't know." Xian Yin shook her head and said, "Brother is a very important chess piece, but I'm not sure if he's the most important one. In fact, we're playing a game of world flags in this world. Everyone is a chess piece. The difference is that we're all chess players. We're all chess pieces with consciousness. We won't be manipulated by anyone and will act according to our own orders." Yun Nuoxing was confused. However, he still heaved a sigh of relief after knowing that he wasn't being controlled, even though he didn't quite understand what it meant. Xian Yin hesitated for a moment, but still told Yun Nuoxing about the life contract. This surprised him for a while. He didn't know whether to be shocked or distressed. It was as if a bottle of mixed feelings had been knocked over in his heart. He didn't know what to feel. "Why are you doing this? Since I've already forgotten everything, there's no need for you to do this." Yun Nuoxing didn't understand. He really didn't know what kind of relationship he had with her in the past. However, he was sure that there was nothing between them now. Their lives were connected by a god, which made him puzzled. It wasn't that Xian Yin had done anything wrong. He just felt that it wasn't worth it for her. Just because you're my brother, this principle transcends all the laws in the world. No matter if it was in the past, now, or in the future, you're still you. That's enough for me. I let you go once, but this time I won't let you be alone again." Xian Yin smiled and threw herself into Yun Nuoxing's arms to listen to his heartbeat. This action had been so long ago that she almost forgot what it felt like. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. His face was still burning. Based on what Xian Yin said, Their relationship in the past was definitely not ordinary. However, he had lost his memories now, but she still remembered. What kind of expression should he use to face this person who used to be an acquaintance? Although our lives are connected, I won't interfere with everything that you do. I'll only help when you're in danger. Everything else will depend on you. You still have to find everything about yourself. Xian bit her red lips and said apologetically, I'm sorry. Although it's cruel, it has to be like this now. It's not time to break this fragile balance. You must not know anything now. But I'll be by your side along the way. I won't let you go alone. But I already know. Didn't you say that you wouldn't say too much? Why do I feel like you've already said a lot? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. How could he pretend that he didn't know after all that was said? He would subconsciously pretend that he knew. So now, I'm going to seal a part of your memories. You still can't know some of the things that we talked about just now. Xian forced a smile and slowly reached out her hand to place it on Yun Nuoshing's forehead. She said helplessly, I haven't talked to you in a long time. I can't help but want to tell you everything. But Yun Nuoshing blinked and smiled to show that he understood. Then he closed his eyes obediently. She stood on her tiptoes and lightly kissed Yun Nuoshing's cheek like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. A bright silver light gushed out from the stringed sound jade's hand and drilled into Yun Nuoshing's forehead, completely sealing away a part of the memory from just now. When the silver light disappeared, Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes in a daze. He looked at the girl in front of him and smiled unnaturally. That, Xianin, can you let go of me? No, brother, just stay like this. Hearing this, Xianin stuck out her tongue and unwillingly leaned her face against Yun Nuoshing's chest. She hugged Yun Nuoshing's jade-like arms even tighter. Yun Nuoshing was embarrassed. He really didn't know how to face someone who knew him but didn't know him. Moreover, this warm embrace made him feel an inexplicable throbbing. His arm couldn't help but want to reach out, causing him to fiercely bite the tip of his tongue and quickly suppress this impulse. In the end, he still reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. There wasn't a ripple in his heart, nor was there any reverie. It was just a habitual hug. There wasn't any special meaning behind it, although the girl in his arms might not think this way, because it was obvious from the way she smiled. However, he didn't explain anything. It was better not to break her dream. Xian twisted her slender waist and pressed her entire body against him. She leaned her face against his shoulder and tiptoed slightly. Her pink lips couldn't help but lean towards Yun Nuoshing's lips. Cough. Before Yun Nuoshing could stop her, a thunderous cough suddenly resounded. The two people who were stuck together like glue were stunned for a moment. Then Xianin quickly broke away from Yun Nuoshing's embrace. A faint blush appeared on her beautiful face. She looked to the side guiltily and played with a strand of silver hair. As for Yun Nuoshing, his entire body stiffened when he heard the cough. Of course, he could tell who the cough belonged to. He stiffened his body and slowly turned around. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Sister, are you done with the test? How was the result? The first person he saw was still Yuin in her fluttering red dress. At this moment, she narrowed her eyes at Yun Nuoshing and smiled mysteriously. Yun Nuoshing shuddered violently. Then she took a step forward and patted Yun Nuoshing's shoulder. There was a hint of relief in her voice as she said, Little star, you've finally grown up. I won't stop you from finding a girlfriend. However, can you explain the carelessness of love at first sight now? Yun Nuoshing was dumbfounded. His face twitched, and he couldn't say a word. After patting Yun Nuoshing's face, Yuin ignored the stiff Yun Nuoshing and walked in front of Xianin. She leisurely extended her jade-like hand and smiled. How should I address you, little sister? Xian Yin was a little unnatural. In terms of age, she was much older than Yuan. In the end, she was addressed as little sister. However, her pretty face was still very calm. She also extended her jade-like hand and gently shook it. She smiled and said, Ouyang Xianin, what's your name? Yuan. Retracting her jade-like hand, Yuan looked at Yun Nuoxing and smiled at Xianin. Then she said in a relieved tone, I'll leave my stupid little brother to you. Little sister Xianin, take good care of him. As soon as she said that, Yun Nuoxing suddenly had a feeling of, I'm married. Oh no, I'm married. Suddenly, he choked and almost choked to death. Xianin didn't have any intention of clarifying. Instead, she covered her mouth and laughed, nodding in agreement. Seeing that Xianin actually took it seriously, Yun Nuoxing suddenly looked up to the sky and howled. He flew to Yu Yin's side and put some distance between them. Then, he gave a concise explanation. After hearing that, Yu Yin came to a realization. She pondered for a while and looked at Yun Nuoxing strangely. She said, Little star's old flame, you didn't dump her in the past, right? As soon as she said that, the two of them were stunned. Yun Nuoxing's face was pale, while Xianyin's pretty face was red. Her bashful appearance made Yu Yin a little shocked. She blurted out, You really dumped her? No, brother, he never did anything. This time, Xianyin couldn't help but clarify. She hurriedly waved her jade-like hand to deny it. TSK, you're worse than a beast. Little star, what the F***CK? Yun Nuoxing almost slapped the lake to the horizon. He shouted at the top of his lungs, What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? On the side, Xianyin smiled but didn't say anything. Chapter 86. The sun god Bao turned into a streak of golden light that streaked across the sky. The strong wind that blew against them couldn't disperse the subtle atmosphere around the bow. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing was sweating profusely. His 7 orifices were sweating profusely. His heart was beating like a drum, and he felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. He even truly understood what it meant by 3 women make a show. Ming was still hanging naturally on Yun Nuoxing's chest. When Yun Nuoxing was reopened, just now, this girl was sitting by the lake with her small hands plugging her ears. She looked as if she was saying, No matter how much you guys quarrel, I can't hear anything. Yun Nuoxing really wanted to pinch her. Yuan also naturally pulled Yun Nuoxing over to use as a pillow. She leaned on his shoulder and slowly slept. She even glanced at Xianyin provocatively. Perhaps it was because she saw Yu Yin's gaze. Xianyin calmly took over the other half of Yun Nuoxing's embrace. Her 2 soft and slender arms hung directly around his neck. Then, she pulled one of Yun Nuoxing's hands and placed it on her slender waist. In the end, she even curled her red lips in joy. The 3 women seemed to have divided Yun Nuoxing so easily. Buddha Jesus Christ, Amen. Buddha Muni, Amit Ba, good, everything is fine. The mortal world, the mortal heart, and all things. I should reflect on myself, transcend the mortal world, see through the vicissitudes of life, observe 100 lives, and comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth. Damn it, damned heavens. Give me a quick death. Motherf asterisk cur. Motherf asterisk cur. Motherf asterisk cur. Motherf asterisk cur. Eldest brother, second sister, third aunt, fourth uncle, fifth aunt, sixth aunt, seventh uncle. It should be a kind of ultimate ideal and the highest realm of life. It should be a kind of supreme happiness. Now, Yun Nuoxing did it. Unfortunately, he wasn't as excited as he imagined. Instead, he didn't know what to do. His mind was wandering, and his face was covered in sweat. Although he had a warm and fragrant woman in his arms, this situation really made his balls hurt. "Brother, what's wrong? You're sweating." Xian was stunned when she saw Yun Nuoxing's sweat. She used her sleeve to gently wipe the sweat on his face and asked softly, "It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. I'm about to die." Yun Nuoxing hurriedly shook his head and replied. The last sentence was said very softly. Using a long journey wasn't enough to express how far the journey was. Using near yet worlds wasn't enough to express how long the journey was. Using standing still wasn't enough to express how long the journey was. Yun Nuoxing felt that it took him a few hundred years to complete the journey. When the four of them landed in front of the snow-white palace in the Red Star Academy, Yun Nuoxing let out a long breath, as if he wanted to exhale all the depression that he had just felt. Now, only Ming was still hanging onto Yun Nuoxing's body. The other two girls who didn't seem right had let him go. Xianin, when the few of them landed, a soft voice slowly called out. Then, the beautiful girl suddenly appeared. At the same time, the other four people appeared as well. When they saw Yun Nuoxing, they were stunned and didn't regain their senses for a long time. When Yun Nuoxing saw these people, he was also stunned for a moment. He vaguely felt that the 6 people on the roof that he saw that day were these 6 people. The man with the ponytail was the first to regain his senses. He quickly stepped forward and gave Yun Nuoxing a fierce punch on his chest. Then he gave him a bear hug and smiled. "You're finally willing to come back?" Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Hearing his words, they should be people that he knew, but how should he face them as strangers, as acquaintances? Scratching his head. Before Yun Nuoxing could say anything, the other 4 people also sighed and patted him continuously. Their voices were filled with excitement and gratification. "That's enough. It hurts." Xianin pouted and pulled Yun Nuoxing behind her. Her lily-white hands stroked his chest a few times, as if she was protecting a treasure. The few people who saw this were amazed. Since when did Xianin have such an expression? Xianin knew that Yun Nuoxing didn't know anyone, so she briefly introduced him. "Since we've met again after such a long time, isn't it time to hold a big wedding?" Chuan Yun, who was the man with the ponytail, put his arm on Yun Nuoxing's shoulder and laughed as he looked at Yun Nuoxing and Xianin. When he said this, Yun Nuoxing and Xianyin's faces turned red at the same time. It was as if they were burning. The former opened her mouth, but was speechless. "Brothers matters. Let him think about it himself. I'll just listen to him." Xianin coughed and shook Yun Nuoxing's arm with her lily-white hands. Although she didn't say it out loud, she seemed to be prepared for it. So, she wasn't too surprised. "Tisk, tsk, tsk. Yen Xian, the beautiful girl," exclaimed. Xianyin's current appearance was like a little girl in love. She didn't have the slightest bit of the prestige of the master of the Red Star Academy. If the elders and teachers were to see this, their jaws would drop. After getting to know each other, the crowd dispersed. Yuyin looked at Yun Nuoxing and patted his head. Then she walked towards the academy. Although Xianin said that the flame demon burning the heaven scroll could be given to her directly, the former shook her head and said that she wanted to get it herself. So she walked into the academy. Looking at her lonely back, Yun Nuoxing felt a little heartache. He knew that she was like him, afraid of being alone. After thinking about it, he asked Ming if she could accompany Yuyin. Originally, he thought that Ming would refuse. After all, she stuck to Yun Nuoxing all day long. However, he didn't expect that the little girl only hesitated for a few minutes before nodding her head. This made Yun Nuoxing very surprised. However, he didn't think much about it. Yun Nuoxing caught up with Yuyin in 2 steps. Ming kissed him on the face and slowly climbed down from his body. Under Yu Yin's surprised gaze, she hung on her body and said, "Brother, don't Ming anymore. Ming is here to look for sister." In the end, Yun Nuoxing was sent away by the two beauties, one big and one small, with resentful eyes. Hearing some laughter from afar, Yun Nuoxing was relieved. At least there was someone to accompany Yu Yin and make her feel better. He was relieved. As for himself, lonely, Yun Nuoxing laughed self-deprecatingly. Then he steeled his heart and raised his slender eyebrows as he muttered, "I wouldn't feel that way." Actually, his heart felt a little empty. Brother is pretending to be strong. Just as Yun Nuoxing was muttering to himself, Xian Yin suddenly appeared behind him and hugged him from behind. Her jade hands wrapped around his stomach. No, no." Yun Nuoxing was startled by the sudden voice. Before he could react, a soft and delicate body pressed against his back. Her two plump breasts were compressed into two balls and stuck to Yun Nuoxing's back. This immediately made his breathing quicken, his heartbeat quicken, and his blood pressure soar. His blood vessels almost burst, but he still spoke calmly. "Liar, you once hugged me tightly on a rainy night and said that you felt empty, lonely, and cold. I haven't forgotten a single thing that you don't remember." Xian Yin smiled. Mei Mao's heart ached for him. Speaking of which, Yun Nuoxing suddenly thought of something important. He didn't turn around and just let her hug him. After hesitating for a long time, he slowly said, "What was the relationship between you and me in the past? Family were considered lovers, right? In the end, it was just a form of companionship. It was my wishful thinking." Xian Yin's delicate body stiffened. She sighed, and her eyes dimmed slightly. Her voice also became very soft. Just the first sentence alone made Yun Nuoxing confused. What did she mean? Sensing his confusion, Xian Yin hesitated for a long time. In the end, she didn't say anything. She only pressed her red lips against Yun Nuoxing's ear and smiled softly. "Big brother is the most important person to me. As long as I know this, it's enough." Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He turned around and looked at the girl who was curled up in his arms. That pair of autumn-watery eyes that were filled with affection were looking into his eyes without blinking. They looked at each other without retreating. "Then you said, I owe you, Yun Nuoxing looked away with a red face. He glanced at a tree next to him and asked hesitantly, "That?" Xian Yin smiled and pressed her ear against Yun Nuoxing's chest. She seemed to laugh softly. "Big brother, you do owe me. There are various reasons." "What?" "Big brother wants to pay back the debt." Feeling the body in his arms stiffen, Xian Yin smiled slyly. She raised her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing. She opened her mouth slightly and tiptoed slightly, as if she was waiting for him to make a move. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He wanted to look away, but he couldn't help but glance at those tender lips. He really wanted to have a taste. F***CK. Damn it. Dragon egg. What the F***CK are you complaining about? You clown, stop it. In the end, he still cursed himself in his heart. Although he was impulsive, his intuition told him that if he really did that, he would regret it. He would regret hurting Xian Yin. Although this feeling was inexplicable, it was very clear. "I've been asking for this debt for a long time, but Big Brother still hasn't paid it back." Knowing that he wouldn't do anything, Xian Yin sighed and patted his chest with her jade-like hand. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and she looked a little wronged. "I'm sorry. I just..." Yun Nuoxing panicked again, but he didn't know how to comfort her. "If Big Brother still has his memories and said this, I'll definitely be angry." Xian Yin sighed and let go of him. She felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. But you also know that I've lost my memories. Right now, I don't know how to face all of you who used to know me. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. How could he not hear the hidden bitterness in her voice? It must be that I'm sorry that angered Xianyin. Just let nature take its course. Xianyin smiled and said, Big brother, just treat it as getting to know us all over again. Get to know us all over again. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. It was easier said than done. Although he was forced to throw away his past, others weren't. Wouldn't talking to her be like playing the lute to a cow? With a smile, Mei Mao's lips curved into two silver crescent moons. Xianyin slowly extended her jade-like hand and said with a smile, My name is Ouyang Xianyin. I was picked up by Big Brother, who was playing the zither on a stormy night. I'm very happy to meet you, my most beloved Big Brother. His body trembling, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Looking at the girl's serious and charming appearance, he couldn't bear to reject her. Slowly and gently, under her joyful gaze, he extended his excessively white hand and shook hands with that beautiful jade-like hand. Yun Nuoxing, I'm very happy to meet you. The slightly cold, soft, and boneless hand was very comfortable to hold, causing his heart to involuntarily tremble. The soft touch made one unable to let go. As a result, even Yun Nuoxing, who prided himself on his elegant demeanor, was stunned for a moment and couldn't bear to let go. Xianyin giggled and took advantage of Yun Nuoxing's dazed state to gently interlock their fingers and plunge into his broad embrace. Two of her interlocked hands were placed on top of each other's chest, while the other hand was tightly wrapped around his waist. With a slight force, it was as if she wanted to merge the two of them together. Suddenly, the warm fragrance spread all over his body, making Yun Nuoxing blush again. Although it was shameful, he had never seriously hugged a girl in his life, so he didn't know how to face it. However, before he was allowed to think about what to do, suddenly a sentence came out uncontrollably. Little girl, you sneak attacked me again. Don't you want to eat dinner tonight? His voice was soft, as if he was used to it, as if they had known each other for a long time. Brother? Hearing these words that couldn't be more familiar with, Xianyin's delicate body stiffened. Suddenly, she raised her head excitedly and looked at Yun Nuoxing in disbelief. Mei Mao's face became misty, and she was so excited that even her voice trembled. Brother! What did you just said? Yun Nuoxing paused for a moment because of her pitiful appearance. This sentence was not said by him on his own initiative. It was more like a familiar sentence, like a person would involuntarily say a catchphrase. Yun Nuoxing thought for a while, then steeled his heart and steeled his will. With a gentle smile, he caressed the beautiful face that tugged at his heartstrings and said gently, I said, little girl, don't you want to eat dinner tonight? This familiar voice, this unforgettable tone, was like a thin thread that plucked at her heartstrings. Her heart, which was as firm as a rock, finally had an unconcealable ripple. With a crash, it shattered all over the ground, causing her to feel as though she had returned to that long but happy period of time. All of the memories and images could not be stopped from jumping out, and the scenes of the past appeared in her heart. However, the person in front of her right now was no longer that person. Brother! Her heart was in turmoil, and Xianyin finally couldn't suppress her feelings anymore. The feeling of being wronged spread throughout her body, and finally she laid on Yun Nuoxing's chest and wailed loudly. Her tears soaked their lapels. Chapter 87. Her repressed emotions exploded in an instant, causing Xianyin to cry. Yun Nuoxing was silent. He hugged her and sat down without saying anything. He knew that repressing his emotions would hurt him sooner or later, so he might as well release them. Furthermore, even if it was because of her whom he once knew, or because of that sentence, "You are the most important person to me," Yun Nuoshing couldn't ignore her, even though this position made him a little embarrassed. After crying for a long time, the sky started to rain. It seemed to be triggered by her emotions. After all, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly, but in the next moment, the wind was blowing. Legend had it that the gods could make everything move according to their will. Perhaps this rain was falling for Xianyin, or perhaps it was the rain that Xianyin summoned. He didn't move in the rain. He continued to sit on the ground, hugging her, letting the rain soak him, letting the rain wash away the sadness that wouldn't go away. Xianyin cried in Yun Nuoshing's arms. Amidst her cries, Xianyin told him about the past that Yun Nuoshing didn't know. She poured out her feelings. Among the things that happened in those years, there were happy and sad moments, but most of the time, they were happy. The few moments of sadness were because they had suffered in other places. Brother, you said you would bring me around the world to experience the vicissitudes of life. Why did you leave me behind? You said you would live and die with me. Why did you leave me behind and go by yourself? Brother, I love you. Don't go, don't leave me. In the heavy rain, the strong wind blew. Her voice was like resentment and admiration, like weeping and complaining. Every word that Xianyin said was like a sharp blade that cut into his heart, back and forth, cutting his heart until it was dripping with blood. It was so painful that he could not breathe, could not speak. His tears had long melted in the rain, dripping down his cheeks and onto her forehead, mixing with her sparkling tears. Why? Why would this silly girl give everything to him and let him become her everything? And why exactly? Why would she leave without saying goodbye? What happened back then? Who am I? Why am I alive? Why am I here? Yun Nuoshing choked with sobs. His entire body was in pain and numbness. His heart felt like it was about to be torn apart, making him feel suffocated. Xianyin, Yun Nuoshing murmured. His gaze was unfocused. In his daze, he seemed to see a black-robed Yun Nuoshing walking alone on a lonely street on a rainy night. The cold air poured into his lungs, making it difficult for him to breathe. He stumbled into an alley in search of the faintly discernible sobbing sound and picked up the little girl who had curled up in fear. I want you to accompany me through this boundless world. That was the beginning of everything. The evening sun shone into the snow-white palace and shone on the girl lying on the bed. Yun Nuoshing lay beside her, still holding the girl's hand, as she fell into a deep sleep. The heavy rain lasted for a long time before it slowly dispersed. Yun Nuoshing didn't remember how he brought Xianyin back. The girl was exhausted from crying in his arms and fainted. He swayed as he carried her and returned to the palace. He forgot everything else. Brother. After a long time, the girl on the bed called out softly. Mei Mao struggled to open her red eyes and looked at the ceiling in a daze. I'm here. Yun Nuoshing, who was lying beside her, also opened his eyes and slowly sat up. He looked at Xianyin with his pitch-black eyes. He opened his mouth and hesitated for a moment before closing it. Mei Mao flapped her hands in a daze and became a little more clear-headed. When she thought about what happened in the rain, her beautiful face immediately turned red. If the world knew that a goddess had fainted in someone else's arms while crying, they would probably laugh until the sky collapsed. However, in everyone's heart, there would be a soft side, just like her. It wasn't that she didn't want to show it. It was just that she hadn't been hurt. I'm sorry, brother. I seem to have caused you trouble. Xianyin supported herself on the bed and slowly sat up. When she saw the two hands that were still holding each other by the bed, her beautiful face turned even redder. If I had my memories, I would probably be angry too, just because of this sentence. Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh and patted her head. His voice was filled with tiredness and unhappiness as he imitated her. He. Xian Yin smiled and moved her delicate body. She gently pressed herself against Yun Nuoxing's arms and smiled sweetly. Then brother will be angry for a while. His face twitched, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "This girl must know that I won't be angry. That's why she said that. She's blatantly teasing me. How old are you already? Why are you still sticking to me?" Seeing Xian Yin in his arms, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but shake his head. After what happened just now, he really didn't know how to treat her anymore. They didn't seem like lovers because they never had any feelings for each other. But they were relatives. Damn it, he didn't even have his memories. How could he kiss her? Xian Yin didn't say anything. Her beautiful face was serene as she pressed herself against Yun Nuoxing's chest with a trace of satisfaction. Her breathing was even and she fell asleep quietly like this. Using Yun Nuoxing as her pillow, Yun Nuoxing had no choice but to let her lean on him. His wide wings spread out from his back and gently draped over Xian Yin's body as he entered a meditative state. The two of them leaned against each other quietly and rested for the night. When the moon rose and set, and the sun peeked out, Yun Nuoxing placed Xian Yin, who had unknowingly let go of his hand, back on the bed. He covered her with the blanket, hesitantly kissed her forehead, and then quietly retreated. Behind him, Xian Yin quietly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with emotions, and there was a trace of a smile as she sent him out. After coming out of the palace, Chuan Yun patted him on the head with a smile. Then, under the amused gazes of the others, he flew towards the Red Star Academy while muttering to himself. He wanted to take a look at Ming Ming and Yuyin and see if they were used to the life here. Although he knew that Yu Yin's personality was heartless and that it would be easy for her to blend in with others, he still wanted to take a look and feel more at ease. On the training grounds, groups of 3 or 5 were gathered together. The sounds of chattering could be heard. There were also a few people sitting cross-legged on the ground with their spirit energy surging. They were in the midst of training. Groups of red ants. Floating in the sky, Yun Nuoxing looked down at the groups of students who were either cultivating or playing. She couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Wasn't this a hellish academy? Shouldn't it be extremely strict? Why is there such a relaxed atmosphere? Did I come to the wrong place? The 10 feet wide pitch-black 6 wings spread out in the sky to the maximum, and a huge shadow was projected onto the ground of the training grounds. The surging wind element attracted the attention of some people, and immediately some people raised their heads in astonishment. Seeing the figure floating in the sky like a deity, they were all astonished. The sound of discussion immediately spread out. Since he was not wearing the academy uniform, then he should not be a person from the Red Star Academy. However, the Red Star Academy was not a place where one could enter just because they wanted to. Brother Yun. Just as Yun Nuoxing was thinking about whether he should sneak back to change his clothes and come back again, a burly voice suddenly came from the training field, causing him to turn his gaze over. When he saw who it was, he smiled and his figure trembled, disappearing in front of everyone's surprised eyes. When he reappeared, he was already beside that person, Rui Ming. With his 6 wide wings folded behind his back, Yun Nuoxing looked at the 1-foot-tall man and greeted him with a smile. He, Brother Yun, are you looking for Sister Yuyin and the rest? Retracting his gaze from Yun Nuoxing's 6 wings, Rui Ming looked at Yun Nuoxing, scratched his head, and smiled. And I'm here to see if they are used to it. Yun Nuoxing nodded his head, his gaze sizing up the burly man dressed in red, and could not help but mutter, "These clothes are really not suitable for you. I am wearing this because I have to abide by the academy rules." Rui Ming hung his head dejectedly. It seemed like this was not the first time he had been told this. Sister Yuyin and the rest are in the training field over there, not here. Rui Ming pointed his finger in a direction and said with a silly smile, "There are about 3 training fields on this path. They should be in the second one." "All right." Yun Nuoshing nodded his head. The academy was so big, he did not know how long it would take him to find them by himself. Hee, you have to be careful. There are quite a few people in the academy who have their eyes on Sister Yuin. Rui Ming suddenly muttered mysteriously. "What do you mean? Someone wants to cause trouble for her?" Yun Nuoshing frowned, not understanding, but even if someone wanted to cause trouble for her, he was not afraid. After all, Yuin had a divine tier weapon and a complete sealing formation. There was probably no student in the academy who could do anything to her. Hee. Rui Ming spread his hands and said, "You know, in this place where geniuses gather like cabbages, people with outstanding looks and strength like Sister Yuin are the most eye-catching, especially those who are favored by the heavens. To them, Sister Yuin is very attractive. Hee, Brother Yun, you have a rival." After hearing Rui Ming's words, Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and smiled bitterly. "I do not have that kind of relationship with her. At most, we are a pair of heartless and happy siblings. As for those suitors, as long as they do not act rashly or harass her, and Sister is willing, I will not care. When it comes to choosing a partner, let her be, let her be. There is no other way." Yun Nuoshing smiled. Rui Ming was surprised. He had always thought that Yuin was his girlfriend, but today he found out that she was not. Knowing that he had misunderstood, Yun Nuoshing just waved his hand and said, "I will not disturb you. I will leave first. The second training ground, right?" "Yes." Yun Nuoshing nodded, turned around, spread his 6 wings, and instantly disappeared from Rui Ming's sight, leaving behind a gust of wind that hit him. What a terrifying speed. Rui Ming stared blankly. Just now, he only felt a gust of wind, and he disappeared. How fast was that? Wow, that speed. There are not many people in the academy who can match him. Senior Rui Ming, do you know him? Who is he? I have never seen him in the academy before. Some of the students beside him were stunned as they watched Yun Nuoshing disappear. After a long while, they regained their senses. Some of the students looked at Rui Ming with dazed eyes, and the chatter instantly drowned him out. Brother Yun did not enter the Red Star Academy. He said that he was not interested. Rui Ming was a little dizzy from the noise. He quickly answered and ran away. Not interested? What a big tone. But looking at him, maybe he is from some big power. If that is the case, it is reasonable that he did not enter. Black clothes? Wings. Could it be that he is the little star that Junior Yuin talked about? I think so. A group of people were tirelessly discussing and had even forgotten about their training. They really did not know how the so-called Hell Academy title came about. They were not in a hurry at all. Yun Nuoshing, who was far away, naturally did not hear those words. He was only sighing. This academy was too damn big. Even with the speed of his light element, he could not fly to the next training ground quickly. However, 10 minutes later, they passed through a training field and arrived at the second training field they saw along the way. How is this a training ground? The size of this place is just like a small city. Looking at the edge of the training ground, Yun Nuoshing could not see the end of the training ground. However, although they were terrifyingly large, Yun Nuoshing still managed to find the most obvious characteristic from the group of redcoats. Little Ming Ming, who was wearing a purplish-black dress, was sitting on Yu Yin's shoulder. Seeing that the latter was chatting and laughing with the other students, he knew that she should have gotten used to it. Big Sister is the most simple-minded. She has no problem adapting to other people. Yun Nuoshing crossed his arms and nodded after thinking for a moment. If Yuin heard such an evaluation, she would definitely be trampled on. Big brother. When Yun Nuoxing reached the edge of the training grounds, Ming Ming, who had sensed something, suddenly raised his head. When he saw Yun Nuoxing floating in the distance, he immediately cried out happily and waved his little hand vigorously. Little star. Hearing Ming Ming's sudden shout, Yu-yin stopped laughing and turned her head. Seeing that familiar black figure, she couldn't help but reveal a smile that captivated the hearts of the surrounding male students, causing them to be dumbfounded. Hearing the familiar tender voice, Yun Nuoxing also smiled slightly. Although they had only been separated for a day, he suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. Ignoring the gradually shifting gazes, he flapped his 6 wings and instantly appeared in front of the two of them, smiling at them. Big brother. Ming excitedly jumped down from Yu Yin's shoulder and plunged into Yun Nuoxing's arms, refusing to let go. Yun Nuoxing rubbed Ming's little head and looked at Yu Yin with a smile. Are you used to it? Seeing how you're laughing so happily, it seems like my worries were unnecessary. Brat, who are you calling heartless? Yu Yin raised her slender eyebrows when she heard this. Under everyone's astonished gazes, she reached out and grabbed Yun Nuoxing. Her claws moved like the wind and ruthlessly ravaged his head. She scolded, "You brat! You left us mother and daughter here just like that, and you went out to have fun. You're a bastard who abandoned us. I was wrong. I let down my sister. I let down Ming. I shouldn't have left you here. Woo-woo." Yun Nuoxing reached out and grabbed Yu Yin's jade-like arm that was using the choke. He struggled with all his might and forgot to retract his wide wings, shaking off many soft feathers. Cough, cough, cough. After being tortured with all his might for half a minute, Yun Nuoxing was finally released by Yu Yin. He immediately covered his throat and coughed violently, as if he was going to cough out his lungs. Little girl, are you trying to strangle me to death? Yes, I'm trying to strangle you. Yu Yin put her hands on her slender waist and stuck out her soft chest as she spoke rather rudely. Puffed. However, after a moment, the two of them held their stomachs and laughed. They had unknowingly gotten used to this way of greeting each other. Inin, this is your little star. He's so cute. Hee, since he's your little brother, why don't you introduce him to us? Anyway, you can't eat him up even if you hide him. Inin, tell us honestly, did you steal from him? When the two of them started laughing, the eyes of a large group of female students around them had already lit up. Walala, a group of people squeezed forward. Yun Nuoxing was so scared that he quickly retracted his wings and hid behind Yu Yin. Hey, don't push. Don't be like a hungry wolf who has never seen a handsome guy before, okay? Little Star is very shy. Hey, don't push. F***CK. Who touched me? Yu Yin was also shocked. When she saw Yun Nuoxing hiding behind her, a strong desire to protect him arose spontaneously. She instantly stood in front of Yun Nuoxing, but she was taken advantage of and was molested. She immediately exploded when the male students in the distance saw this gorgeous and moving scene. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Instantly, envy and hatred arose in their hearts. They couldn't help but want to shout, "Let go of that young man. If you have the ability, come at me instead." What kind of friends did you make? Why are they all crazy girls? Yun Nuoxing dodged left and right, pathetically avoiding the fair arms that reached out from all directions. When he saw this scene, he instantly felt like he had entered a wolf's den. What hidden dragons and crouching tigers? They are simply hungry wolves and tigers. He didn't know who touched his face, but it made him shudder violently. He hurriedly straightened the collar of his windbreaker. Although he was in a sorry state, he didn't forget to complain. How would I know? It has nothing to do with me. Yuen also pathetically dodged those slender arms that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Stop fooling around. She fiercely stomped her foot, and a fiery red energy shield immediately isolated everyone, leaving Yuen and the other two behind. They were panting heavily as if they had just escaped death. Inin is angry. Ah, let's go back to the dormitory tonight. Agreed. Although they were stopped, the group of girls all laughed and slowly dispersed. Before they left, they even carefully sized up Yun Nuwashing. Big sister, why do I feel that sooner or later you won't be able to protect your moral integrity and chastity if you continue to stay here? Yun Nuwashing stuck out his tongue and smiled bitterly when he heard what they said. Ah! Yuen laughed and patted his face, but her gaze was drifting to the sky. Oh, right, little star, do big sister a favor. Suddenly thinking of something, Yuen pulled Yun Nuwashing's hand. Her slender eyelashes trembled slightly, and she looked at Yun Nuwashing with a mischievous smile. What? Seeing her expression, Yun Nuwashing's first reaction was that it was definitely not something good. He hurriedly tried to break free, but his hand was firmly held. Ah! Ming suddenly shouted, and then whispered, Big brother, you're in big trouble. Huh! Yun Nuwashing was stunned and didn't react, but a clear sense of danger spread in his heart. Hey, those little bastards who want to pursue Big Sister, step forward. Whoever can beat this guy, I'll agree to him. Ah, Big Sister, you're selling. As soon as Yuen finished speaking, Yun Nuwashing screamed. However, before he could finish, his mouth was covered by a soft and jade-like hand, and he could only let out a sorrowful whimper. His voice spread throughout the field, causing everyone to stop in an instant. Many boys looked at each other, and then looked at Yun Nuwashing. They were stunned for a moment, and their eyes instantly became fierce. Pillars of energy rose from the ground, and violent elemental energy whistled in the training field. Almost all the boys present sneered and revealed their weapons at the same time. All of them stared at Yun Nuwashing with evil intentions and licked their lips. Shield. After finally breaking free, Yun Nuwashing saw the rising aura in the field, and his face instantly turned pale. He screamed in horror, and just as he was about to run away, Yuen grabbed him back. A rosy cherry mouth rapidly enlarged in his eyes, and then she kissed Yun Nuwashing deeply on the cheek. His head instantly exploded, and his face was so red that water could ooze out of it. When the boys who had released their powerful auras saw this scene, their glass hearts instantly shattered into two halves. A series of kacha sounds resounded. Their hearts immediately felt cool. Then, their auras became even more tyrannical. However, there were also some people who had suffered a serious blow. They were so sad that their auras had disappeared. Little star, just do Big Sister this favor. Yuen opened her mouth and gently bit Yun Nuwashing's earlobe. Her soft and warm tongue secretly licked it, and her charming voice drifted into his ears. Her jade-like hand kept stroking his face, and she was obviously seducing him. I got it. I got it. So hurry up and let go of me. It's so itchy. Yun Nuwashing's body kept trembling. His face was crimson red, and his eyes were tightly shut. He looked like a youth who was being humiliated. This made the girls burst with joy. Their fingers moved, and their eyes lit up as if they couldn't wait to pounce on him and eat him up. Awoo! Ah! Yu Yin's actions drove the group of boys completely crazy. They were so angry that their eyes were bloodshot, and they wanted to pounce on Yun Nuwashing and tear him into pieces. Streams of energy cut through the air and directly rushed toward him. Good little brother, then I'll leave it to you. Go, little star. Yuen laughed coquettishly. Her eyes slyly scanned the crowd, and she pushed Yun Nuwashing away. Why do you have so many suitors? Yun Nuashing screamed as he was forced to rush out. When he saw the streams of energy crashing down like a mountain range, he was so scared that his face turned transparent. He hurriedly took out his golden chain and waved it to form an inescapable net to meet the groups of energy that were coming at him. 10 minutes later, dozens of golden chains appeared in the sky, and a bunch of people were hanging on them. They were either hanging upside down or tied up. Everyone was tied up like a dumpling, and they were wailing and struggling, but they couldn't break free from the golden chains that were as thick as an arm. The energy they released would be completely absorbed by the chains. Those who didn't make a move were dumbfounded. They really wanted to know what level of cultivation Yun Nuashing was at. 1 against 2,000, and he ended up playing skewers? Those were all 1 in a million geniuses, right? Ha 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 ha. In the field, Yu'in and a few of her friends couldn't help but laugh when they saw this spectacular drawing. Human skewers, a new trick? Phew. Yun Nuashing sat down on the ground. Although it wasn't a problem to use the power of the divine weapon to deal with these small fries, the problem was that it consumed too much energy, and he couldn't use the divine weapon for a long time. Thanks, little star. Yu'in sat down beside him, smiled sweetly, and patted his head with her lily-white hand. Star shield, good quality. Right after she finished speaking, she laughed again. Sob, sob, I've been sold. Sob, sob, I won't play with you anymore. Sob, sob. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he was so angry that he rolled his eyes. He turned around dejectedly and wanted to leave, but was pulled back by Yu'in. Yu'in kissed him fiercely on the cheek and smiled shyly. Reward. Yun Nuashing almost fainted. He reached out to touch his face in a daze. He was a little panicked, but also a little happy. Yu'in had thrown such a major life event to him just like that. She didn't even think about what would happen if he lost. In any case, you won't lose. There's no reason. It's because you're my little star, so I know you won't lose. Yu'in could tell what he was thinking, so she explained with a smile. Yun Nuashing. He didn't have the energy to speak anymore. TSK. You're still as charming as you were in the past. While Yun Nuashing was resting, the space beside them suddenly fluctuated, and Chuan Yun with a long ponytail appeared. He couldn't help but praise when he saw a bunch of roasted meat tied up in the sky. Great elder! When the students saw Chuan Yun, they hurriedly bowed. They were a little flustered. Chuan Yun, Xianyin, and the other 4 were very hard to find. They were usually nowhere to be seen. They only spoke 3 sentences in a minute during the opening ceremony, and then they never appeared again. However, they actually appeared today. Was something going to happen? Chuan Yun casually waved his hand and placed the roasted meat back on the ground. He clapped his hands and smiled. Not bad. You were able to kill so many people. Although it was because of your level and the divine weapon, it's still not bad. You still have the demeanor of the past. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Before he could say anything, a graceful figure suddenly appeared beside him. Her jade-like hand directly pressed against his chest. Brother didn't wake me up when he woke up. He even went behind my back to have an affair. Xianyin glanced at Yun Nuashing, who was frozen stiff. A vast amount of energy surged from her jade-like hand into his body, instantly filling up Yun Nuashing's energy. Steal. What the hell is an affair? Yun Nuashing stood up with her help. He looked at Xianyin in shock. He was so shocked that his tongue was stuck out. Dean, everyone present, including the barbecued skewers that were put down, grinned when they saw this mature beauty. Waves of dizziness came over their heads. What kind of wind was blowing today? Even the elusive Dean had come out? Beauty mode? Furthermore, they were talking to Yun Nuashing. Could it be that they knew each other? Brother is mine. I won't give in. Xian Yin held onto Yun Nuoxing's hand, her jade-like finger pointing at Yuyin, and said a very domineering sentence. Hearing this, the surrounding students were all dumbfounded, looking at the former's expression, which did not seem to be joking, and then seeing the two of them holding hands, the shock spread through their entire body, shocking them to the point that they could not speak. This girl's domineering manner of announcing, "This young man is mine, you are not allowed to interfere," was this really that mysterious and unfathomable headmaster? Who can tell me that this world has gone crazy? Oh, Yin looked at Xian Yin meaningfully. Then she looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was scared silly. Her red lips curled up slightly. She smiled and said, "This will depend on Little Star's choice." After saying that, Yuyin, who had never done such an action with Yun Nuoxing before, pounced on him under everyone's shocked and dumbfounded gazes. She hugged one of his arms and looked at Yun Nuoxing with a smile. "Little Star." Yuyin opened her mouth. "Brother." Xian Yin opened her red lips. The two of them stared at each other at the same time. Then they looked at Yun Nuoxing and shouted, "Do you want the older sister or the younger sister?" Chuan Yun covered his face with his hand. He couldn't bear to watch anymore. Suddenly, Ming, who was in Yun Nuoxing's arms, looked up. He blinked his eyes and smiled cutely. Brother, there's still Ming." "I at asterisk and $yen%. Yun Nuoxing blew his beard and glared, shouting loudly, "I choose death." Chapter 89. F***CK. It's fine if you use me as a shield. I can even block arrows. That's nothing. But what's with the two of you confessing in such an ambiguous position in public and claiming that I'm one of you? Do you want the whole world to kill me? What's your motive? Now the whole Red Star Academy knows that there's a professor from a star who abducted their dean. There's even a rumor that the dean is getting married next year. What the hell is that? 1 foot in 2 boats. I at and $% yen. In the Snow White Palace, from time to time, there were a few reprimands. Everyone could hear the anger in the tone. It was obvious that they were in a state of anger. In the hall, Yuyin and Xian Yin knelt together with their heads lowered, pouting like children who had done something wrong. However, they were not kneeling on the cold, hard floor. Speaking of which, Yun Nuoxing really did not have the heart to make them kneel on the floor. She only knelt on the soft sofa, seemingly distressed and wanting to scold them. At the side, Ming sat on the table, covering her mouth, as if she was watching a show. Her big purple eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Outside the hall, the 5 of them had their ears pressed against the door, eavesdropping on the storm of scolding, but they laughed and said, "Little Star can't bear to scold them at all. There's only a little bit of reprimand in her tone, the rest is anger, and she wants to vent it out." Completely agree. The other 4 nodded in agreement. After that, they pressed their ears against the door again, continuing to eavesdrop. On the sofa, Yuyin and Xian Yin looked at each other and stared at each other for a long time, muttering to each other. Obviously, they were unhappy that the other party had provoked them and was being scolded by Yun Nuoxing. "Are you listening or not?" She fiercely took a sip of the tea that Ming handed over and looked at the 2 girls who were staring at each other. She frowned and shouted. However, although she looked fierce, her face was actually red, and she did not have any power. Moreover, she looked like an older brother scolding his younger sister. There was only seriousness but no severity. "Brother, Inin knows she's wrong." Xian Yin pouted, looking very wronged. Mei Mao's eyes actually had a fog rolling. There's no use pretending to be pitiful. Rolling his eyes, Yun Nuoxing pretended to be calm and said, but his heart twitched. He wanted to rush over immediately, but this thought was firmly suppressed by him. "Brother, Inin is really—" Her delicate body was trembling slightly. Xian Yin sniffled and said with a slightly nasal voice, The mist in her eyes was getting thicker and thicker, and it looked like it was about to fall. Even Yuin was a little stunned when she saw this. So, Delicate can't take a scolding? Oh my God! Why are you scolding her? Yun Nuoshing was instantly dumbfounded. He gave himself 2 tight slaps in his heart. If he didn't scold her, who knew what would happen in the future? But now, Yun Nuoshing had already rushed over. He couldn't bear to see her being wronged. It was true that tears were a girl's best weapon. Inin, don't cry. Brother was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you. Yun Nuoshing gently comforted Xian Yin as he pulled her into his arms and gently stroked her head. His voice was as gentle as it could be. It was so gentle that it could squeeze out a few tons of water. Yes, I know that brother treats me the best. Suddenly, Xian Yin's voice changed. She laughed. She laughed in a voice that sounded like she had succeeded in her scheme. It was completely different from the wronged, nasal voice from before. Ugh. Yun Nuoshing was shocked. He seemed to have sensed something and quickly retreated. Before he could release his embrace, Xian Yin hugged him tightly. Ever since I was young, brother has doted on me the most. You've never scolded me, whether it was in the past, now, or in the future. I know brother too well. Xian Yin giggled delicately. Her jade-like hands were tightly wrapped around Yun Nuoshing's as she forcefully buried her head in his chest. Lass, let go. Yun Nuoshing was forcefully held down. He struggled, but couldn't move. His face was flushed red. Wasn't this sentence very straightforward? I was just pretending to be pitiful. Now that you're in my arms, what else can you do? Although you want to break free, you're being held down by that huge force and can't break free. At the side, Yuin had already sat up. Her slender legs were crossed. She couldn't help but roll her eyes as she looked at the 2 people who were glued to each other. Sister lost. Ming's little mouth formed an O shape. She looked at Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing, then looked at Yuin, who was pouting. She couldn't help but giggle. She forcefully snuggled into Yun Nuoshing's embrace for a long time. Her red lips tapped on Yun Nuoshing's eyes. She waited until he was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak. Only then did Xian Yin happily climb down from his body. She sat on the sofa happily and pouted at Yuin as if she was announcing her victory. Yuin rolled her eyes. She lost because she didn't accompany Yun Nuoshing for a long time. She had nothing to say. After all, she didn't know Yun Nuoshing's bottom line. There was no way she could compete. Xian Yin, Yun Nuoshing climbed up from the ground angrily and glared at Xian Yin. Before he could say anything, she reached out and pulled him down. In the end, he fell onto her soft and round thighs. It's dirty. Seeing the 2 of them playing around as if they were showing off their love, Yuin rolled her eyes and couldn't help but pat Yun Nuoshing. Why did you hit me? Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Today, he was the one reprimanding Yuin and Xian Yin. In the end, he was the one being teased by Xian Yin from every angle. The hunter and the prey switched positions too quickly. Unfortunately, he really couldn't get angry at them. Brother, just give in to me. Xian Yin's little mouth pressed against Yun Nuoshing's ear. She spoke in an extremely charming voice. Her breath was like orchids, and her eyes were like silk. Sister, I was wrong. Forgive me. Yun Nuoshing was about to cry. This was simply too shameful. If it were anyone else, they might have forcefully pressed Xian Yin to the ground and done it. Damn it, he couldn't do it just because she called him brother. Although he knew that they weren't related by blood, kneel down and sing Conquer. Yuin rolled her eyes. Ming, let's go. It's time to sleep. Yuin glanced at the scarlet moon. The red light shone into the snow-white palace. It was magnificent. Yuin pulled Ming up and said, Okay. Ming nodded in response. He jumped off the table and jumped into Yu Yin's arms. He stuck his tongue out at Yun Nuoshing. Then Yu Yin led him out of the hall. When they left the hall, Yu Yin also took the 5 people who were eavesdropping away. Only Yun Nuoshing and Xian Yin were left in the huge hall. F***CK, you sold me out again, just like that. Yun Nuoshing watched the 6 people leisurely leave. He suddenly wanted to cry. Leaving him here to face Xian Yin alone, no matter how he looked at it, was like sending a lamb to a tiger's den. Later, he would be eaten alive without leaving any bones behind. Xian Yin, calm down. He raised his head and looked into the pair of eyes that were filled with emotions. His voice trembled a little. Xian Yin smiled sweetly. Her devastatingly beautiful face was illuminated by the red moonlight. It was hazy and dreamy. Her silver hair brushed past his face. It was itchy, but very comfortable. Brother. Xian Yin squinted her crescent-shaped silver eyes. The crimson moonlight dyed her eyes a seductive and alluring red, reflecting off her pupils. Her jade-like hands gently touched Yun Nuoshing's face. It was as if she wanted to hold him in her hands and caress him lovingly. Seeing this scene, Yun Nuoshing instantly lost his composure. He couldn't calm himself down. It was as if a storm was raging in his heart. To be honest, facing such a beautiful and soul-stirring girl, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. F***CK. Sister, can you not tempt me? I'm just an ordinary man. Yun Nuoshing cursed in his heart. I choose death. Xian Yin was still smiling as she looked at Yun Nuoshing. She didn't take any further action. Her jade-like hands were still on Yun Nuoshing's face. Her gaze was very gentle, as if it could move everything. Even the moon quietly hid behind the clouds and restrained its light. Everything returned to silence, and the world was peaceful. Xian Yin still had some things to say. She had been with him for so many years. Naturally, she knew everything about him, including his stubborn personality. To put it bluntly, he was an idiotic blockhead. Xian Yin, if one day you want to take boss, remember to take the initiative. Otherwise, that blockhead won't make the first move. That's his bottom line. Just cross it. Xian Yin recalled the people who had accompanied him in the past telling her this. If you really can't handle him, just be straightforward, domineering. King. Hard. Go. Bow. This was another person's reply. Yin, being gentle won't be able to take down that world's #1 fool. You have to think of another way. Should I do that? Will brother hate me? Thinking of everyone's encouraging words, Xian Yin couldn't help but sigh. Everyone's thoughts were that they wanted her to be with him. What was he thinking? Uffed. Embarrassed? That big idiot doesn't have any dignity. Just F***CK him. Trample on his dignity. How long have I been waiting to be an aunt? Another one of his younger sisters said. Only a family member would say that. Xian Yin smiled bitterly. That, Yin, let me go. I look ugly like this. While Xian Yin was in a dilemma, Yun Nuoshing saw that she was not moving and quickly said, Brother. Xian Yin sighed and looked at Yun Nuoshing with bright eyes. Her expression was very serious, without a trace of a smile. What's wrong? Seeing her serious expression, Yun Nuoshing calmed down and asked. She sighed and took a deep breath. After repeating this for a long time, Xian Yin lowered her head and hesitated for a long time. Then she said softly, What do you think of me? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. His gaze swept across Xian Yin's body. After pondering for a while, he said, Not bad. You're very pretty. Your figure is not bad. You're very lively and cute, and things like that. Xian Yin lowered her head in defeat. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at Yun Nuoshing. She shook her head and said, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking about your feelings for me. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. Even someone as slow as Yun Nuoshing could understand now that she was asking about his feelings for her. That, Xian Yin, that, actually, I don't have any memories of the past. I can't say. Yun Nuoshing stuttered, not knowing what to say. It has nothing to do with the past. I'm asking about the present. Xian Yin shook her head and said, but if we calculate based on the present, we've only known each other for 2 days. You suddenly ask me this question. I really can't answer it. Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. Why don't I answer you in the future? I'll keep the answer to this question in my heart. I've already waited many times. I want a clear answer. If I like you, then I like you. If I don't like you, then I don't like you. If I don't feel anything, then I don't feel anything. Xian Yin shook her head and said resolutely, right now, I want your answer. After hearing that, Yun Nuoshing felt a headache in his heart. He didn't know whether to answer or not. After hesitating for a while, he still insisted, I'll definitely have an answer in the future. Right now, but I don't have time to wait for the future. Xian Yin felt so wronged that she wanted to cry. Why? Yun Nuoshing didn't understand. Sighing, Xian Yin raised her head and looked at the crimson moon in the sky. She smiled bitterly and said, some things are going to happen in advance. Or should I say we have to prepare for the end of this era. But there's still half an era. Why? Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. He wanted to ask why, but he didn't ask. Everything happened for a reason. He still couldn't come into contact with this information. If it wasn't for Xian Yin, he wouldn't know anything at all. So, I want Big Brother's answer. Even if... Xian Yin forced a smile. However, she couldn't continue in the end. She only stared at Yun Nuoshing with a pair of hopeful Maymao. She didn't say anything. Is this your wish? Yun Nuoshing muttered softly. He still couldn't give an answer. Xian Yin nodded. Maymao stared at him with a burning gaze. She didn't even blink. Yun Nuoshing was silent. He just looked at her. He couldn't open his mouth. He couldn't open his mouth because he wasn't sure. He didn't know. After a long time, knowing that there was still no answer, Xian Yin suddenly laughed. Her laughter was a little sad. Mei Mao's eyes were misty, but she wasn't sad. She didn't get an answer. Perhaps she still had a glimmer of hope. Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but a small hand covered his mouth. Xian Yin smiled and said, this isn't the first time. Every time, Big Brother chooses to remain silent to avoid questions that he can't answer. Big Brother, you should rest early too. She touched his face and put him aside. Then Xian Yin slowly stood up and walked out of the palace. She didn't want to rest yet. If it was in the past, she would definitely pull him to sleep with her when she rested. Yun Nuoshing sat up and looked at the somewhat lonely back view. His heart faintly throbbed, and he did not know what to do. Chapter 90. Yun Nuoshing stood up and wanted to chase after her, but he stood still and didn't take a step forward. Io, little star, are you stupid? Hurry up and chase after her. Just as he was still hesitating and unable to make up his mind, the 5 people and Ming, who had left a long time ago, appeared. Yuyin frowned and said in annoyance. Then she pushed Yun Nuoshing away. Yun Nuoshing was stunned and nodded. He followed the force out of the hall and chased after the beautiful figure outside the palace. Was Little Star like this in the past too? Yuyin turned around and asked Chuan Yun and the others after seeing Yun Nuoshing disappear at the entrance of the hall. They had known each other for a long time, so they should know a little. It's not just the first time. Xian Yin was able to stay by his side because of her feelings for him. I don't even know how much love she put into him. They didn't leave just now, because Chuan Yun predicted that there wouldn't be a result. Yen Xin, and the others stayed behind to watch. They didn't expect that the ending was really not a result. Yun Nuoshing was still standing there like a block of wood, not moving at all. After all, he is her whole world. He was the one who gave her a glorious life. It's quite normal for such a situation to happen. Yen Xin sighed. They all knew about the relationship between Yun Nuoshing and Xianyin. As girls, they had some similarities in their thinking, so they had always felt that it was a pity. I can't stand it anymore. If there's another chance like this next time, I'll drug them directly. Chuan Yun rubbed his hands together and said in a poor voice. In his opinion, Yun Nuoshing's actions weren't manly. The girl had already given him such a hint, but he was still like a block of wood that didn't move. Don't. Let them solve their own problems. We just need to give them a push at the most crucial moment. Yen Xin rolled her eyes at him. Xianyin didn't want this to happen. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed silent for a period of time. If she wanted to do it, she would have done it long ago. After all, he was the person closest to her. He wouldn't have any defenses. But the result every time is that it makes me upset. Wash up and go to sleep. At the edge of the cliff outside the Crimson Palace, Xianyin stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to touch the crimson moon. Her black dress swayed in the wind, and she looked otherworldly, as if she would ascend to heaven at any moment and disappear. Xianyin, Yun Nuoshing chased after her and walked directly behind her. Without a second thought, she hugged Xianyin from behind. However, when she came back to her senses, she immediately scolded herself for being stupid. Wouldn't this cause a misunderstanding? The same action, just like back then when I was angry, big brother, you also chased after me like this and hugged me. Xianyin looked up at the stars and felt that familiar feeling. She sighed and said faintly, once she had also failed to test him. When she ran out, she was hugged from behind. It was the same action, and he also had to be pushed by someone to come over. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. His body stiffened, and he couldn't move. He seemed to have done the same subconsciously just now. Biting his lips, he took a deep breath and tried to speak in a calm voice. Yes, I don't have a result now. Maybe I'm really a block of wood. However, I will definitely have an answer. At least, his words were a little messy, and he didn't know what he wanted to say. However, this one sentence seemed to have sucked all the energy out of his body, and he couldn't continue speaking. I know. After a long silence, it was Xianyin who spoke, faintly. She didn't seem to be in a good mood, and her voice was a little gloomy. Xianyin, brother, you don't have to say any more. I'm not angry. I'm just worried about how to turn a block of wood like you into something magical. Xianyin hugged him and smiled gently. She didn't sound like she was joking. Yun Nuoshing's face instantly darkened. He thought that Xianyin was heartbroken, and that was why she ran over to comfort him. It turned out that she wasn't even thinking about that at all. Girl, tell me. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and unknowingly called her that. How many times have you tricked me? Brother is very stupid. I can't even count. Xianyin tilted her head and smiled sweetly. Yun Nuoshing, girl, let go. Yun Nuoshing struggled in embarrassment and wanted to escape her embrace. However, although Xianyin looked soft and weak with the power of a deity, he couldn't escape no matter what. I don't want to. Xianyin stuck out her tongue. Her beautiful eyes were like water. She looked at the pair of dark eyes with affection and said softly, how did Big Brother treat me in the past? Now, you have to treat me like this. What did I do in the past? Yun Nuoshing felt that something wasn't right. You hugged me the whole night and slept with me every time. Let's change to another. Yun Nuoxing shivered and said with difficulty. No discussion. Xianyin ignored him and carried him in a princess carry. No. Seeing that he was being carried, Yun Nuoxing's face turned pale. He kept struggling, afraid that he would be robbed and raped. It's late. Let's go back and sleep. Xianyin calmly carried Yun Nuoxing and looked at the sky. Her figure flashed and disappeared on the spot, leaving behind a sorrowful howl. The tragedy is repeating itself. It's been repeated tens of thousands of times. Although it has happened before, at least it wasn't such a mournful howl like this. Do you guys think something will happen tonight? It's possible. With his inexperienced and innocent appearance, I'm afraid that Xianyin will devour him until not even his bones are left. Taking advantage of the situation? I like it. When he recovers his memory, we can hold a big wedding. It's so festive. In the corner of the palace, 6 people secretly watched the 2 of them for a long time. When they saw that Yun Nuoxing was carried away by Xianyin, they couldn't help but mutter. All kinds of guesses emerged, and they even imagined that there would be gentle moans coming from inside. A sleepless night. Everyone looked at each other and smiled, then returned to their rooms. Of course, the fantasy was very beautiful. Xingxing was very calm, and Xianyin didn't do anything. The latter only used him as a pillow to sleep for the night and didn't do anything else. However, because they were very close to each other, the girl's faint body fragrance kept rushing into a certain someone's nostrils, making him memorize pie for the whole night. He kept calming his churning thoughts, and only fell asleep when dawn approached. After all, he was still a man. It was just that he was occasionally too calm. It was better not to have such temptation. The night passed peacefully. In the morning, Chuanyun and the others quietly opened Xianyin's boudoir. They didn't see clothes strewn all over the floor, nor did they see the room in a mess. The 2 of them on the bed were neatly dressed, and their breathing was calm. Nothing happened. Chuanyun and the others were disappointed. They thought that something would happen after such an ambiguous night. It seemed that they had underestimated Yun Nuoxing's endurance. They sighed, and before they could slowly leave, they were thrown out by a spatial energy. The door was gently closed. Xianyin slowly put her lily-white hands down and hugged Yun Nuoxing's neck. She shifted her body closer to him and continued to sleep. Yun Nuoxing quietly opened his eyes a little and sneaked a peek. Xianyin's pretty face was peaceful, as if she had found something she could rely on. She slept very peacefully. The girl in front of him was very quiet. Her slightly raised eyebrows were slender, and her breath was very gentle, like an orchid or a musk. Looking at the pretty face that was only an inch away from him, Yun Nuoxing didn't have any evil thoughts in his heart. He only felt a faint sense of peace. In fact, he already had an answer. The answer in his heart had already come out. It should have originated from the feelings he had in the past. He had a vague feeling that the faint, warm feeling was definitely not love. It was more like the kinship of an elder brother to his younger sister. What a sin, Yun Nuoxing murmured. He blamed himself for casually bringing someone home in the past, but he also felt sorry for her. If he hadn't brought her back, he didn't know what would have happened to her. In the end, things ended up like this. He only had a deep sense of kinship towards her, and he saw her as a younger sister. However, her love for him was like a flame, like a star emitting a blazing light. She couldn't bear to part with him. He was her one and only with his intelligence. It was impossible for him to not have thought of such an ending. Then what kind of mentality and thoughts did he have back then to choose to bring Xianyin back? Did he really not care about the consequences? Or did he not think too much at all? Did I do something wrong? Yun Nuoxing blamed himself. If he hadn't started, things wouldn't have ended up like this. It was very, very cruel. Although he knew that not all stories would have a happy ending, he couldn't bear to see her hurt and cry. Did he have to sacrifice himself for others? Big Brother didn't do anything wrong. Big Brother has never done anything wrong. He slowly opened his eyes. Xian Yin had been awake for a long time, but she was unwilling to wake up. She wanted to immerse herself in this dream with no ending for a little longer. You, Xian Yin, when did you wake up? Yun Nuoxing was stunned. Could it be that she had heard all the whispers just now? Then the consequences were so hasty, I woke up when Chuan Yun was sent out. Xian Yin blinked at Mei Mao. She looked at him calmly, and her palm gently caressed his face. That, Xian Yin, Although her jade hand was moving gently on his face, Yun Nuoxing panicked. Yesterday, he said that he would give her an answer in the future. Now, he said what was on his mind, directly. I know. Xian Yin smiled slightly. Mei Mao, on the other hand, was gloomy. Her smile was very stiff and forced. She smiled sadly and said, Big Brother will always see me as a younger sister in his heart. I know. Xian Yin, seeing that she was about to cry, Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt his heart ache. It was as if it was being torn apart. It was so painful that even his voice trembled. But I don't want to be a younger sister. I don't want to be your younger sister. Xian Yin murmured. She seemed to have used up all the energy in her body to say those words. Her entire body went limp. Sigh. Yun Nuoxing sighed. After a moment of silence, he smiled bitterly and said, I know that too. Xian Yin wanted to change their relationship, but she was also afraid of changing it. He also understood this kind of complicated feeling. Forget it. I won't bother with you. Sleep a little longer. Just when Yun Nuoxing thought that Xian Yin would be sad for a while, she suddenly smiled through her tears. When he wasn't paying attention, she planted a deep kiss on his face. She buried her head in his chest, closed Mei Mao, and smiled knowingly. You little girl. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl really changed faster than flipping a book. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. After thinking through many things, he didn't feel too restrained. Although he was still a little embarrassed, he simply hugged Xian Yin and calmed his mind. His body slowly relaxed, and he slowly fell asleep. Chapter 91. They had a good sleep. Perhaps it was because the two of them had been honest, but even though they didn't cross the line, the two of them were no longer restrained. Their hearts were very calm and relaxed, and they fell asleep after a while. It was the 3rd month of spring, and the grass was long and the orioles were flying. It was the best spring of the year, and the willows were everywhere in the capital. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky and the warm sunlight shone into the dazzling snow-white palace that the two of them slowly got up. No, to be more accurate, they were blasted up. The door to the room was kicked open by a slender and smooth leg. Yuyin walked over to the bed with sexy and elegant steps. Looking at the two of them hugging on the bed, she raised her eyebrows and grabbed the thick blanket. She abruptly pulled it open and roared with 80% of her strength. The sun is shining on your buttocks. Why aren't you getting up? Do you want to sleep to death? Big sis, just let me sleep for a while. It's nothing, Yin Nuoxing murmured as she rubbed her sleepy eyes. She grabbed the blanket and pulled it over her body. Her head automatically pressed against Xian Yin's head, and after a while, she prepared to sleep again. You're hugging each other even when you're sleeping. You're flaunting your love to the ends of the earth. Yu Yin's charming face twitched. She put her hands on her hips and snorted. Big sis Yu Yin is jealous. Xian Yin opened her silver Mei Mao eyes and closed them again in less than 2 seconds. She hugged Yun Nuoxing's waist with one hand and pulled the blanket over herself with the other. Then she said with a smile, "Damn, Big, Sis would be jealous of a little girl like you. I won't drink it if it tastes disgusting," Yuen fiercely said as she fiercely gritted her teeth and ground them a few times. "Phew," Yun Nuoshing gently exhaled as if she had fallen asleep again. "You stinking brat. You inside." She reached out and ravaged his handsome face. One moment she pulled it long, and the next moment she squeezed it flat. It looked very comical. "I heard some news and thought that you would be interested, so I told you, if you don't wake up, I won't tell you anymore." Looking at that funny face, Yuen couldn't help but laugh. What news?" Yun Nuoshing mumbled, as she opened her eyes in a daze. However, her eyelids were trembling as if they would fall at any moment. "People from the Heavenly Secret Pavilion have come to Red Star City, saying that they can help you calculate or predict what you want to know." Yuen narrowed her eyes and smiled mysteriously. "Nanny." As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Nuoshing jumped up. Her previous laziness was swept away, and what was left was only excitement and agitation. The radiance in her eyes almost blinded Yuen. "Isn't it just the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Big brother, what do you want to know? Xian Yin will help you deduce later. Yin can also deduce." Xian Yin pursed her lips and stretched out her hand to pull Yun Nuoshing. At their level, it was not impossible to predict some possible futures, so it was no wonder that she didn't care. "Okay." Yun Nuoshing fell on the bed. The chief Heavenly Secret Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, Heaven-Defying Senior, has come in person. Yuen was so angry that she didn't have any temper. "Big brother, get up. Hurry, the old man is here. Let's go." Before Yun Nuoshing could say anything, Xianyin jumped up first, hugged Yun Nuoshing, and ran to wash up Yun Nuoshing and Yuen. "What happened to your indifference just now?" The Heavenly Secret Master was a very mysterious profession, and it was divided into two branches. The Heavenly Secret Master could see through the topography of the world, reverse the universe, steal the sky, and change the sun, and shift the positions of the stars. They could use the sky as their breath, the earth as their body, the stars as their spirit, and all living things as their spirit. The Heavenly Secret Master could see the changes in the sky, observe the vicissitudes of the world, comprehend the laws of the world, see through the mysteries of destiny, know reincarnation, see through the past, defy the Heavenly Secret, and see through life and death. The Heavenly Secret Master didn't have any innate restrictions or elemental restrictions. As long as one had enough comprehension and strong insight, anyone could do it. The only thing left was whether there was a special cultivation method. Due to the changes in the world, too much time had passed, and many inheritances had been lost. These two professions, especially the Heavenly Secret Master, were becoming rarer and rarer. Although the inheritances were one of the reasons, seeing through the Heavenly Secret was a heaven-defying thing, and one would be punished by the heavens, especially for things that had a great impact or were too secretive to be seen. Forcibly seeing through the Heavenly Secret would cause the world to shake, and that kind of heavenly punishment was enough to destroy the world. In this era, not many people were willing to risk their lives just to make a prediction. As the top Heavenly Secret Master among the Heavenly Secret Masters, he was a legendary figure. It was said that he could see through all things in the world without being punished by the heavens. The Heavenly Secret Master is different from ordinary Heavenly Secret Masters. He is a god who crowns himself as a Heavenly Secret Master. His cultivation is extremely high, and even the divine statue deduction that gods of our level can't be as accurate as his, Xian Yin explained as she helped Yun Nuoshing tidy up his clothes. The so-called Heavenly Secret Masters, I think, can be renamed as prophets. They use unique methods to predict the past and present, and some can even see the future. So complicated. Yun Nuoshing face-bombed, feeling a little dizzy after hearing the academic explanation. Puffed. Xianyin covered her mouth and giggled. You used to like to deduce a lot. You used to be. I didn't say anything. She suddenly covered her mouth, obviously having said something wrong. Used to be what? Yun Nuoshing felt that something was wrong, so he raised his eyebrows and asked with an evil smile. No, nothing. Let's go to the Heavenly Secret Master's place. Xianyin quickly shook her head and pushed Yun Nuoshing away with one hand. The three of them had just walked out of the hall, but before they could walk out of the palace, little Ming saw Yun Nuoshing and immediately ran over to him excitedly. The little girl jumped into Yun Nuoshing's arms and acted coquettishly for a while before speaking in a tender voice. Big brother, there's someone at the door who wants to see you. See me? The hand that was caressing Ming paused, and Yun Nuoshing frowned slightly. He was confused. He didn't know anyone, so who would come to see him? Could it be someone he used to know? Xianyin thought for a while, then suddenly clapped her little hands and said helplessly, The Heavenly Secret Master is here. He probably predicted that we would go to see him, so he came first. That's really passionate. Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth and shook his head with a smile. Then he slowly walked to the door and gently pushed it open. Warm sunlight poured down, covering the surroundings with a layer of faint golden light. Outside the palace, a young man in white stood with his hands behind his back. His temperament was ethereal, and his white clothes fluttered in the wind. He had a handsome and carefree face, and his skin was a perfect bronze color. Under the golden sunlight, it shone with a faint flowing light. Yun Nuoshing squinted slightly and waited for his eyes to adjust to the sunlight before opening them again. When he saw the young man not far away, he was stunned for a moment. Was this the so-called Heavenly Secret Master? Shouldn't the Heavenly Secret Master be the kind of old man who wore a gray robe, had a stubble on his beard, was slovenly, and had a strange breath coming out of his nostrils? Xianyin held Yun Nuoshing's hand and explained softly in his ear, although basically no one can live forever. Their lifespan is extremely long, so they don't necessarily look old. Oh, Yun Nuoshing nodded in understanding. When the young man saw him coming out, he put down his arms and slowly opened his squinted eyes. A touch of joy surged in his heart. Then he quickly walked forward and punched Yun Nuoshing on the shoulder. He laughed in a hearty voice and said, Good fellow, you're willing to come back. Why do I know so many F** king people? Yun Nuoshing didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this address. Why did he see acquaintances everywhere? Brother, you've traveled all over the great wide world back then and observed all kinds of changes in life. Everyone knows about you. It's just that times have changed, so basically no one knows you now. Xianyin shook Yun Nuoshing's arm and smiled. Little star, can you tell me your age? At the side, after Yun finished listening, a strange expression appeared on her pretty face as she looked at Yun Nuoshing. Clearly, she was very surprised that he knew so many people. How would I know? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly. Heaven-defying ultimate God looked at Yun Nuoshing with a smile. After a long while, he nodded and waved his hand to throw a brocade pouch the size of a fist. He smiled and said, Everything you want to know and can know is written inside. I haven't thought of what to ask yet. Yun Nuoshing opened his mouth wide and mumbled. He. Heaven-defying ultimate God patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, I'm leaving now. I don't have time now. Let's catch up later. Heaven-defying ultimate God's figure disappeared the moment he finished speaking. This old fellow is still so elusive. Xianyin rolled her eyes. Then she looked at the red brocade pouch and said, "Quick, take a look at what's written inside." Nodding his head, Yun Nuoshing tore open the red ribbon. He reached his hand in and fiddled with it for a while before taking out a neatly folded piece of paper. Then, under the curious gazes of the three people and himself, he slowly opened it. "China, Kuan, Qianji Tai, China." These were the words written on a white piece of paper. China is the center of China. Then it's Kuan, Qian, Ji Tai? Could it be Kuan Yuan region, Qian Yuan region, Ji Yuan region, and Tai Yuan region? The three of them interpreted the meaning of these words and then looked at each other. They did not know the meaning of these words. I was planning the route to find my origins. Could it be that this is the route I'm going to take, starting from China and going in this direction to the realm of the gods? Do we still have to return to China in the end? Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and said, "The route of the army." Yuin nodded and smiled. "Oh my God, we're going to travel through the realm of the gods. How long is that going to take?" Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. Although he once said that the roads were connected and that they could always go back, in reality, just thinking about traveling through the realm of the gods made his legs go weak. It had not even begun. Hee. Xianin covered her mouth and giggled. "Let's see what else is there." Yuin poked Yun Nuoshing and urged. Yun Nuoshing pursed his lips and opened the second piece of paper. "Starry sky, North Ice Realm, South Ice Realm. What the F asterisk CK? What the F asterisk CK? What the F asterisk CK?" Yun Nuoshing almost threw the piece of paper to the ground. He wanted to tear it up and scolded angrily, "Are you telling me to watch the entire world? I have to go straight to the starry sky in the end." "It's okay. Big Brother will be able to finish it one day." Xianin patted his face and comforted him gently. She was making sarcastic remarks. "Why did you go there for no reason?" Yuin took the piece of paper and looked at it. Then she looked at Yun Nuoshing, and her expression became even stranger. Big Brother, I'll pick one." Ming tugged at Yun Nuoshing's collar. His volunteering look was amusing. Okay. Ming, pick one." Yun Nuoshing patted Ming's little head dotingly. Then he put the brocade pouch in front of Ming and asked her to reach out her small hand. She searched the pouch for a while and pulled out a small yellowed piece of paper. Everyone was stunned when they saw the yellowed piece of paper. The first two pieces of paper were white. It was obvious that there was an ulterior motive. He patted Ming's head and gestured for her to open it. The latter nodded obediently. Then, with a flip of her little hand, she slowly opened the yellowed piece of paper. Ranking. Only the large word, ranking, was written in a flamboyant style. The strokes were divine and exuded an aura that was above the world. Ranking? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. They didn't feel any pressure from the word. They were just a little confused about what the word was trying to tell them. There were many so-called ranking lists. Could it be? Yuin muttered to herself for a while. Then she said hesitantly, could it be those ranking lists in the realm of the gods? Those strange and bizarre ranking lists. There wasn't just one ranking list in the realm of the gods. There were several lists: the Treasure of Heaven and Earth ranking list, the Divine Weapon ranking list, the Divine Flame ranking list, the Divine Beast ranking list, the Alchemy Tripod ranking list, the Heavenly Talisman ranking list, the Devil Thunder ranking list, and the 10,000 Formation ranking list. The things recorded on these lists were all famous. They were either born in the world or were born in the hands of heaven-defying geniuses. They were included and ranked by people. Yuin once said that the people who made these lists were definitely people who had nothing better to do. Even if it's those lists, he didn't say which list it was. Yun Nuoshing also thought of it. However, she asked doubtfully. After all, the heaven-defying ultimate god only mentioned the word ranking and didn't specify which list it was. After thinking for a long time, Yun Nuoxing still couldn't figure it out. She could only turn her gaze to Xian Yin. Yin doesn't know either. Xian Yin shook her head. Her expression was also doubtful. Don't tell me he wants you to collect the things on the list? Yuan thought for a while and asked hesitantly. What? Collect what? How would I know? Yuan rolled her eyes. Anyway, just remember it first. I'll pay attention to everything related to the list. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. She felt that she would have a lot of work to do in the future. There's another one. Xian Yin glanced at the brocade pouch and reached out her hand to take out the pink piece of paper. Why is it pink? The few of them looked at each other. They didn't know what kind of ingenuity this was. Her slender fingers slowly opened it. Xian Yin glanced at it and smiled. She opened it for them to see. Hee, this is my most special gift. Your wish of many years is about to come true. However, be careful when you read it, because, it was obviously an extra sentence written by the heaven-defying ultimate god. The real content was hidden. How mysterious. But what is my wish? And you want me to be careful? Yun Nuoxing shook her head. She looked at Xian Yin and asked, I don't know. Brother didn't mention it to me. If he did, I would have remembered it even if I was unconscious. But I'll know when I read it. Xian Yin smiled. She covered the pink piece of paper with her hand. Energy surged, and the paper emitted a pink light. After the light dissipated, Xian Yin raised her head to take a look. Then, her entire body seemed to have frozen. At the same time, the space seemed to have stopped as well when Yun Nuoxing and the other two saw her huge reaction. They were also shocked. They hurriedly peeked their heads over, and then they were like Xian Yin, completely petrified into statues. Even their expressions froze in an instant. There was no other reason other than the 4 words written on it. Encounter with true love. Chapter 92. True love. Yun Nuoxing was taken aback. His handsome face instantly became sluggish, and his dark eyes stared at the 4 words. His heart actually skipped a beat, and a feeling of excitement arose spontaneously. Xian Yin folded the pink slip of paper. Seeing his unconcealable excitement, a sour feeling spread in her heart and filled her entire body. She faintly felt her heart ache. No wonder I told you to be careful. Seeing that Xian Yin was about to cry, Yuan hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Yun Nuoxing, asking him to say something quickly. Hearing the telepathic message, Yun Nuoxing finally noticed Xian Yin's expression. He was too excited just now and didn't notice anything. Now that he reacted, he suddenly wanted to slap himself to death. What should he do now? I don't know who it is. Could it be someone around us? Yun Nuoxing picked up the pink slip of paper and looked at it with interest. After some thought, he blurted out this sentence. Hearing this, Xian Yin was stunned for a moment. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing deeply for a long time. When his face turned red, she looked away and said with a forced smile, Maybe. I don't know either. Although she was smiling, Xian Yin felt that it was a little embarrassing. Don't think too much. Knowing that she was pretending to be calm, Yun Nuoxing patted Xian Yin's head, sighed, and said gently, I'm not thinking about anything. Xian Yin stuck out her tongue playfully. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing affectionately and said with a smile, Brother will definitely be mine. I won't think about anything else. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head, and his face was slightly hot. However, seeing that Xian Yin didn't seem to be pretending to be calm, he also heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that she wouldn't be able to think about it in such a short time. of comforting her was a small matter, but making her feel sad would be detrimental to her mental strength. All right, stop flirting here. Yun rolled her eyes at him and gave him a knock on the head. Looks like I have to make some preparations for a long trip. Tilting her head, Yun Nuoshing stretched and put away the 4 pieces of paper. This time, she wasn't just going to the divine land to look for something. Instead, she was going to cross the entire divine realm. She didn't know how many years it would take to finish traversing this vast and boundless world. Moreover, judging from the notes left behind by the heaven-defying ultimate God, she would have to rush into the starry sky and perhaps go to other worlds. Ranking. The items recorded on every ranking board in the God realm were all extraordinary items. It was already a blessing from the heavens for an ordinary person to obtain any one of them. This time, he still had to search for those unattainable divine items on the ranking board. He had yet to say what he was looking for, but this would greatly increase the scope of his search. Just talking about the divine weapon ranking, the 12 divine swords in the divine sword record were divine weapons passed down from a few eras ago. They all had their own consciousness and could open up space on their own to travel through time and space. Almost no ordinary person had ever seen them, let alone held them in their hands. If they forcibly took them away, it would inevitably lead to an earth-shattering battle. It was already strange and terrifying that Yun Nuoshing was able to hold the first and second ranked divine weapons in his hands. It could be said that it was the strangest thing in the world. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing was deep in thought, Xian Yin also frowned slightly. Mei Mao thought for a while and finally nodded heavily. She took out a colorful scroll from her ring and rubbed it with her jade-like hands. Under Yun Nuoshing's curious gaze, she stuffed it into his arms and said with a smile, "This was left behind by my brother. Once, my brother seemed to want to collect all the items on the ranking board, so he drew this scroll. However, the information is not very complete. There are only a few records left on it." After receiving the scroll, Yun Nuoshing tilted his head and threw it into the air. With a flick of his finger, the scroll quickly unfolded, forming an inescapable net that expanded to a size of several hundred feet. Astonishingly, 5 distinct plates could be seen inside the scroll. The rest of the scroll was a black universe dotted with stars. There were countless crisscrossing lines and markings drawn on the scroll. There were even a few lines that traversed the entire scroll, connecting 2 or 3 items, and then pointing to other places. With just a glance, Yun Nuoshing kept the scroll and threw it into his pendant. Then he rubbed his eyes and cursed, "F***, I'm blind." Puffed. Yun and Xianyin laughed at the same time. The two of them who knew his personality naturally knew that the scroll was too complicated and had made him dizzy just by looking at it. "Brother, this is a star map. However, because it's damaged, you have to find the fragments that were lost all over the world and repair it yourself. When that time comes, it'll only take an instant for you to go wherever you want to go." Xianyin laughed for a while and continued to take out a blue disc the size of a wash basin from her ring. There were also a lot of lines drawn on it. 8 sharp pillars protruded from the edges of the disc by a foot and curved towards the center. However, the disc was dim and had no core. It looked like it was really damaged. Yun Nuoshing took it and looked at it carefully. Then he shook his head and threw it into his pendant. The complexity of this thing was no less than the scroll just now. Although it was damaged, it could still be repaired. Anyway, he had to run all over the world. He would find it sooner or later. And this, Xianyin continued to take out a black cross pendant from her ring. Without any explanation, she hung it around Yun Nuoshing's neck and tied it. "This is..." Yun Nuoshing grabbed the cross and looked at it curiously as he asked, "Brother, you'll know in the future. Right now, its ability is still in a sealed state. It's not that easy to undo it. Xian Yin stuck out her tongue and smiled. And these? Xian Yin didn't idle her hands. She took out 2 more rings. One was purplish red, and the other was silver white. She lifted Yun Nuoxing's left hand and put it on his ring and middle fingers. Yun Nuoxing rubbed Xian Yin's head. He felt that this little girl wanted to give him everything, so he couldn't say no. After hesitating for a while, Xian Yin gritted her teeth and touched her forehead with her finger. Musical notes divine seal appeared, and light surged. Just as she was about to take something out, Yun Nuoxing grabbed her hand. "Little girl, don't be like this. You're giving me everything. How can I accept it?" Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly. He knew that the things that Xian Yin took out were earth-shattering in the outside world. They were left behind by deities. It was enough to make people go crazy and fight over them. Unexpectedly, Xian Yin only smiled and shook her head. "My life was given to me by brother. Everything I have belongs to brother. Brother, you don't have to feel embarrassed." After saying that, she gently took away Yun Nuoxing's hand and touched her forehead with her finger. The divine seal immediately shone brightly and dazzlingly. Xian Yin, Yun Nuoxing sighed. He knew that he couldn't stop her. Just from these 2 days of contact, he could faintly feel that Xian Yin's personality was as stubborn as his. Once she made a decision, she wouldn't give up. The light flowed for a long time. Xian Yin raised her hand, and a guqin covered in light flew out from the divine seal on her forehead. It floated in front of Xian Yin, and she gently hugged it. She gently rubbed her hands against it. The guqin was 6 feet long and was silver blue in color. 8 azure blue strings were placed on the surface of the guqin. The colors seemed to be flowing and overflowing. Swirling guqin, the god's park weapon of the god of music. Xian Yin smiled and gently placed the guqin on Yun Nuoxing's chest. Godhood weapons weren't god-ranked weapons. God-ranked weapons were god-ranked weapons, but godhood weapons contained godhood, which was the will of a god spirit. Godhood weapons were weapons that surpassed all other types of weapons. Who could possibly stand up to a god-ranked weapon like that? Of course, Godhead weapons could only be forged by God-level forgers because they were the only ones who could imbue their divine sense and divine authority into the weapon. This was a level that magic tools could not achieve. After all, magic tools had their own weak or strong consciousness. If divine sense was imbued into them, the two would clash and they might explode. Unless God's Park was used to forge ritual artifacts. Ritual artifacts wouldn't be contaminated with God Park and divine right's power. As for the swirling guqin, it was the god of music's origin God's Park weapon. It was the god of music's life weapon. It was a weapon that was inherited or forged when he became a god. It was a symbol of a god's identity. "I can't take it. It's too precious." Yun Nuoxing frowned and shook his head. This was the god's origin God Park weapon. It was a clone. Without it, it was tantamount to losing half of his combat power. How could he take it? "Brother." Seeing that Yun Nuoxing wasn't willing to take it, Xian Yin was a little anxious. She frowned and pleaded softly. "If it wasn't for the fact that Yin couldn't be by your side, I wouldn't be like this. But I'm really worried about you leaving like this. What if something happens to you again? What will happen to Yin?" "Silly." Yun Nuoxing's heart warmed. He gently patted her head and smiled. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to me." Of course, he had the confidence to say this. When he went all out, gods that weren't of the god, an underworld level couldn't hurt him. The 10,000 spirits killing formation wasn't something to be trifled with. Moreover, he himself had 2 god weapons. Although they were both damaged, their power was still extremely great. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing worriedly and sighed. Xian Yin's mind moved, and the swirling guqin turned into a ball of silver light the size of a fist. Just when Yun Nuoxing thought that she had given up and heaved a sigh of relief, Xian Yin smiled slyly and slapped his chest with the ball of light in her hand. She sent the ball of light into his heart. A gentle light spread out and nourished his heart meridians. Xian Yin? Yun Nuoxing couldn't react in time. He only saw the ball of light enter his body and wrap around his heart. A small guqin came out of his heart and spun around on the surface, as if it was protecting that place. Big Brother, you have to remember this. Because Big Brother's cultivation is too low, you can only use the swirling guqin 3 times. After you use it 3 times, it will seal itself and protect your heart meridians. This seal will only be released when you reach the God rank. During this time, you absolutely can't use it forcefully. Otherwise, your soul will suffer a backlash. You understand? Xian Yin pulled Yun Nuoxing's hand and reminded him seriously. This was Yun Nuoxing's strongest trump card. She really couldn't be at ease with Yun Nuoxing running around the world without a backup. Perhaps she would be urgently called back soon. He needed someone or something to rely on and protect him. I know, little girl. Yun Nuoxing smiled helplessly. He stretched out his hand and scratched her nose. Since she had already forced it into his body, he couldn't say anything else. After all, she was doing it for his own good. Xian Yin smiled happily. The divine imprint on her forehead glowed once again. She stretched out her finger and tapped Yun Nuoxing's forehead. Under his helpless gaze, she carved a silver-white imprint. The moment the imprint was formed, it exploded with a resplendent light. It was dazzling and gave Yun Nuoxing an indescribable charm. A faint pressure also emanated from the silver-white imprint. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing felt as if everything in the world was listening to his orders. However, this only lasted for an instant before it disappeared. The imprint also slowly sank into his soul between his brows. Lass, are you going to give everything to me? Seeing the imprint in his soul, Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xian Yin seemed to have already given him a lot of things. She was just short of sending herself to him. Yes, what's mine is Big Brother's. Xian Yin smiled indifferently. She hugged Yun Nuoxing's arm and shook it continuously. Ahem. At this moment, Yu Yin coughed heavily. She rolled her eyes at the two of them and said, "Don't always show off your affection. I'm jealous." Chapter 93. Ever since the prophecy that day, life had temporarily returned to normal. Yu Yin had returned to the academy to further her cultivation, while Yun Nuoxing was waiting for Yu Yin. During this period of time, she had been accompanying Xian Yin to shop and have fun. Ming had been taken away by Yu Yin, saying that she didn't want to be a third wheel. Although Ming was a little unwilling, seeing Yu Yin's serious expression, she could only nod obediently and follow her. Inside the academy, without anyone knowing, Xian Yin had repeatedly instructed the elders and teachers to train Yu Yin with a strict and harsh attitude. Then, during the test, she would pass the flame demon burning sky technique to Yu Yin. Of course, it couldn't be done too early, in case the latter became suspicious. Of course, other than seeing that she was Yun Nuoxing's friend, Xian Yin also had some selfish motives. The flame demon burning sky technique was known as the strongest fire element mystic technique. So naturally, there were many mysteries that outsiders didn't know about. Xian Yin hoped that Yu Yin would be able to help Yun Nuoxing one day. It had to be said that she really cared about Yun Nuoxing to the point of being tongue-tied. Just as Yun Nuoxing had said, she had almost sent herself over. Although he had a precious treasure, Yun Nuoxing clearly knew that his own strength was also very important. If his cultivation wasn't high enough, it wouldn't be easy to control a divine artifact. Therefore, he had arranged his own schedule quite well. Every day, he would spend it cultivating. At night, he would practice mystic techniques and secret techniques, and occasionally he would accompany Xian Yin to shop and play. Although it was only occasionally, Xian Yin was by his side all day long. She didn't leave his side at all. While he was cultivating, she wasn't idle either. She used her divine power to condense the energy of heaven and earth, allowing Yun Nuoxing's cultivation to be smoother. In addition to these, Xian Yin would also throw a lot of precious pills and herbs at Yun Nuoxing. Every day, when he slept, she would use her god power to wash his muscles and bones. This action would not only increase his physical strength, but also leave some god imprints in his body, which would make him more powerful in the future. In addition, the god imprints could also break many evil spells, and evil spirits could not get close to him. At night, he taught Yun Nuoxing how to use the whirlpool zither. He didn't have to bear the burden of energy, and Xian Yin was teaching him step by step. Although this kind of charming posture made a certain someone absent-minded, his progress was still quite good. Of course, if he were to use the whirlpool zither by himself, he would probably be sucked dry in an instant. With that kind of burden, it was no wonder that Xian Yin said she would seal herself up to the divine level. Only experts of that level could barely use it. As the days went by in a leisurely and unhurried state, almost a year had passed. Yu Yin finally walked out of the Earth Pagoda after receiving the special treatment from the Red Star Academy. The Earth Pagoda was a kind of training facility in the academy. Using one's own divine sense, one could enter and experience some real battles from low to high level. Because these were the most realistic battles, there would be death effects, but it would not really affect the trainee. Only part of their divine sense would be shattered, and they would be fine after a short rest. Yun Nuoxing had been to the Earth Pagoda a few times before. The Earth Pagoda would restore one's true strength. In other words, whatever one's body had after entering, one's divine sense would also be there. Of course, if one were to use a divine artifact right from the start, then it would not be as effective as the training. He could only rely on his own strength and the 4 elements, and could not reach the 50th level. The 50th level was an extremely special checkpoint. It would reflect a person or object of the same level of strength undergoing training. Hence, Yun Nuoxing encountered an opponent who also had the light element. Because it was his first battle, he did not have any methods to deal with the light element, and was instantly killed, just like how his opponent was killed. Due to his stubborn personality, Yun Nuoxing spent a total of 10 days at the 50th level before he managed to defeat the reflection by a hair's breadth. He was also covered in injuries. Damn, if I had known earlier, I would have just activated the 10,000 spirits killing array and killed him. Why did it take so much effort? This was the first sentence Yun Nuoxing said after coming out of the 50th level. Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not choose to use strength that exceeded his own level. Instead, he used his own strength and pushed the light element to its limits to find a chance to kill the reflection. In that instant, he was confident that he had reached the speed of light because the scenery around him had instantly stopped. Of course, the consequence of overestimating his own speed was that although he had killed the reflection, he had also fainted. When Yu Yin came out of the 50th level of the Earth Pagoda Gate, Yun Nuoxing had also just finished his training on the strings. He could now use the swirling wand zither with ease. Once he inadvertently checked his body and discovered that there was an additional element that had mysteriously appeared in his body. It was azure in color, like flowing water or the vast ocean. It was the water element. The water element. Yun Nuoxing looked at the blue ball of water that was floating in his palm, and his gaze instantly became sluggish. He was sure that he had not consumed anything related to the water element, nor did he absorb the water element himself. Then, Where did this ball of dense and pure water element come from? The doubts in his heart only lasted for a moment. When he saw Xian Yin looking away guiltily, pretending to be looking at the scenery, while Mei Mao would occasionally glance at him, he instantly understood. It must be this lass who did it. Come, lass. Big brother will help you wash your hair. Yun Nuoxing smiled and walked behind her. He coldly raised the ball of water and slapped it on her head. He carefully controlled the water element with his elemental energy and did not let it become a torrential river. When Yun Nuoxing withdrew the water element, Xian Yin finally reacted. At this moment, her silvery hair was already drenched and a faint mist lingered on it. She then turned her head and stared at Yun Nuoxing with an aggrieved expression. She pouted her small mouth and did not know what she had done wrong. Big brother, Xian Yin called out pitifully. However, just as she finished calling out, a large towel covered her head and 2 hands gently wiped it. Yun Nuoxing smiled and said, I said I would help you wash your hair. Why would you wash my hair for no reason? Xian Yin pursed her lips. Although she said that, she closed her eyes and enjoyed this feeling very much. At this moment, Xian Yin also admitted that she had used her elemental energy to inject her own water element into Yun Nuoxing's body when he was sleeping and fused it into the 5th element. There was not a trace of resistance, allowing Yun Nuoxing to perfectly step into the ranks of the 5 elements. Although I want to directly fuse the 5 elements into Big Brother's body, I might not be able to control it. So, 5 elements will do for now. The next time I see Big Brother, I will help Big Brother step into the realm of the 9 elements. Xian Yin smiled proudly. Yun Nuoxing was speechless. The coexistence of the 9 elements was something that many people envied. It was something that was unattainable and unattainable, but this girl had settled it with just a few words. At this moment, he could only sigh and say, as expected of a deity, such a method was something that he had never heard of before. Time passed quickly like flowing water, like the sand between one's fingers. The peaceful life made Yun Nuoxing forget about time. Day after day, although he wanted to find out his origins, he was not in a hurry. After all, the first step was the Divine Continent. Just walk to the right side of the Red Star Academy, and you will arrive there. Like many other academies, the Red Star Academy also had a hegemony competition. Only the top students of the academy were qualified to participate. Yun Nuoxing could be considered half a student of the Red Star Academy. With his strength, he naturally had the qualifications to participate. However, he was still the same and refused to participate. Competition? A hegemony competition among the students? I'm not going. I'm not interested in fighting with those little brats. When Yu Yin came to call Yun Nuoxing, he simply threw out this sentence. In fact, this was indeed the case. If he went on stage, he would throw out a divine weapon and shout, "Who dares to fight with me?" Most likely, the opponent would jump out on their own. Although he did not want to go to those noisy places, he was still pulled over by Yu Yin. She said that she wanted him to watch the competition, and Yun Nuoxing was dragged out with a loud voice. When Xian Yin saw Yun Nuoxing being dragged away, she giggled and followed them out. There were 2 reasons why Yun Nuoxing did not want to show his face in the Red Star Academy. First, he was used as a shield by Yu Yin. Now, he was the public enemy of the entire academy. Now that he had kidnapped the dean, he had an additional public enemy. Therefore, when Yu Yin dragged Yun Nuoxing to the arena, almost all the boys stood up. Without saying a word, they waved their hands and threw out a large amount of energy. It whistled past and rushed towards the entrance of the arena. The momentum was terrifying. However, when they saw Xian Yin following them in, their eyes popped out. In a moment of shock, they hurriedly retracted their attacks. The nearest attack was only a meter away from Yun Nuashing before it was hurriedly retracted. After that, the rioting students were all silent. They sat upright and still, pretending to be very focused on the battle in the arena. It was as if nothing had happened. In fact, their clothes were all wet, and they were restless. Xian Yin covered her mouth and laughed. In an instant, it was as if 100 flowers had bloomed, and even the sunlight had lost its splendor. All the students who were still young were stunned. The dean, who had never laughed, had laughed. It was a miracle. However, when everyone heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that she would not get angry, Xian Yin smiled and brushed her silver hair that was blown by the wind. Her voice was calm and emotionless as it spread throughout the entire arena. The one who attacked just now, go to the purgatory sect and stay there for a month. When the students heard this, they were all dumbfounded. They even wanted to cry. The purgatory sect, just by hearing the name, they knew that it was not a good place. To stay there for a month, what kind of concept was that? At this moment, they had the urge to chop off their hands. They were all annoyed that they had attacked just now. You, even the little brats, are bullying you. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and said in an old-fashioned manner. She stretched out her hand and lightly scratched Xian Yin's jade nose. How can I not punish you for violating the academy's rules? Xian Yin pouted her small mouth and said disapprovingly, "What about the truth?" Yun Nuashing raised her right eye and asked with a deep meaning, "You dare to hit my brother. Are you looking for death?" Xian Yin did not even think and blurted out, "You." Yun Nuashing sighed. She used both her hands to rub her soft hair, causing Xian Yin to mutter. The surrounding students were stunned, but all of them turned their heads and pretended that they did not see anything. In this match, Yu Yin was also going to fight. Yun Nuashing watched with interest. The Red Star Academy, as a famous academy in the gods' world, was indeed worthy of its reputation. Although the ones going up were all youths in their 20s and 30s, their strength was not low. They were all around the mortal stage 5th level. As for the immortal stage and demon stage, they should be students who had been in the academy for a long time. Yu Yin had also reached the mortal stage 6th level within this year. Yun Nuashing was not worried about her, but the other students. After all, the sun god spear was still with Yu Yin. It was also a divine tool. Once she took it out, her opponents would probably jump off the stage and run away. However, Yu Yin did not use the sun god's spear immediately. Relying on her own strength and luck, she entered the finals triumphantly. When she faced an immortal stage 8th level student, she had no choice but to take out the sun god's spear. Just a second ago, that student was still grinning, thinking that victory was in his hands. He did not put Yu Yin in his eyes at all. In the next second, a 2-meter-long spear was placed on his neck. A bone-piercing chill seeped into his body. That guy trembled and knelt down, even withdrawing his defense. The whole audience was silent, dead silent. Seeing that long spear, everyone shuddered. Motherf asterisk cur, bringing a divine tool to the competition. What the hell was she fighting for? Therefore, as expected, the champion's position was so simple and easily landed on Yu Yin's head. No one even had the slightest bit of resentment. It was because they simply could not produce any resentment. Those demon step students also remained silent. I want the flame demon flaming heavens art. According to the usual practice, apart from the special reward, the champion could also raise a condition. Yu Yin was not polite and raised a condition that shocked the entire audience. The people in the elders' seats looked at Xian Yin with cryptic gazes. Although they had received orders to wait until it was about time to give it to her, they did not know if this counted. When they saw Xian Yin nod her chin slightly, they reluctantly deliberated over and over again, thought for a long time, and unhappily agreed For a moment, the arena froze again. Although the students tried their best to express their shock, their faces were already numb. From the beginning until now, they had been knocked unconscious a few times, so now they felt that it was nothing. "Let's go!" Seeing Yuen happily holding the flame demon flaming heavens art and waving at her to show off, Yun Nuoxing also smiled and waved her hand. Holding Xian Yin's hand, she slowly walked out of the arena with the resentful gazes of the entire audience.